never actually done that before. See, I can hear 1 and 2 turn. I hear 1 turn on and off.
Check, check, check.
What the hell's going on with 2? What's weird is how it goes away. And it's completely dead silent. Because the other mic doesn't do it. And literally, I've never had these mics do that at all. Yes. Hook up at the podium. There's an adapter if you have a Mac without an HDMI. If not, I would plug into the HDMI directly. I have one already on there if you need it, that we know positively works with our system. But if you slot, I would forego the HDMI directly in. It's like gotten less and less every time I've done it. Okay, go in there. You'll see 2. Resync this.
Check, check, check. Test nice and clear.
Check, 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 check. Cool. Check, check. 1, 2.
we try the podium mic? How does this sound? Can you hear me okay? The evolution of SOC, moving from an... Yeah. Gotcha, all right. The evolution of SOC, moving from an operational view to a strategic capability. The evolution of SOC, moving from an operational view to a strategic capability. Sure. The evolution of SOC, moving from an operational view to a strategic capability. The evolution of SOC, moving from an operational view to a strategic capability. Hopefully that does the trick. Yep. Cool. Perfect.
Sorry, the ethical hurdles took me a moment to overcome.
Hey, you can put it on, but we're going to put you to work.
Something I struggle with. As you can tell, I'm not shy.
I got it.
Oh yeah, just a little bit. So
Just a little. Before I take your solder back.
yes, ma'am.
That's great. I saw the soldering village and I was like, oh, I would believe that. That's why.
You should do that. Yeah, that's fun.
It's something I would. Open it.
Yeah. It's actually, it looks intimidating. It's really not that bad. There's staff in the center that will help you out. But it's real not that, it's really easy. And you hold it on the handle. Well, yeah, and I'm not ready to touch it to yourself. The only challenge is not around and, you know, go out there, put it all down, and it's really only a couple of things. You know, total, I think it's 10, 15 minutes. Everything else takes full practice. And the best thing about solder, though, is, oh, that didn't work. Stick the iron back to it, pull it off, put some solder wick on there, pull the solder off, and start all over again. It's really hard to break them. And the LEDs, if you have any issues, they've got a whole bunch of extra ones. Yeah, it is.
And you can fix a whole bunch of stuff too. A lot of people throw away stuff, and it's just like one wire. I fixed my sprinkler, fixed a $500 Bluetooth or Bose speaker because the battery was wired, like literally wired, and I had to watch a video on how to take it apart. And these puzzle.
Little iron stuff. Little iron stuff is a whole bunch of fun that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a, open up the back and stop the battery. No.
And it leads you down a path of nice, fun, white hat interactive. That's 9-volt and an RJ45. Great flame.
I'm just gonna lock it on so that you don't have to turn it on and off.
Oh, we're going to use this one.
Yeah, but so if you want this one, I'll turn it on up there, but I'm gonna turn it on the mic so you don't have to turn it on and off.
Doing this. You didn't go out and go, hey, don't do stupid. That's a bad way.
As expected.
We could be a show. Like, agree with everything he said. He's like,
Don't do that. Don't do that.
that's just brilliant.
We might not get very far.
The question is, does it float?
You have to stay till the end.
Okay.
There we go. All right. I know the keynote was running a little bit late, but I think why don't we just jump into this and get going. So today I'll be talking about SOC, cyber defense, threat detection, whatever you want to call it. This is a bit of a higher level sort of talk. There's a lot of discussions and great talks out there focused a little bit more on the technical deep dives on how to improve logging pipelines, use case development, things like this. This is really more geared towards the team and sort of positioning the team in a way that's a little bit more strategic towards the organization. So let's just dive into it. So quick little bit about me. Currently the deputy CISO at Anaplan, but before that I spent most of my time in threat detection in building SOCs. I've worked for a few different companies, Booking.com, TomTom, spent some time at Accenture building out their MDR program, and I've done the same also at Anaplan before I moved into my new role. So a lot of my experience is really on taking new security programs and new teams and kind of building those out. So it's given me a bit of an interesting perspective on some of the things that have worked well, some of the things that I think teams could be doing better, and tried to take that, as I continue to work for different organizations. In my spare time, I'm a climber. I think everybody should have some hobby that gets as far away as possible from technology and out of cell phone reception, which is always fantastic. That is in Chamonix, in France. Which takes me to my next point. I lived in Amsterdam for 4 years. My wife and I can't seem to settle down anywhere. But again, really always nice just to get something that's very far and disconnected from security and help decompress. Highly recommend. So, sort of the premise of this is, from my perspective, some of the most important work that a SOC does is actually outside of the team. Now, let's not dismiss the operational and all the core sort of capabilities of the SOC, but let's think about all the other things that they could be doing, things that can benefit the organization. And I think that a lot of teams sometimes struggle to step outside of the team and start working with a larger organization. And there's a lot of value that they can add there. And that's a lot of what this talk's gonna focus on. So why are we here? SOC's always sort of been a reactive capability, right? So you have alerts coming in, you have incidents that need to be managed, you're sort of at the end of things. Now, threat detection, you're always working towards detecting things quicker, detecting things sooner, earlier in the kill chain, but at the end of the day, it's still a relatively reactive capability. I think there's been a lot of progress on how can we improve SIM, how can we improve SOAR, how can we improve the way that we build use cases, as I mentioned, but a little bit less of a focus on how do you show the value of the team to the organization. It's a little bit less sexy of a problem, that's for sure. But at the same time, I think, especially when you look at the way the economy's been over the past year and a lot of the challenges that the security teams have also faced around budget, around resourcing, it's really important to be able to sort of show this is what the team's doing. And everything that happened before the incident is sort of the keys here, right? So organizations are always interested to know if we've had an incident, what's the impact, what's happened, did we manage it? But what about all that work that went in to make that successful? There's a lot of things that are easily quantifiable, and there's things that are not so quantifiable, but are really built up little by little that make the team, the organization successful in managing that. And when you think of preparation, you think of incident response plan, you think of tabletop exercises, those are fantastic. You have to do those. What about everything else? What about the relationship building? What about getting integrated to the environment? What about educating your users? What about informing the organization about the threats, risks, things that they need to be concerned about? So starting to think a little bit broader about the impact that the team itself can have. Before jumping ahead, let's sort of just look at, I would say, two schools of thoughts. So one is a bit of the traditional approach, which I think most here are probably familiar with to some degree, which is around sort of that tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 type of SOC, which the capabilities and responsibilities tend to be segregated. There's a little bit more of a focus on escalating. There's more of a focus on saying, well, another team handles this. That works in some organizations, and for some highly regulated organizations, it needs to operate that way. Let me also be clear, sort of what we're discussing isn't one size fits all. As we all know, security is very contextual in how the organization needs to manage. But there's, again, a very insular view. So the team operates within the team and isn't necessarily well integrated with the organization from that capacity. And there could be reasons for that, but at the same time, there's a lot of value that somebody working within a SOC can provide and insight that they have that a lot of other teams don't have. So the traditional approach, if you ask me, leads to this. I think a lot of people can, if you've worked in a SOC, that's how you feel, a bit boxed in, both maybe from a development perspective, of where you're going to go in your career, but also a little bit in your role, not being able to necessarily get involved in some of the other activities that you're interested in, but could also be impactful to the team. So more of a modern take, and I know later today is a great talk on another detection response program, and there's a lot of different ways to describe it. And I still find it a little bit funny that a lot of organizations have not agreed how are we going to call the team that responds to threats. Detection response is probably the most common one. Cyber defense is actually how we refer to the team in Anaplan. You have threat defense, etc. But at the end of the day, it's all the same thing. The perspective is then sort of taking some of these capabilities and bridging them a little bit together. So not so divided. You have your intelligence, your engineering. It's a little bit closely more related, and you have the team contributing and viewing SOC threat detection not just as a reactive operational capability, but more as an engineering focus and recognizing the work that needs to go in to really be able to respond quick, consistently, and early on. And then tierless. You've heard this a lot too. Now, again, some organizations, this approach might not work. But what I would also say to that is you can always trade tiers for just career levels. If you think of somebody who's senior, somebody who's in their core role, somebody who's junior, even psychologically, if you remove the tiers, it gives them a little bit more freedom to operate. And yet you're still naturally going to have that hey, this is a senior engineer on my team, let me talk to him and get some advice. Hey, we have a serious incident, let me get the senior engineer to help out. Those things will naturally happen, but if you can kind of just change the way you look at dividing some of those responsibilities, it gives the team a little bit more freedom to feel like maybe this is their job, not that somebody else is going to handle something. I think that's a really important thing for them, as they grow in their career and also as they get fulfillment from what they do. You want to feel a little bit more like this. But let's dive a little bit into sort of why detection is so hard. And again, if you ask me, I think there's sort of, why is it so hard? Why are a lot of organizations facing the same challenges? And why are really large organizations, when you think of the top technology companies down to some of the smaller technology companies, they're facing very similar challenges, very similar issues. And there's a lot of great solutions out there. Again, commercial solutions, open source projects these teams have released and shared with the community. And yet we're still facing a lot of the same challenges or trying to address things in a lot of different ways. Now, I think it comes down to three things, and I think a lot of the tools and a lot of the focus in the industry do kind of revolve around this, right? So it's engineering reliability. Do your use cases work? Do your playbooks work? Do they work every day? Have you tested them? This is key, obviously. We all know if we miss one alert, that one alert could theoretically be the one that we care most about. So having reliable engineering processes and tools is always a core focus. Operational excellence around are we really following through on our investigations, reaching the right conclusions? That's a difficult thing to do. It's easy to get into that rut a little bit of I've looked at this alert, I've looked at this, done this investigation before, but staying on top of it is really what makes the difference. And then speed and agility. So threats change, businesses change. How quickly can you pivot? One of the things that again, going back to sort of what's happened in a lot of organizations is reduction in forces, is impact to employees, and that changes sort of the threat focus, right? So maybe all of a sudden one day you find out, well, data exfiltration, this is a huge thing, it wasn't before. We have employees that perhaps are upset, are frustrated. That changes some of the risk and threats that the SOC threat defense team might face. How quickly can you pivot? How quickly can you start changing your use cases and alerting and monitoring to get to there and enable that? And at the end of the day, the way I look at it is sort of you have engineering as a foundation. You have processes that support that engineering work and make sure that it's done in a structured way so that when you develop those use cases, develop those playbooks, they're tested, they work as you expect. And then you have intelligence that drives a lot of that in terms of what the focus should be. Still, it's extremely overwhelming. I think most are familiar with the MITRE ATT&CK framework. Again, a lot of great papers, fantastic presentations on how to use that and how to get value. But I think for a lot of people, you still look at this and you go, this is a lot. Where do I start? Or how do I also communicate that to the business? Because even your executives know what MITRE is nowadays. They come to you and they go, can we detect this or detect that? But it's a lot. So you can think about it in 4 questions I think any team or any individual can sort of ask is, who's targeted us in the past? And maybe nobody has, but you can look at incidents, you can look at investigations. Has there been anything specific? Have you had generic attacks? Have you had a focus in one way versus another? Who might target us in the future? What do we do as a business? What type of information do we have? How public is our company in terms of what they do? And what does our attack surface look like today? This is key. So get the context of the organization and tie that to the threats. And I think this is what's sometimes skipped over a little bit is you look at these things in the news and you go, well, everybody's concerned about this, I should be too. Sometimes that's true, but sometimes it's not if your attack surface is very different than other organizations or you do something uniquely. So it's always important to sort of take a look at what the organization is doing. And then what are the most common TTPs? I think most of us, again, looking at whether it's the Verizon report, whether it's anything else that's out there from a lot of the great vendors that are published research, is what are people actually doing today? For example, with this sort of migration from brute forcing to password spraying, like, okay, are we looking at that evolution and staying up to date from a detection standpoint? Still, this is a little bit less white hair, but this is what I have certainly looked like a few times. It's still stressful. So let's sort of take a step back to all of this. I think most are familiar with attacker motivations and different things, but look at it from the context of your organization. There are some things that your organization probably doesn't need to be concerned about. So if you look at hacktivism, there are some organizations that work in controversial areas, have public-facing sort of operations that can lead towards, let's say, distributed denial of services or things like this, but not every organization does. Some organizations are sort of boring software companies or other companies that just don't necessarily operate in that space. And the same goes for espionage or things like this, where you want to focus on nation states or advanced threats, and those are interesting. Those are always really neat to look into, but it's good to be realistic about your organization and what you're facing, and be able to start to frame that as a SOC team for your organization as well, because you're there, and most people see the SOC still as we're looking at alerts, we're responding to alerts, but it's good to have a position on what it is you're actually defending against, why it is that you care about certain alerts or certain scenarios than others, and be able to communicate and explain that. There are not a lot of other teams that I can think of within security, generally speaking, that are going to be in a position to do that. Now, there are certainly larger organizations, they might have a dedicated threat analysis team, they might have aspects like this, but the point is that this can also come from the SOC. The SOC has a lot of that insight in terms of what that focus should be. So start by thinking about that, and start by eliminating things you don't need to be concerned about. Because that's one way to really streamline a little bit of what your focus is, because that's what this comes down to is you can only do so much, but can you find out what it is that really matters and then explain that to the business so that they feel comfortable that we're ignoring things that just are not important. There's a lot on this slide, but I think it's important. So on the left-hand side, you have a risk matrix, very typical, nothing unusual about that. And on the right-hand side, top 5 threats, top 5 things that a SOC might be concerned about. Criminal intrusion, ransomware. Let's take ransomware, for example. This is a way that you can explain that these are areas of focus. So one of the ongoing processes within a SOC is how do we improve our detections and how do we detect the right threats, which are constantly changing. One of the most difficult things then when you think about the MITRE ATT&CK framework is, well, I'm concerned about all these things and there's all these different ways to detect it. Well, you really need to try and narrow that down, but also explain, whether it's through your quarterly planning cycles or anything you go through as an organization to help plan your work, what that focus is. And I'm picking on ransomware because it's one of those things where I think many of you have worked within your company. You've had a boss come up to you and they go, have you seen the reports about ransomware? It's crazy. What are we doing about that? How protected are we about that? Now, it's a threat for all organizations, but taking it within context is really important. So in this example, company doesn't have really any Windows environment. They have endpoint detection running on all of their servers. And they might not fit the typical, let's say, attack surface of ransomware. And you would go, okay, well, what about Linux? Ransomware exists for Linux. Yes, it does. But if then you combine the attacker motivations and you think, well, we're not necessarily in a position where we're going to have an advanced threat actor target us in a highly specific way, then you can start to sort of eliminate and go, well, then the chances of ransomware being deployed on our Linux servers is pretty small when you look generally at what's happening in the industry in terms of who's being attacked with ransomware. So this is helpful because, yes, this could theoretically, again, come from some other teams, but it can come from the SOC because the SOC understands what's happening at the organization. They understand the systems and how they're set up. They understand where the vulnerabilities are, and they understand what attackers are doing. They can combine this and help position, this is what we're focused on. This is what we're concerned about. And be able to have a discussion around, this doesn't matter or this matters. And it's sort of communication things like this where I go, I've worked with a lot of different teams, and I think there's a bit of a challenge sometimes where I'll never forget a conversation I had with a boss at a large company a long time ago talking about use cases. And they didn't quite understand what use cases were doing. It's, okay, well, this quarter we're going to work on use cases and get better in this area. Okay, but what exactly is it really doing? And it can be a hard thing to convey, and being able to have a position where you can sort of go, this is the focus, really helps people understand sort of the depth of what it is that you're protecting against, but also the work that needs to go into that. So let's look at the kill chain. So there's always a lot of discussion around the MITRE ATT&CK framework, but then also around Lockheed Martin's kill chain is, I think, an interesting way to look at detection, but then also as we start moving a little bit further. So detecting something again, if you identify that your systems have been encrypted, it's good that you detected that, but it's probably a little bit late. Same goes for data exfiltration. It is good that you identified that something bad happened and maybe a large amount of data left your network, but it's also very late to be detecting that. Well, what if you found out when malware was installed? Okay, that's better. That's great, right? That potentially you might have an incident on your hands, but the impact might be negligible at that point. That's a good situation to be in. Delivery. Let's think about email in this case, right? So malware came in via phishing email. Well, if you can stop and identify that early on, of course, there's no impact really. That's a great position to be in. But you can also continue to take that further a little bit. Now, let's imagine in that phishing email, there was a domain. It was a typo squat, so it looked like your company's domain. You can detect that. And it doesn't have to be the threat intelligence team that is driving some of that work. It can be the SOC, because that is a detection. And the whole idea is that that team really should be focused on how do we have high fidelity detections and eliminate threats as early as possible. So thinking about some of this, and you can take this further into recon, which if you ask me, a bit useless. I don't think you're really going to be able to detect somebody trying to gather information on your company or scan you. That happens endlessly, right? So I think it sort of stops a little bit when you think about somebody staging an attack on your organization potentially. And it's not always highly targeted. They stage specific attacks towards your organization also broadly. So you might just be caught up in something that's indiscriminate towards a lot of different organizations. So the whole idea is that you want to shift left on detection, just like we've done in a lot of different areas of security. But you can also do this from a prevention standpoint. And this is where we start to have the team go, okay, you're not just defenders. You have a very unique perspective on controls that a lot of other teams don't. So if you think of an infrastructure security team, they have their architecture standards, they have things that they're pushing towards, let's say zero trust or anything else in terms of making the organization more secure. But the defenders have this very specific perspective on, well, if we disabled this, like the classic one a couple years ago was if we disabled macros within documents, well, that can really help eliminate a lot of malware delivery. Okay, there really aren't any other teams thinking of controls like that. And I think it's important for defenders to realize that detection is great. That's why we're here. But we're supposed to detect things, manage incidents, but at the same time, if we can eliminate an attack vector, that's obviously fantastic. And some of these things take time. So if you think of removing local admin, which is always a fun conversation to have, That is a challenging initiative for a lot of organizations. Maybe it's not possible, but it might also take a year to make that happen. It's helpful for the defenders to be the one to get that conversation started, to drive it internally within the organization, and be very specific about what the impact of doing something like that is. And you can look at this anytime you're building detections, anytime you're going through building better ways to detect threats. How can we also stop those? Some of those are configuration changes. Some of those are changes within an environment that the business might be resistant to, but when you discuss with them, you realize there's really no impact to anything. So why not? So again, the focus as a defender shouldn't just be looking at that kill chain and looking at ways to detect, but as along that process, looking at ways, are there simple things we can do to just eliminate this outright? And realize that as defenders, you really have that unique perspective that most of the other teams are not going to come forward with. So I think there's 4 things that I think can kind of come from the SOC from a people perspective. They don't require really any experience. They don't require any money, but they help to start to add value. So one is partner. So relationship building, user reporting, business changes. Relationships will help you get the access that you need. Relationships will help that person in the sales organization who sees something strange actually report it to you. Those relationships are really key within the business. And again, I think with a lot of SOCs, it's easy to go, well, you know, I'm supporting operations, I'm supporting this engineering work. This is maybe where my experience or where I feel most comfortable. But at the same time, how many incidents have come from a user report? No matter how much use case development we've done, no matter how much engineering work we put in, at the end of the day, it still might come from a user report. It still might be somebody who goes, hey, security team, did you see this? And you want to encourage your users to always report things, which is easier said than done. And again, from the SOC, you want to constantly be out there. And you want to understand where the business is going. Because as an example, businesses might move to the cloud. They might move away from certain applications or services. The SOC needs to know that to build detections, because detections should also have an age. If I'm detecting something today, in 6 months, might not be super relevant. So being able to be connected and partnering with the business is a key part towards helping unlock that. Informing, threat reports, awareness presentations, this can come from the SOC. They have the information, and you don't need a ton of experience. There's a lot of public information that can be synthesized and put together. It can be combined with what's happening at your organization, and it can be presented in awareness campaigns and presentations and just conversations out there. And at least for me, I've always found that you're always surprised by who's interested in this. The people who are so far from technology actually tend to go, wow, this was really neat. I wish I knew more, or I have more questions. So they're great, things of getting out there where it can be uncomfortable sometimes, but sort of the value provides can be exponential at the end of the day. Prevention, we talked about this. Controls, mitigation, this can come from the SOC, and they have that perspective that I think when you look at whether it's compliance frameworks or other engineering teams, they will always look at controls a little bit more broadly than defenders. Defenders are looking things at such a specific level when you think about building use cases. It's very specific. And I think the same goes for controls and mitigations is they look at configuration changes that can be impactful. They look for very tiny things, and it's important to make sure you can kind of communicate that out. And then education. So phishing exercises being a great one. I'm sure many of you here have gone through your company's phishing campaigns, looked at them and went, this is ridiculous. This is not something somebody's ever actually said to us. But you can combine that from the SOC and start to influence that and make sure that it's actually geared towards something that's relevant. And I think on paper, some of this you go, well, of course. But I think in the way that the teams typically operate, the SOC is not always thought as, let me go to this team for that insight. And the SOC itself doesn't necessarily go, well, let me go show somebody that I have this information and actually sort of step outside. And again, cost nothing, generally speaking. All of this can really be put together by anybody with any experience, and it's a great way to get the entire team involved and feel like they're contributing, because nothing's better than having that conversation with somebody in the organization, and you get that feedback of, wow, that was actually really insightful. That was really interesting. That really, it helps the team, it helps the organization. It's kind of a win-win. But let's also sort of talk a little bit about the elephant in the room also around budget and the fact that security matters, but sort of to an extent. And I think with a lot of the challenges economically that organizations have gone through, we've seen that where security teams are impacted, whether from a people perspective, from a tooling perspective. So it is important as a SOC that you don't get too stuck in we built this really cool use case for this really specific scenario, and it is really great to do that, but you also need to connect that with something that the business helps understand. And I think sort of acknowledging that it can be a frustrating thing. I worked with people as well where you sort of convey that and have that discussion. It's like, well, I'm not really interested in that. It's like, okay. And there are ways where they don't need to take sole ownership of communicating that, but you can work together as a team to go, okay, how can we then make sure that we maybe phrase these things in a way of impact and confidence? So what is the impact of some of these use cases? Talk high level. Don't talk in the MITRE ATT&CK framework, but talk around, we have the capability or high confidence to detect data exfiltration in our production environment, but maybe less so in another environment. And being able to talk high level, it abstracts from the use cases in the MITRE ATT&CK framework, but it's in a way that makes a lot more sense. And you all of a sudden are part of that conversation. You're no longer sort of a security person talking in words that I don't fully understand, but you're talking in terms that the business understands without losing what it is that you do, because we also don't want to give that up. Playbooks, talk about what they accomplish, what they enable you to do. Automating phishing response, fantastic use case, but I bet you all those hours you saved also enables you to do something else. I'm not sure we talk about that aspect so much and highlight what you're able to do instead of that. And as I said, I think representing your work is just as critical as doing it. And I think this is the part in SOC and detection that's been skipped over a little bit, because detection has gotten so large of a space and complex around logging pipelines, automation development, use case development, integrations. There's a lot of work that goes into that, but we haven't really step back and go, okay, well then how can we really accurately show this to the business so they understand everything that's gone into that? And is everything in your detection system providing a positive ROI? Challenge everything that you have. And if we think back to the kill chain and back to that, you could argue that if you have the ability to identify typo squat domains, that can be way more impactful than overly investing in a SIM that logs all of your data. So look at everything that's supporting your detection mechanism and really make sure that it's providing that value and challenge it. Because there might come a time where you need to make trade-offs and decisions on, do we have the budget for this or do we have the budget for that? So really understanding where some of your high fidelity or high value investigations are coming from, super valuable, and being able to make those decisions and feel confident that you haven't actually lost any security posture. But I think also one of the key things that I found, and you see this in operations where companies might move quickly in terms of development because they have great observability. So if something goes to production that causes an issue for a customer or for anybody else, they can identify that quickly and roll back. Well, from a security standpoint, if you can have effective monitoring in place and your business wants to continue to move fast, hopefully not recklessly, but continue to enable them to move quickly, monitoring helps that. And I don't think that's also been communicated so well of, that's a really key position. There are a lot of other things when you look at security architecture, application security. There's been so much progress in reducing that friction and enabling the business to move quickly, but we don't talk so much about how monitoring can help support all of that and really be the eyes and ears so that the company feels comfortable. I've taken those steps. I'm going to move into that new business area because, you know, those folks behind us, they have the right visibility that we do. So wanted to touch a little bit too on how we get there, because there's a lot of different things out there as well. And I think there's maybe 3 or 4 different things to look at. One is an MSSP, which I would argue a managed security services provider, which is a little bit more ticket-based, but they have a broad view. So they'll look at everything. You can send them all your different alerts from a bunch of different systems, but they're largely ticket-based. They'll tell you, I'll look into 300 alerts this month for you. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot. It might be good on paper that you have some support from that standpoint, but you need to look at that also where just looking at tickets for the sake of looking at tickets can be a little bit dangerous. MDR, a little more value-based as they describe it, right? So it's not based on tickets, but it's a little bit narrower view. So again, major providers out there and services that I'm sure most are familiar with. I won't go into any detail on specifics, but the value in here is that they really are looking at detecting incidents and really detecting things that are impactful to the organization, but they have a smaller view on that. You have XDR, which I would argue is just managed SIEM. I know there's so much debate back and forth on this. So XDR taking in not just your endpoint detection, but maybe taking in your email logs, maybe taking in some network-based activity. And I think when you start to talk about it, it just sounds like they're managing your correlation system for you. But still, you want to look at the organization and where you are, where the team is, in terms of what can be most valuable. Now, there's third-party intel. So we talked early on about, okay, how can I get some of this information? A lot of it's public. There's a lot of great reports out there about what's happening. There's a lot of great blogs out there about recent attacks that you can dive into. There's also services where you can have, obviously, additional intel that's maybe specific to your organization. And then, of course, in-house. But I think what's important here is you want to sort of do a SWOT analysis, right? So look at your team. Look at what they have, look at what the experience they have, the capabilities they have, their interests, and try and sort of align those two. There is no right solution, no matter what. I think you look at MSSPs, MDR, XDR, it all has a place, and you really want to balance where the team is, the complexity of your organization, and look at those strategic activities, right? So the whole point is you want to free up, in many ways, your internal team to do the highest value activities. So look at what the service provides, look at what that's freeing up your internal team to do, and that's a helpful way of guiding that. And I think a lot of organizations think it's like this, right? So I have an MSSP or I have an MDR service, that's it. That's the organization we're going to be. In reality, it's this. And many organizations have gone through this sort of evolutionary change of, okay, well, one day we're using MSSPs, maybe now we have an in-house team, but then stuff has changed. Now we're back to a different service. That's completely okay. There's nothing wrong with that, but I think it's important to embrace that the operating model that your team has today might not be the most effective operating model 2 years from now, and vice versa. It's good to keep that open mind in positioning your team of what are they really trying to accomplish? How do you get them to be most effective and get them focused on the activities that are really providing value to the organization? So high level, it's just to sort of go, well, where are we? Well, where is my team? How are we looking at things? The way I would look at it is think about new services and features within your organization. So are you part of those conversations? Are you finding out after something's been pushed to production? Are you somewhat involved? Are you completely involved? Do the other teams see you as a key partner in terms of making sure the monitoring and audit logs are in place? Nothing is worse than a new service being deployed where you go, well, the auditing that I wanted isn't actually there. And I think that's even a little bit harder than you think, and maybe not the natural. Everybody assumes application security should be part of a new feature being deployed, of course. Do they assume SOC should be part of that conversation? Not necessarily. Do you have standing touch points with stakeholders? Do you regularly engage with the broader business, somebody within the SOC, somebody on the team to understand what's happening, understand challenges, understand what's, again, the evolution of what's actually happening within the business so that you can make sure that what's happening within the team actually aligns with that. Can you deploy new use cases and playbooks quickly? There's been many times where it's a Friday afternoon, something comes in and you go, okay, well, now we need some use cases for this, or we want to automate something so we can leave for the weekend. How quickly can you do that? Being able to do that quickly also gets you part of that conversation where sort of it's going back towards the discussion around a reduction in force, where all of a sudden you might have a lot of data exfiltration or insider threats that you didn't before. How quickly can you pivot? How quickly can you start supporting that and being able to confidently communicate that to the business? Presentations, brown bag sessions, those are really, really important. Getting out there and showing the rest of the business what you're doing. Again, maybe a little bit skipped over in some ways where you go, well, maybe they're not interested in that. I think the challenge too is then taking all this highly technical information that you have in the detection space and sort of bringing it up one layer so that it's a little bit more approachable and digestible to the organization, But if you can do that, very valuable, really is. They start to understand what it is that you're doing and how they can help. And I think, if anything, within security, it's fantastic to see that almost everybody cares about security nowadays. I don't really feel like I talk to anybody any longer and you have to explain to them why security matters. They generally, whether it's the news or anything, it's hard to avoid now, but they don't necessarily know how to help or what they should avoid doing or what their role is within that. So being able to help explain that and just get involved, super helpful. And then threat reporting. Again, some organizations you might have a dedicated threat intelligence team, totally understand that. But for a lot of SOCs and a lot of organizations, there is no reason why that team cannot be the one informing the business what to be concerned about, where we should be deploying controls, what tools we should be looking at, and also de-escalating things. So you read a report, and I'm sure we've all been there, somebody gets a report, it's Saturday, they go, oh, I'm so concerned about this. Well, should you really? And do you feel confident you can sort of challenge that decision rather than feel like you're just stuck responding to alerts or investigations because your boss said it's important, so let me just continue. No, to feel confident that you go, here's the data. We've done some out. We've just presented what it is to be focused on in the context of the organization, which is really the key part. So in closing, there's really just a few things I think to walk away with. Operations are the priority. Investigations, alerts, the engineering work, of course that's the priority. But there's so many other activities that lead towards success at the end of the day. And it's important not to skip over those. So the interactions with the business, getting yourself out there, presenting, having people know who you are and who the SOC is, and doing that on a continuous basis is really key. All of that is what's gonna help that when something really bad happens, a lot of other things become easier. Frame your existence. So we talked about the risk matrix. We've talked about attacker motivations. Why is the SOC here? Why is the SOC in your organization? I don't think it's enough just to say we're here to detect threats. Okay, well, then it becomes a little bit one of those things of, well, if they don't hear anything from the SOC or nothing's really happening, you start to go, well, not that we don't need a SOC. I think most people understand nowadays that you need to be able to detect threats, but it's important to be able to understand what it is that you're focused on and how mature your SOC needs to be. That's the other thing too, where not all organizations need the same level of security. And it's important to be able to say, this is what we need, and this is why, and have some data, and do it in a way that the business understands, where again, if we think about risk, we think about attacker motivations, these are high level. These are things that you can have a conversation with somebody about, and they'll understand. And you can still take that back, act as that abstraction layer, go back to the engineers on the team, and still turn that into something that's valuable. Communicate in terms of capabilities, impact, and confidence. Don't think about use cases, don't think about detections, but really think about what's the impact to the business, what are we capable of doing, and how confident are we that we can actually do that or can't do something? Because that's also just equally important of being able to say, you know what, we're actually not confident we can detect data exfiltration. Oh, well, I didn't realize that. Maybe we should reprioritize some efforts and start to look at this in ways that we didn't before. So always sort of take that moment when you jump from the MITRE attack level up to the sort of organizational level, but realize anybody can do that. And when you start to unlock that, you connect with the business and you connect with the wider organization, and it's really powerful for the SOC as individuals working within there and also just as a team. Empower them to own their destiny. I do not believe in completely segregating capabilities and activities within the SOC. I think that's detrimental at the end of the day. There are ways to safely understand roles and responsibilities so nobody's asking questions about who's doing what, but at the same time get them involved in things that they can do safely. We've talked, when we went through the 4 points, there's a lot of things they can contribute to that are not necessarily overly technical. They don't require a lot of niche experience. There's no reason why you can't get the whole team contributing towards things that are making an impact, and always asking yourself, what is this doing for the business? I think still one of the most important things is relationships will save you on a bad day. This has been my experience, and if you think of, I won't go into specifics, but there's been other incidents, public ones, large organizations, where it came down to a user report. It came down to somebody thinking, let me let the security team know something strange is happening. And I think sometimes that can be a little bit difficult to process because we put so much work into these detections, so much work into our automations, but sometimes it still just comes down to somebody saw something strange and they knew to come to you and talk to you. And this could be a million different things. So don't neglect all that sort of preparation work that isn't process, that isn't tabletop exercises, but it's just connecting with the people that you work with, getting yourself outside of the team, and then knock on wood, it doesn't happen. But if that day happens where something bad is going on, they'll know to come to you, they'll be willing to work with you, and they'll understand that you guys, know what you're doing as well. And that's really important. So, and that's it. I think we're at time. I mean, if anybody has any questions, feel free to grab me afterwards. Feel free to reach out on LinkedIn. Happy to discuss or go into any more detail.
there'd be something, but.
Oh, yeah, that's true too. I don't know if the.
Crazy, they don't have one up here, right? Like, what? What did the professor typically put here? Open this up. Oh, come
There
on.
we go.
There's a whole strip here. Yeah. Surprise. Yeah, right? I'm like, man, how do the professors teach here, you know? What if, yeah. No, it's all good, man. I was scratching my head. I'm like, I can't believe they don't have a power. All right, now I'll be good. I'm like, all right. Oh, it's up to you. Whatever you guys do. Yeah. Cool, cool. Do you have all that information somewhere? Okay, that's fine.
When I start to panic, I'm just going to hand it over to you.
Okay, that's fine.
Hello, hello.
I'm going to go just grab a quick bottle of water. Do you want anything?
No, I'm good, brother. Thank you. Do what you gotta do.
Mic check. Mic check. All right. What about now? Hello, hello. All right, cool.
you. Oh, cool. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, welcome, guys. Yeah, a little more. Okay, awesome. How's the program going? No bias, right? No. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, it's good to hear. Awesome. Yeah, it's great that you guys are awesome. So this is a Windows authentication that is basically it's replacing a lot of the legacy stuff. Replacing a lot of the legacy Windows is like a must for Windows Enterprise. Yeah, thanks for being here. All right. It's up to you.
Get you some reps in the gym, right?
All right, good morning. Thank you for coming to BSides Orlando. This is track 2. Here we have Alberto Rodriguez. He will be giving a talk about Kerberos abuse, and, well, I'll let him take it from here.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? All right, I see some familiar faces, so that's great to see. Happy to be here in Orlando. I'm out, originally from South Florida, so, made the drive last night. Nice a little bit cooler weather up here, if you will. So who am I? My name is Alberto Rodriguez. I'm a security consultant at GuidePoint. So GuidePoint focuses on a lot of different cyber stuff. The team that I work on is TAS, which is Threat and Attack Simulation. We do a lot of offensive security engagements on behalf of our clients. I'm also an adjunct professor at various different universities and colleges in Florida and some northern parts of the US, where it's much colder and I cannot live in, so it's usually all remote. Ex-Army veteran. I was a 17 Alpha cyber operations officer, primarily doing defensive threat hunting stuff and adversary simulation stuff in DODIN, Department of Defense Information Networks. And I've got a new hobby of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So if anyone does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I would love to know how to stop getting my butt kicked. I don't know what the etiquette is here. Yeah, stop by, say hello, let me know how I can stop getting choked out at practice. That would be great. I know I'm in Orlando, but go Heat. All right, let's get into it. Agenda. All right, so today, hopefully I can give you a little bit of light into what I believe to be the most popular / important authentication protocol in a Microsoft enterprise environment, which is Kerberos. All right, we're going to talk about the authentication process. We're going to hit on kind of the workflow summary. We're going to go through different abuse scenarios, and then we'll finish off with kind of the next stage of Kerberos, how Microsoft has made some development decisions to integrate it fully into their Azure ecosystem. Anyone here, show of hands, already in an on-prem synced environment with Azure? Couple. Okay, great. And fair warning, I like to kind of move around because sitting here, standing up is a bit difficult for me. So just don't pay attention to it, even though I just told you to. All right, cool. Microsoft Kerberos. So what is it? All right, let's start at the bottom there, because the theme of this, con is all about robots taking over the world type of thing. So ChatGPT has something to say about Kerberos. Network authentication protocol, integrated into the Windows operating system, Active Directory. I like the fact that it mentioned it was originally developed by MIT. A lot of people don't know that Kerberos, before Windows took over, was actually implemented in Unix devices. It was Microsoft that said, hey, that looks like a great authentication protocol. Let's grab it and run with it. Now, obviously, it's heavily integrated into the Microsoft ecosystem. All right. The long story short is Kerberos is an authentication protocol that is used to authenticate users into certain services within an Active Directory environment. All right. So that's what we're going to hit on today. It kind of has a bad rep in the sense that it's pretty complex. So I think it's complex. I think it's hard. I'm sure all of you will as well. So hopefully we can kind of go on this journey of the suck together and get to some of the abuse primitives that are pretty common out there in the wild. All right, so let's talk about the workflow, okay? The first thing that happens, the user logs in, right? Pretty standard. We all understand what that does. But underneath the hood, LSA is creating a logon session, all right? And your password is encrypted and put into LSASS with a couple different encryption algorithms, from old stuff to the more modern stuff with AES 256. Once the user logs in, and that secret matter is in LSASS, that executable in the Windows operating system, the user then has to request the ticket. I'm just going to pause here because we are in Orlando, and there's an analogy that helped me initially understand this protocol. All right, everyone here attends parks, right? Where you pay for admission, you get a ticket, or they got those fancy bands now that you tap and you're good to go. Okay, I want you to think of Kerberos a little bit like a theme park. You purchase a ticket, right? And once you're in the theme park, yes, you're authenticated, you're in the theme park, but then you have other things you can do in the park, right? Especially nowadays where they want to upcharge you and pretty much everything. So that's where service tickets will come in, and we'll talk a little bit about that here later on. All right. So the user is going to request what's called a TGT, a ticket granting ticket, from the domain controller using the highest supported algorithm. Okay, that's important to know, highest supported algorithm. Now, can you request one with an older algorithm? You can, and we'll see a little bit of that later. And that's known as the ASREQ, Authentication Service Request. The domain controller, it's going to do its thing, right? It's known as the key distribution center. It's kind of the middle person, the middle, the focal point of the whole authentication protocol. It's going to decrypt that ASREQ. It's going to generate a TGT. It's going to encrypt that TGT with a very specific account in Active Directory known as the KRB TGT account. I know the TGT, the TGT theme is ongoing here. And then eventually that domain controller, after it encrypts that TGT with that KRB TGT hash, it sends it back to the client. And you see the little, does this thing work? Hey, it works. See the little ticket coming back to LSASS. All right. Notice how we're stockpiling LSASS with a couple different, credential matter. Then once we have that TGT, once you have admission into the park, now you can go after the rides. Now you can go after the services that you're trying to, obtain access to. And this is where the TGS rec comes in, ticket grants and service request. As an example, the user needs to access a network share, okay? When that user tries to access a network share, they give that ticket, they give that admission, the TGT, to the domain controller yet again. And they say, hey, I want to access this file server. All right. The domain controller grabs that TGT, it says, okay, great. Now I'm going to create a service ticket of that specific service you wanted to access. And what's important to note about that service ticket is that specific service ticket is encrypted with the service account password. There's a component in that data blob that is encrypted by that service's password. And that's going to come into play in some of the attack primitives later on. But now in LSASS, you have your password that has been encrypted in multiple algorithms. You have a ticket granting ticket, and because you want to access a specific service, you now have a service ticket. Once you have that service ticket, great, you present it to that respective server. If you're trying to access a network share, it'll be through the CIFS service. And because that service ticket was encrypted with that service account's password, it's able to decrypt it, make sure you're good to go. Yeah, it checks out. And it's able to approve or deny your request. All right, so that's kind of how the authentication flow works with Kerberos in a nutshell. Everyone follow along? We all got it, right? Okay, great. Just fair warning, these little diagrams, I know they look kind of Mickey Mouses. It's very hard, okay? I'm not a visual student, it's just, it is what it is, right? And now I'm like scared of Google, apparently copyright issues, you put the wrong image in there, people want to sue you. I want to avoid all of that, so. All right, cool. Let's summarize the authentication workflow. In the middle, you have the user. Left, you have the key distribution center, i.e. the domain controller, and on the right, you have whatever service you're trying to access. I want you to focus on the middle. Middle has a lot of interaction, right? It goes ASREC, and then the domain controller gives you back a TGT. Once you have that TGT, you then say, hey, I want to access a file server. They're like, okay, cool, here's a service ticket for that file server. Then you grab that service ticket for the file server, you give it to the file server decrypts it and says, yeah, this is legit. Okay, come on in. All right? A lot of moving parts, but underneath the hood, we open up File Explorer, we type in the address, and we hit enter, and it all happens magically, right? So this is what's actually happening underneath the hood. Okay, so let's touch on abusing this authentication flow, all right? You saw the various different components here. There's a lot of moving parts, and we're going to target some of these components. The first, we're going to start very easy, and I realize there's plenty of InfoSec practitioners here. Hopefully you're getting some value at some of the details, but we're going to start very simple, and then kind of work our way up and end with some Azure exploitation. So the first kind of tactic or tradecraft you can leverage is a tactic known as overpass the hash or pass the key. They're actually two different things. And we're trying to exploit the fact that the user has to log in, okay? Or the user logs in. So I want you to look at some of these cards as simply like reference points for later. I'm going to touch on a couple of them, all right? But overpass the hash, if we remember the authentication workflow, the user logged in and that password was encrypted in various different algorithms, okay? In order for you to log in, you need the username and password. But in order for you to get a TGT, you needed the encrypted blobs, right? The algorithm, the encrypted RC4, AES-256, etc. So essentially, you don't need the user's password to get a TGT as long as you have one of the Kerberos encryption keys, which is the NTLM hash or one of the AES keys, okay? So that's known as overpass the hash or pass the key, is when you're able to extract a hash for that respective user, you can just request a TGT for that user. You don't necessarily need their password. Now this comes really handy if you're able to exploit a machine, get local hashes, right? Maybe you're doing a red team and you don't have that user's password. Maybe their password was decent and you just can't crack it from your limited resources. Well, that's fine. You can use that hash of that user to create a TGT and then authenticate all over the environment. Some quick kind of fun facts here. Overpass the hash got the name because the NTLM is a hash, but then people said, hey, wait a minute, the AES keys are not really hashes. So then industry was like, okay, we're going to call that pass the key, which is basically using the AES keys of that user to create that TGT or request that TGT. And then throughout some of the talk here, there will be some defender notes for those kind of blue in the room. You know, there's a lot of different detections that are out there now, particularly as it relates to leveraging Windows event logs. And now Kerberos on itself, detections are really being pushed to the network side of things. You know, I know as defenders, we tend to forget about the PCAP. There's a lot of value in PCAP, so this is one of those authentication protocols that you can gain a lot of value. All right, so this is just a quick screenshot of how pass the key works. We have an in-packet module that you can leverage. There's also Rubius. There's a couple different tools out there. You present the actual username, the AES key that you got from something, post-exploitation, etc. And once you do get TGT, it's an in-packet module. You get a TGT back, you export it, and then boom, you're able to authenticate in the domain with that TGT. Awesome. AS rep roasting. Who's familiar with this one? Show of hands. Okay, awesome. All right, so when we think about the authentication workflow, one of the components was the domain controller check-in pre-authentication, right? Making sure you're legit at the very beginning, and then providing you with that ticket granting ticket. Okay, AS rep roasting actually abuses a specific setting in Active Directory, which I'll show you here after this slide, okay, that says, hey, this user doesn't actually need pre-authentication. It doesn't need to authenticate in order to get this ticket, which everyone's probably wondering, like, why would that be a thing? Like, people should log in and then they can access things. You know, I'm not a Microsoft developer, not really into the weeds, but essentially that AS rep is partially encrypted by that specific user's password. Okay, so we can essentially tell the domain controller, hey, I'm user so-and-so, and if I have that checkbox enabled, the domain controller is not going to validate that I'm authenticated into the environment. It's just going to say, oh yeah, you're so-and-so, you're on their approved list, so you just get a ticket right off the bat. Now, this is not a common scenario in the sense that it doesn't come default. Obviously, if it did, it'd be like really bad. This is not a common configuration, but when it happens, when it is in an environment, it is often exploited by attackers. Now, I'll start with defender notes on this one, because it's a really good idea for you to go out there, create a user object in Active Directory, give it a crazy long password because you're not going to need it, and then you enable this really bad configuration. That's going to give you a deception technology in your environment that when an attacker is in there and they're looking for chicken dinner, they're going to trigger that alert within your SIM, SOAR, whatever security product you may have. Okay, this is a really nice detection that you can give yourself for free. All right. If you're on the offensive side, be careful with going after the low-hanging fruit, because as soon as you request that TGT and you get that hash back and then you're trying to crack it, by the time you're done cracking it, or I'm sorry, by the time you attempt to crack it, you're going to get caught by the defense, which is great. Now, the only caveat to this tactic is you need the user's username. All right, that's kind of the only thing. You have to tell the DC, hey, I'm this user, give me a TGT. If you don't have the username, you can't really do that. Now, ways to get usernames, bottom left there, OSINT, LDAP. I mean, there's 1,000 different ways for you to get usernames. And here's that setting. Pretty standard, right? Everyone's seen this before, the properties of a user. You can change a bunch of different little properties. It's that respective checkbox. Do not require Kerberos pre-authentication. Here's how it looks. You have an in-packet module on the Linux side written in Python. Specify the user, request, I don't have a password, specify the domain controller. Domain controller says, sure, here is an AS response. Boom. And then you can grab that hash, put it into hashcat, again, crack away. Or get caught, one or the other. Hopefully get caught, right? We're trying to catch the bad guys. Cool. As we move down the authentication workflow, you've authenticated, authentication checks out, You have a TGT, a ticket granting ticket. Now it's time for you to get these service tickets for you to actually access service, okay? So there's a concept in Kerberos now, especially in the attacker side, known as ticket forging or ticket modification. And if you can think about Kerberos, you know, if we talk through the authentication workflow, I want you to remember the fact that AS responses, before the domain controller gives you that TGT, remember that TGT is encrypted by that account, right? Every AD environment has it. It's a KRB TGT or Kerb TGT or Kerb TGT, I don't know. That specific account is essentially the moneymaker. That is the account that signs off on every TGT in the environment. That is, you know, the, what do they call those things with the, you know, English is my second language, with the hammer, the court, the judge, thank you. Yeah, that one's cooler. All right, that is the judge, all right? They will, you know, slam their hammers down and make sure every TGT is good. Weird analogy, I know. So I want you to keep that in mind, because here I'm introducing you to two types of tickets. All right, they're kind of like quote unquote God mode tickets. The first one is a golden ticket. The second one is a diamond ticket. And there's one not covered in this talk because, quite honestly, time constraints, and I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole of just ticket forging, so got to pick my battles here. But also called sapphire tickets. And then if somebody comes up with a new one, like, please call it emerald tickets. And now we're really stacking up the Pokemon, you know, video games from back then. Yeah, a couple Pokemon gamers, right? Good times. All right, let's talk about the golden ticket. Okay, now the golden ticket, in my eyes, it's kind of dying out from a red team perspective, you know, because it gets caught quite a bit. It's pretty noisy. Quite frankly, it's bad OPSEC. You know, if you're an attacker and you're just creating golden tickets, a lot of the default tooling will create a golden ticket with their lifetime of like 10 years, right? And personally, I think it's it's too much of a powerful ticket. Like, you're giving a liability to the client as well. So keep that in mind. If you're creating golden tickets, that golden ticket is as good as gold, no pun intended, until your client rolls Kerberos twice. And we'll hit on that here in a second. So keep that in mind when you're, you know, willy-nilly creating golden tickets in your environment. I personally like the new diamond ticket scenario, okay, which is when we request a TGT, we decrypt it with that KRB TGT hash. Obviously, at this point, you've got the hash, you've compromised the domain. So now you're able to create whatever type of ticket you want. Because when you have that KRB TGT hash, you can sign, you know, you have the hammer, you wear the thing, you know, you're legit, right? Maybe you're in the background, you know, but you're essentially the KRB TGT account. You now have the privileges to craft TGTs away. The golden ticket attack is when you request a very specific TGT from the domain controller specifying all the things, right? You say, hey, give me a ticket for the domain admin, this, that, and the other. I'm going to create it. I have the hash that I need. Boom, great. But that's very noisy because that ticket is not created with all of the attributes that match the environment. A lot of the tooling out there doesn't account for that. So that's why diamond tickets are kind of the preferred method, because you request a legitimate TGT from the domain controller for a random Joe Schmo, you get it back, and that's the one that you will modify. You decrypt it, you encrypt it again, you know, you modify, then you encrypt it again, and then you use it. And I have a demo here. That'll be our first demo of the day that kind of shows through this. But before we get to that, it's important for you to understand the concept of pass the ticket. All right, pass the ticket obviously got the name from pass the hash, which is kind of an older tactic that gets caught pretty much all the time now. But essentially, if you have a valid TGT, if you have a valid admission to the park, you can authenticate as that user, right? You don't necessarily have to be that user. If you have a valid TGT for that user, that's as good as anything. You know, you wear the band, you know, it's basically like walking around with a badge that doesn't belong to you, or one of those Disney fob things, and you can go ride all the rides and do all things that you need to do. You can get a TGT from memory. You can craft one if you have their credentials, obviously. Something to keep in mind is that these tickets do have like a renewal and expiration period, and that varies by the environment. By default, I think it's 7 days that these tickets are good for. All right, so let me quickly show you a diamond ticket demonstration. I'm gonna try the Google Live way. Okay, that works. Yeah, that seems decent. All right, these are all like recorded probably a few days ago. So there are some typos throughout the demo. So here I'm trying to list the $C share of a domain controller. And now I'm using Rubius to create a diamond ticket with this regular user account. I'm specifying the domain controller. I'm saying, hey, the encryption type's gonna be AES-256. Here's the key, the KRB key for that KRB TGT hash. So now I have the privileges to do what I want. I'm just gonna quickly pause it here. The ticket user, I want you to grab this TGT and modify it to be a domain admin user. I'm gonna give it the user's ID, and then I'm gonna add that user to the 512 group, which is the enterprise admins group. And at the same time, I'm gonna put that ticket into memory. So when I run this, it does exactly what I just said. It's going to grab a TGT for that regular user account, which again, I'm not like a video expert thing, so I didn't do the fast forward, so we'll just kind of talk through it. Here we're decrypting that TGT, retrieving the information, modifying it, signing it back, good as gold. Now we can use it. What the diamond ticket does that's really beneficial is it gets a valid TGT right off the bat with all of the attributes from that environment. So when defenders are actively looking and analyzing tickets in their environment, it's gonna look very legitimate. Versus a golden ticket is missing a whole bunch of attributes. It's really kind of half-assed, if you will, and it's much easier to catch. And there we go. Now if I should try to check out the C, there we go, boom. I can now do that. All right, let's talk about Kerberoasting. Who's familiar with Kerberoasting? Cool. Sweet, so let's talk about this TGS response, okay? When you get that service ticket, remember, you log in, you get a TGT, you present the TGT. When you're ready, you get a service ticket for whatever service you need to access, and that service ticket, I like the animation there. That service ticket is encrypted with that service account's password, okay? That file server is tied to a service account with an SPN set, and that specific service ticket for that server is encrypted with the password of that service account. Hopefully you see where I'm going with it. Once you get that service ticket for that respective service account, you can essentially crack that respective hash. And I'm going to show you here in a second. All right, so any authenticated user in an Active Directory environment can request service ticket. That's functionally how Kerberos works. But now if we're able to request all these service tickets, which are all encrypted by these various different accounts, their passwords, we can then reverse that algorithm and come out with the clear text credential of that respective service account. Now, let's talk about some offset considerations. If you're an attacker, don't roast all users at the same time. That's a very easy detection. Okay, if I have 15 service accounts and all of a sudden I get, I think it's 4768 or 69. Do I have it somewhere? Maybe not. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's 4769. You're gonna create all of these event logs of you requesting service tickets for all these accounts in less than a minute, like probably 30 seconds, right? So that's a very quick detection for defenders. Secondly, if you're a defender, I want you to create service accounts with super long passwords and don't use them anywhere. So that way, anytime any user requests a TGT for that, a service ticket for that account, that triggers an alert. That shouldn't be happening. That's your honey SPN user. You know, that's a quick free.com detection for you. A lot of the times, especially when we're in environments, we see that vendors require a service account, right? Like, hey, I want you to install this fancy shiny tool, and it's going to request a service account. In order for it to work, give a domain admin, right? How many of us have seen that in the past? Which is great. No, it's not. It's terrible, okay? If your vendors are telling you to configure service accounts and just giving them domain admin, you should push back and you should say, hey, can you please provide me with the least minimum permissions that this user requires in order for it to perform its function. If it's really domain admin, you should reevaluate your vendor a little bit, I'll be honest. Because typically these service accounts are pretty much targeted. They create a lot of noise in their environment. You know, they're a nice target for me to leverage because as I'm using it as the bad guy, I'm gonna blend in with a lot of different traffic. Okay, so just something to keep in mind. Again, a lot of tooling already exists for this. Before I actually hit on this, I did want to hit on the fun facts a little bit. This was kind of presented in 2014 by Tim Medine. Shout out to Tim. And then that last bullet there really kind of stuck with me because obviously it's been around for a long time, right? I grew up in the Active Directory kind of security realm, so I've known about it for a few years now. And I would have thought by now that like, oh, this is old news, right? Well, it turns out it's becoming more and more of a popular tactic for the attackers to leverage, okay? It's pretty much standard tradecraft for more pen testing, red teams, threat actors to get inside a network, get credentials, and then like Kerberos right off the bat. It's like, oh yeah, you just get in and you're Kerberosing right away because you got to get those hashes in. It's almost like they don't even think about it. It's not even part of the checklist anymore. It's more like in memory now. It's crazy. So CrowdStrike just released a report that talked about it. They saw a near almost 600% increase in Kerberosing attacks. Okay, I think we're getting those metrics because people probably have more visibility into it now, hopefully, right? But it also tells you the tactic is not going away and attackers are still successful. You know, where I work at GuidePoint, we Kerberos on every engagement, and you know, the probability of us cracking one of those hashes for SPN users, you know, it's probably 9 times out of 10. Like, it's very common that we get a hash, you know, a service ticket that we can decrypt and, you know, we can leverage that service account accordingly. 9 out of 10. I mean, I think that's pretty high. Hopefully you can now go back into your environments and take a look at these users and just start changing their credentials to something significantly harder. All right, so like I said, pretty quick and easy. You need to be authenticated. Remember, any authenticated user, you could be the HR user, the IT user, don't matter. As long as you're authenticated into AD, you can pull all the SPN users and their service tickets. Simple command, if there's an in packet module, you can also do this with Rubius. There are beacon object files if you're in the Cobalt Strike side of the house that do this. I mean, a lot of capability around this specific tactic exists. And then you would grab that hash, toss it to Hashcat, and hopefully you get some creds on the other side. All right. This is going to require a sip break. Yeah, so delegation, I think it's a very complex topic. I'm still like trying to spell the thing, D-E, right? Today we're just going to talk about unconstrained delegation. And I'm going to show you how you can abuse unconstrained delegation for a computer object, which is very common, and you'll find tons of stuff on it. And now user objects as well, which to my memory, there's only 2 articles out there that kind of discuss it, which is a shame. And hopefully, you know, somebody else can start doing a little more research on it because I had to like put pieces together. This is probably the demo that took the longest. I'll be the first to admit that. So let's talk about unconstrained delegation. All right, Microsoft with Kerberos has this concept of delegation, which basically it's a way for a user or a machine account to act on behalf of another user, okay? And this is common, like if you have, you know, some type of web server, you know, internally where the user authenticates and then that respective web server can act on behalf of the user to go query a database of some sort or gather data back on the back end, right? So that's kind of the reason why delegation exists. And today we're not going to talk about constraint and resource-based delegation because, again, I had to pick my battles with the time constraints. But we are going to hit on unconstrained, which is really low-hanging fruit. It's something you should be aware of, something if you have configured in your environment, misconfigured in your environment, you should really change. because this is, again, one of those things with Kerberos, and then like, hey, any unconstrained delegated computer objects that are not domain controllers or any, this is another really quick thing we check for because there's a huge reward at the end of it, okay? Now, domain controllers will have the setting, and this is by design and by default. So typically, when we're attackers and we're in there, we're querying all unconstrained delegated computer objects and users outside of the domain controllers group. And this is the little setting if you were to do it on a workstation, okay? It's a delegation tab and trusted for delegation. At the bottom here is where you should be if you need delegation, just kind of fair warning, but we won't hit on those in this talk. All right, so I got this, quick credits from Hack and Do. If you don't, if you haven't read any of his stuff, really good blog. I mean, just very, very technical. They're very, very long, so you can probably spend a good week on just one blog post from Hack and Do. So check out his stuff, but essentially I want us to focus here on what's in the red, okay? Once we get that TGT and we try to go after presenting the service ticket, right? At the very end, when we get that service ticket from the domain controller and we try to show it to the file server, if that file server is configured with unconstrained delegation, something magical happens, okay? The TGT for that respective user is then sent and left behind on that server, okay? That's the magic, that's it. All of a sudden, you have a credential matter, which is your TGT, your ticket granting ticket, and it's being left behind in that respective server. That's where the delegation comes in. And that's where actually unconstrained delegation comes in, where there is no restriction whatsoever, and any computer object or any user object that authenticates to that respective server will leave their TGT behind. And then that TGT is used to do all the other things, right? That's how delegation works. That's the feature, okay? So what can we do with that TGT? Do we remember, right? TGT is as good as being that user. If it's a valid TGT, we can interact with their environment with that TGT. If we go back to the let me just pull up this thing. Once we get that TGT, the rest is great. The rest is all the access, right? And that's where we want to be. Once we have that user's TGT, we can act on behalf of that user, okay? So when we're targeting unconstrained delegated objects, such as users or computers, we have to keep in mind that we can potentially get this TGT from memory. Let's say I have a beacon or I have code execution on an endpoint, which we're going to see here in the demo. I can find a way, and we'll talk about these ways, to get an admin to log in. Their TGT is left behind. I extract it from memory because I've compromised that endpoint. And then I use that TGT for the domain admin. And I act as the domain admin, right? Now, how we exploit computer objects with unconstrained delegation and user objects with unconstrained delegation are a bit different. And we're going to hit on some of these because I didn't see a lot of this industry-wide. There's some good work by Dirk Jan and Charlie Clark, which are pretty elite Kerberos wizards, if you ask me. But nobody else really talked about these, so hopefully we'll hit on it a little bit. All right, so let's focus on computer objects first, because that's kind of the elephant in the room. It's a bit easier. It's really well documented. And if you can, compromise a computer object that is configured with unconstrained delegation, you're practically domain admin. I mean, you can practically compromise the domain. So what do you need? You need to compromise a computer with the setting, with that checkbox. You need to find a way to get a high privileged account or a domain controller computer object to authenticate to that specific computer object that you've compromised. And we can do this a couple various, different ways. We can social engineer a user to log into us. We can authenticate, force authentication, which is this new hotness. Well, not really new, but there's a lot of them now, called authentication coercion, which is where we use Win32 APIs to force a specific computer object, like a domain controller, to then authenticate back to us, which is really bad. We can wait patiently until eventually some admin logs in. I've done that, I'll be honest, when printer bug wasn't a thing, and won't hit on that too much, but when printer bug wasn't a thing, I would just wait and wait until eventually someone came back. All right. Once that user or that computer object authenticates to us, we're like a catcher in baseball. We're waiting there. We're sitting. They authenticate. Great. TGT. Thank you very much. And then we go and use it. Okay? And then post-exploitation with that TGT is business as usual, right? You're a domain admin or a computer object, you can do whatever those specific entities can do. Now, there are some caveats. Defenders, listen up. There's a setting that you can enable on your users, which says account is sensitive and cannot be delegated. If they have that checkbox, then my attack is out the window. I cannot use that TGT for that respective user. This has stopped me in red team engagements. It's great to see, but not really, but it's really great to see, right? You're just like really depressed. It's late at night. You're hacking away. You think you're about to win. All of a sudden, a domain admin logs in, and you're like already cheering. You know, you're telling the wife, everybody's high-fiving, and then it's not working. And then you check AD, and you're like, no. That's a good setting to have. And there's also a group that you can put those users in called the protected users group. If they're in that group as well, they cannot be delegated. So if you're a defender, check those out. Really useful. So again, we've got this trusted for delegation flag that we want to check for. Set to true, win client, great. And here's a quick demo of how we abuse unconstrained delegation via code execution. All right, so on the left, we have the Windows device. On the right, we just coerce authentication. I'm going to just quickly pause it. I want to be mindful of time and get to the last one. So essentially, on the right side, we are forcing the domain controller, which is server 2, to authenticate to us using a low privilege account. It doesn't matter. You can interact with a specific service and force them to authenticate to you pretty easily. I'm using a tool called Coerce, which is one that has a lot of different authentication, a lot of different methods for authentication coercion. And then on the left, we are monitoring for that user using Rubius, okay? So let's, oh no. We're monitoring, we force the authentication, and then all of a sudden, boom, the domain controller authenticates to us. Here is a domain controller's TGT. Found a new TGT for that computer object of the domain controller. And if you're familiar with Windows security, you know that that computer object has the privileges to DC sync a domain, which is basically a way for me to sync with another domain controller and get all the hashes. So we use that TGT for the domain controller, and then we use PowerShell commandlets and other tooling to DC sync the domain. And here is the output of that, every single hash in the environment. I did that by compromising an unconstrained delegated server or workstation, and then forcing authentication from a domain controller. Cool. But this was all done through code execution. I had to execute code on that unconstrained delegated server. I had to get a beacon on there. I had to RDP on there, some way to get tooling on target, which is very noisy. You're going to go up against AVs, ADRs, etc. But what if there was a different way to exploit unconstrained delegation? All right. Obligatory Drake meme. Code execution is definitely on its way out. Ain't nobody got time to fight EDRs nowadays. Let's do it over the network, okay? So what are we going to need? Here I'm going to show you how we exploit a user with unconstrained delegation. All right? Now I'm going to be a little over. Hope that's okay. All right, we've got the service account. Cool. Has trusted for delegation set to true. The first thing we're going to do is, because we have privileges to configure an SPN value on that respective user, we're going to add our attacking machine. Okay, we're going to create an SPN record on that service account and add our attacking machine. And you're like, wait a minute, attacker.cyber.local, that's not part of DNS. Like, you just made that up and you put it into the settings for that respective object. That is true, but by default, any authenticated user in an Active Directory environment can add DNS records in that environment. Okay, so what we use a tool like DNS tool to interact with the domain controller and tell the domain controller, hey, domain controller, attacker.cyber.local actually points to 10.0.0.11, which is my attacking machine. Any authenticated user can do this. Again, so I'm going to kind of change if you're a defender. So then we do an NS lookup, cool. Attacker points to me, great, that's what I want. And now we use a tool called Relay, which is a way for us to kind of listen for that authentication that we're going to force over Kerberos. All right, right now it's in export mode. Okay, so we're using the hash for that respective user, and we're saying, hey, I want to listen and I want to wait for these TGTs to come in. And when that TGT comes in, I want you to grab it and put it on my file system. Great. We coerce authentication yet again, and at the very bottom there, you see server 2 authenticating to me and me extracting that TGT from the network and putting it on my file system. And remember, pass the ticket. Yeah, we can grab any TGT and pass it on and use it as that specific user. We can use Linux to bring that into an environmental variable and then use it to DC sync the domain yet again, all over the network, no code execution whatsoever. A little bit harder to detect if you're a defender because I don't have that code execution on the endpoints. Everyone's a non-constrained delegation expert, yeah? Awesome. Yeah, me too. All right, I'm going to finish with the last one, and I'll probably go 2-3 minutes over if that's okay. I just want to quickly introduce you to where Kerberos is also moving, all right? Let's talk about Azure Cloud. So the easy or the most talked about right now is the fact that if you have Azure SSO configured in your on-prem environment and you compromise the domain, you can also authenticate and pivot to the cloud. Okay, that's just quick heads up. I didn't want to talk about that one because it's very well documented. I wanted to quickly kind of mention it. I wanted to talk about one that's a bit newer. That took like 3 days to demo, so fair warning. I don't know. We need some Azure training in my life. And I thought it was pretty cool. So this is abusing Cloud Kerberos Trust. A lot of research by Dirk Jan and Daniel Henson and NLS Shamir from SpectreOps. So a lot of this research was from them. But essentially, if you compromise Azure and you have network access to an on-premise environment, you're good as of right now, okay? You can compromise that domain as well, all right? So it's a way to pivot from cloud compromise to on-prem compromise pretty quickly, all right? Which I thought was pretty cool because a lot of people focus on, oh, you know, people are pivoting from on-prem to the cloud and this, that, and the other. Well, there's a lot of sensitive data on-prem as well, and on-prem is not going away for a lot of companies in a very long time. So now if the cloud is misconfigured and maybe they're just starting out, but they have this huge on-premise environment, now you have that risk and that trust boundary that has been broken. As of right now, I don't know if this is going to be patched. You know, as of today, this is still working. As of last night at like 1 a.m. 1 a.m. That was it. All right, cool. So basically, we need to understand a couple things. When you configure Cloud Kerberos, the cloud gives you a read-only domain controller that they manage. Okay, we don't have access to that. Just how the cloud is working. You configure these things, and they're spinning things up in the background for you, and it's great. The other thing to note is that the Azure cloud has this syncing API kind of feature where it syncs on-prem hashes to the cloud and back and forth if you allow it, right? So we're going to go through this steps to perform, and then we'll show the demo, and then we'll finish. I don't want to be too late here. All right. You must have global admin. Again, you must have compromised Azure, okay? Now, this could be very hard or very easy. Depends on the maturity of Azure for that environment, for that respective client. You have to get the SID for a respective high-privileged account. Let's say, I don't know, the default MSOL account if you're doing password synchronization. The next thing you're going to do is because you're global admin, you can actually leverage that sync API to change some attributes in the cloud. And I'm going to show you what those looks like. Then you're going to create some device keys. Then you're going to go through a Kerberos sequence. And you're going to essentially, with global admin, you're going to modify a cloud synced account with an on-prem account and create a TGT for that on-prem account, which is, MSOL is pretty juicy. They contain DC sync rights. So the first thing we do, let's authenticate. I wanted to show different tooling so that when you're playing in your own labs, you can have a little bit of option. RoadTX by Dirk Jan, we can authenticate as global admin for me. Okay, great. I'm logged in. The next thing I want to do is leverage those credentials to modify a specific sync user and give it the SID of my MSOL account and then the same account name of that account. Great. And here's what it looks like before and after in Azure portal. Okay, on the left, we have this low privilege user. Okay, you can see, focus on this little section here, low priv and the SID. Okay, great. On the right, it's after I change it. Yes, it's still the same object, super weird, but now all of a sudden, the on-premise information has changed. I think Azure's gonna fix that. I don't think this is gonna hang on for too long, but I think it's really weird. Cool. So once we have that, we can break the boundary between the cloud and on-prem AD. And this is the last demo, I promise. I'll try to kind of go through it. So the first thing we try to do is DC sync, no bueno. The next thing, oh no, I guess the little YouTube thing doesn't work, all right. So I don't have access to DC sync. Now I'm gonna authenticate as that low priv user, right? I don't need a credential user. I logged in as that low priv user, great. The next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna link a device for my user, and I'll show you what that looks like a little bit later on. Because with that device object in Azure, I can request a PFX file, which is a partial TGT. Again, I'm logged in, okay, great. And then that gives you a JSON object, which has a TGT message buffer. Again, that partial TGT from the cloud. And it's giving you a client key from the TGT as well. So we're basically extracting some of the API data that's going on in the cloud. And we're putting that into memory here. And if we can always have a backup. If the backup works. Here we go. And right here. Okay, great. 2x. We can use Rubius to get an AS rep for that respective user. Remember, those attributes have now changed in the cloud, and they're also changed on-prem when we request a ticket. So as you can see, that user was able to get a TGT for the MSOL account, which has DC sync rights, by simply modifying that in the cloud. So that's where we talk about breaking that trust boundary. And then the last thing that we can do is we can pass the ticket, which we all know is totally doable within the Kerberos landscape, and we can DC sync. And there is the KRB TGT account, okay? So again, it was proven that the cloud, the trust boundary between Azure and on-premise has currently been broken. I don't know how long it will last. Cool, this is what it looks like when you start demoing stuff and making sure it works. You start creating a whole bunch of the same device, and it's all tied to that low priv owner, okay? Just wanted to show that. So in conclusion, I do apologize for going a little bit over, but Microsoft and pretty much industry, we've been yelling it for years. NTLM is bad, it's going away, hopefully. Microsoft is doing some pretty recent and big pushes to get rid of it and get environments to disable NTLM, which means Kerberos takes over. Okay, so you're gonna start to see Kerberos more and more and more. Now that Azure Cloud is a concept and everyone's kind of fully integrated, just know that there are some implications with on-prem to Azure deployments. Hopefully this kind of sheds some light into what those exploitation primitives are. And there's a lot of ongoing kind of new research happening in this space. So if you're one of those, I'd love to chat a little bit more. You know, if there was anything in my talk that maybe you want to hit on more, you can catch me on the hallways and whatnot. I want to thank everyone for their time, their attention. Hopefully that was beneficial to you. Just want to give a quick shout out to a whole bunch of people that have done a lot of research in this space. And you can find me on the interwebs, Twitter, LinkedIn, whatever. Thank you for your time.
Testing. There we go. All right. Yeah, it's got good range. It's fine. It's got range. It's good.
Cool. Need anything else at all?
Nope.
Looks like you got Mario, but, thumbs up, let me know. Right up front.
Okay. All righty, we got about maybe another 1 or 2 minutes. We'll give people a chance to come in here. Who does a lot of Terraform? Nobody? So you just attack, you touch it. So you guys more just trying to pick it apart. Well, this is probably going to be a little bit more defensive and probably a different part of the life cycle than a lot of you guys deal with. The development of the infrastructure side and then how to get that out there. So, should be fun. Yeah. All right, we're going to give it 1 more minute and then we'll dive in. Is everybody here local to Orlando? I drove over from Tampa today.
Oh, that's a drive.
It is a drive. It was a mess. Yeah, like 2 hours just to get here. About 3 weeks ago, I was at BSides St. Pete, and I'm one of the lead organizers for DevOps Days Tampa Bay. So I'm very passionate about giving back to the community and engaging and educating people. So we put on DevOps Day Tampa Bay at the end of September this year. And so we were at Armature Works in Tampa, and we had some people coming in from California. Somebody came in from Israel. We had some DevSecOps talks. We had Nora Jones, who wrote the book on chaos engineering, was there. She did our keynote. So we'll probably do that again next year. It was a great time. Let's go ahead and get started. So today we're going to talk about securely deploying infrastructure as code. And I say that, but we also are going to talk about securely developing infrastructure as code too. My name is Chris Ayers. I'm a senior customer engineer at Microsoft. I work on what's called the Fast Track for Azure team. I'm part of Azure engineering, so I actually am part of the team C+AI that helped build Azure. I'm in what's called the CXP group, the Customer Experience Program group. Like I said, I'm one of the organizers for DevOps Days Tampa Bay. I'm a international and, speaker. So I started in the area with meetups and user groups and code camps. But you can follow me on Twitter or X, Mastodon. I blog, and all of my slides, all of my samples, all this stuff is out on GitHub. So you can take a look at my GitHub if you are curious. So today, I'm going to start by just level setting what is infrastructure as code. This is a big push if you're SRE, DevOps, platform engineering. We want repeatable methods. I'm going to talk about some of the security tooling available for reviewing infrastructure as code, like how to catch things even before it gets into prod, into that runtime, where you guys have such fun poking holes in things. Well, let's just take away your toys before you even get there. So we'll talk about the rules that we can leverage, the customization, our workflow that we're going to go through, and then how we can integrate it into that development process for application and infrastructure people writing stuff through pre-commit hooks before they even check it into Git, so there's no secrets there in the Git history or hints about your architecture. We're going to talk about leveraging it in the IDEs like VS Code, and then we're going to talk about doing it in pipelines with GitHub Actions. And I will show you some additional stuff as we go. So for those that maybe don't do a lot of infrastructure as code, Terraform, Bicep, ARM, and Azure, CloudFormation templates, Pulumi. It's just a way to manage and provision your infrastructure using like files and automation. And you can define exactly what you want in a very declarative manner. And it makes it very easy to, once you define your architecture, your app, your database, your storage, the networking, the policies, you can then stamp it out in multiple regions or multiple data centers. That way, you get the same thing every time. You have a source of truth. And a lot of times we do this, so it's not this manual playbook that someone's going through and going, okay, make this resource, click here in the portal, type in this name, link it to that thing. Oh, you clicked the wrong thing. We try to take all that out of it. We can look at configuration drift. We can see if someone's made modifications in the portals versus what's defined in code. And this helps us fight like these security and compliance breaches that we've seen. There's been tons of them due to misconfiguration. I'm sure we've seen the articles, you guys have probably found it. Someone deployed a storage account, open to the public. Someone enabled a website that supported HTTP and not just HTTPS. You're routing traffic over the public internet instead of using private networks and private endpoints. So simple misconfigurations in how we define our infrastructure and how we deploy our applications could have huge, meaningful implications. Looking at OWASP and even Kubernetes OWASP, security misconfiguration is one of the highest ones, number 5 on the security, on the OWASP side. Sorry if it's a little small. You can never tell with the size of projectors. But it's also there in Kubernetes, where everyone's moved to this platform engineering model. And it's like, oh, don't worry about your infrastructure. We'll just deal with it with Calgo and our ingress, controllers, or our various service meshes. Like, oh, we'll take care of it. But you can still misconfigure it, and you can still open things up. Looking at the State of Cloud Security report from 2021, security group firewall rules, unused stuff, identity, logging, encryption at rest, almost all of these can be enabled and configured by infrastructure as code if you turn it on. And I'm preaching to the choir here, but when we're talking about DevOps, DevSecOps, SRE, platform engineering, we're trying to shift left on security. I know that's buzzwords, it's been said over and over again, but how many times do you see infrastructure as code being thought of like software development, where you have a review process for security and secrets? We're going to talk about some of those tools today. There's a number of them that are free and open source that you can find on GitHub. There are a number that are sponsored by major companies like Aqua Security and Palo Alto that, as they've acquired and rebranded stuff, the open source versions are still out there and still actively supported. And so we want to run these tools to catch these issues before they get in the playground of prod, where everybody out there can poke those holes. We want to make sure things are compliant. And a lot of organizations, they have to do certain regulatory compliance. NIST, FedRAMP, PCI DSS, all those different things. Just improve the baseline. I'm going to show you some fun stuff like, hey, let's go out to Terraform and get one of the samples. Let's see how secure this is. Out of the box, all the recommendations from almost every provider have so much insecurity baked in. And this is going to save you a lot of time, because if you guys don't have toys to poke holes with in the infrastructure out there, it's going to make things a lot better. So when we talk about security tooling for software, for infrastructure, there's SAST and DAST. SAST is that static analysis. So linters, SonarQube, checkmarks, some of those are very SAST thing. They just look at your source code. They look at your infrastructure as code, and based on rules and configurations, they go, hey, there's a problem there. We think. It's just a compiler type scan. There's also DAST, where this is the playground you guys love to live in, I think, where we're going to dynamically test it running in prod or running in an environment so we can see what it actually builds and what it actually works with. The tools I'm going to talk about today are very much on the SaaS side of things. And when we talk about Terraform, there are 2 types. One is it will analyze the HCL files. So Those are Terraform files. Terraform is really written in a language called HCL, HashiCorp language. It is a DSL, a domain-specific language created by HashiCorp to define infrastructure as code, but it's used in their Terraform product. The other way, when you do with Terraform, you write infrastructure as code, you do a plan, and what that will do is it will kind of look at the state of the system. So it'll look at your Terraform state file and look at what you defined, and it'll go, as far as I know, you've got some services in the cloud, and you want me to make these changes. And so it'll save out a plan file, and it'll be like, these are the changes I'm going to make. Well, many of the tools we talk about can take that plan file and scan it as well. So you're not just scanning the raw Terraform files. You're also going to be able to scan the plan on the changes it's proposing to your environment and run rules against those. Cool? So I'm going to talk about 3 today. And I'm going to give you a bonus 4th one, and I'll tell you why as we go. So TFSec, Terrascan, and Checkoff. Who's heard of any of these? Okay, I see 2 hands. Anybody heard of Trivy? A couple more. So TFSec got bought by or TFSec was bought, acquired, worked with Aqua Security. They've merged it into Trivy. So Trivy and TFSec kind of have the same security features now. So you can do infrastructure as code scanning in Trivy. Terrascan. So all of these, we can integrate command line. We can integrate in our CI/CD platform. So we can get reports on every check-in. We can scan and look at our infrastructure. They have built-in rules for all the major clouds. So if you're doing AWS or GCP or Azure, if you're doing Terraform on-prem, they already come with hundreds of rules. Some of them will even scan like Kubernetes. Some of them will scan Helm charts. Some of them will scan your GitHub Actions pipelines to see if maybe there's some flaws in your workflows. So we're going to talk about those. All of them support the ability to write your own custom rules. So in addition to the built-in ones, if you want to ensure in your pipelines that there's these custom rules that are how your company operates, and you want to make sure those are enforced at check-in time or at editing time in the editor or in pipeline time, you can do that and really shift left on some of the rules. And I would always say pair this with your cloud platform's policy engine. So just because you have it in your pipeline or you have some config files there doesn't mean somebody can't manually go and run around it. So always have something like an Azure policy in place that enforces these there. This is an effort to save time before it even gets there. Stop them before it's like gone through all the stuff and trying to deploy out to the cloud. Now, TFSec and Trivy, they define their rules in Rego. So OPA, Open Policy Agent, they use the Rego format. And you can use JSON or YAML. Terrascan does Rego, and then Checkoff is more of a Python-based way to define rules. You know, because we don't have enough Python in our lives with all the data scientists and OpenAI right now, you know, I guess I could ask the chatbot. So rules customization, and we're going to get into demos. I'm going to show you a lot of demos. But and when I talk about rule customization, it's like ignoring rules. You know, if you get a lot of noise or something that, like, oh, I don't have a resource lock on that thing. I get it. I don't care. Maybe you need to override the priority. So it's like, this is a low detection. You're like, no, it's not. This is high. So you can override that and have that level of customization. And then you can add your own custom rules across the board. So TFSec, this is static analysis. It's supported. It's open source. It's out there on GitHub right now. You can run it locally, run it in your CI platform. It has a VS Code extension, so does Trivy. I'm going to show you those. That way it integrates right into what you're doing. It has supported an official GitHub Actions. It has support for pre-commit hooks. So anybody know what a pre-commit hook is in Git? A couple of hands. Yeah, so as a developer background, when I talk to infrastructure people and when I talk to security people, sometimes they get Git. Sometimes they don't. Like some of them are very much like, I'm used to, you know, VS Code and, you know, the older styles of checking in. Some of them are just like, hey, I email you SQL scripts. Like make sure Word doesn't turn the quotes into the little curly quotes. SQL complains when you use them? Yeah. Totally happens. Next one is Terrascan. This does, like I said, Azure, GCP, AWS, like native stuff, like it'll do Bicep and ARM, but it does Terraform as well and Docker, so it can look for vulnerabilities and those. It has a large number of things. I'll show you these running and I'll zoom in, but it'll show severity, the line, the rule, and a lot of these have web resources to enable you, when it finds a detection, to show you why it's bad and how to fix it. Like, what are the implications of this warning? It's not just noise, here's why. And then checkoff. Checkoff was supported by British Crew. I think this is the one that got acquired by Palo Alto recently. But they all have a huge overlapping feature set. You can apply multiple. You can apply fewer. Like, it depends on your signal to noise ratio you want, or like how many multiple detections for the same thing really bother you. Some other fun stuff that you can add into your pipelines or your processes, something like a YOR. So anytime you deploy infrastructure as code, it'll automatically tag those resources with where it came from, like the deployment or the line of code or the module, or like it can do automatic tagging. So you have traceability from a running resource in the cloud through tagging back down to the line of code or the Git repo. So again, I'm trying to apply security as a developer thought process to infrastructure as code. Something I don't think you see a lot. Atlantis, this is a cool tool as well. So Atlantis is something you're gonna run on a cluster or compute, and this will automate your PRs. So when someone has infrastructure as code and they want to merge it into their branch, this will see that there's a pull request in place, and it'll go off and run the plan and add it to the pull request and let you look at the changes and what's gonna happen and approve it, and it'll kind of lock the infrastructure in the cloud so that you can't do another plan. This is a great way to, like, instead of having 2 or 3 people do pull requests and you just have a plan happen, and now you have 2 or 3 conflicting plans and somebody deploys one and then you deploy one, and you can mess up your infrastructure a little bit. This helps prevent that. It's a really great tool for planning and applying your merges. So, defense in depth, and I want to get out to the code real quick, but start before you ever check in. Pre-commit hooks, they're awesome. They run on your local developer machine before you check in. Plugins in your IDE, do it while you're editing, right while you're typing it, tell you if it's bad, and then once you've checked it in, before you ever deploy, like, get some scans in place. Like I said, if you're not familiar with Git, there's a hook process that happens at each step. Like, I want to commit, hey, I made a commit, make a message, before the message, save it, I've done my commit. So before you ever even make the commit, you can do this pre-commit thing. And there's a whole framework for it. I'll show you it to you real quick. This is awesome. The IDE stuff, we have some extensions for TF2nd checkoff. You can also do dev containers. So I'm a big proponent of dev containers. That way, all your tools are in a little container. It's a feature of, like, GitHub code spaces or VS Code dev container. So you can just say, I want to work on Terraform today. Give me a dev container that's Ubuntu with Terraform and the Azure CLI. Boom, you have a container with just those things. That way, if you need Python for some reason, you don't have to step on whatever's installed on your system. The specific version of Python or whatever you need is installed in the container, and you can have multiple versions running side by side, super easy, same with Node and all that. And then pipelines, I'm gonna talk about these. We got extensions all over the board. So let's go do demos. So as I mentioned, I like dev containers. I made a dev container. So in my repo, you'll find there's a dev container. Let me just zoom in. Dev container using, I got all the tools there that I'm gonna need for this talk. So I got pre-commit and checkoff and Terrascan, got my CLIs. You can also say, I wanna install these extensions. So I have the extensions already set up in my IDE automatically just by pulling down the repo and opening it in a dev container, which uses Docker. So, you know, I've got, well, you see I've got these extensions set up. So let's just start with something basic. So I mentioned Trivy. So I'm going to go ahead and just open the trivia extension. So this is the trivia extension. It doesn't integrate in VS Code's problem space, but it does integrate here, and I can just hit run trivia now. And so what this will do is this will run against my code base. I can, it's just going to take it a sec. You know, I can, it finished finally while I was trying to do something else. Stop. Would you stop doing that? Thank you. So, you know, I've got some things in here that it has detected. So it hasn't fully integrated into like the normal VS Code help system or problems where you're like seeing bugs right while something is running, but it's detected like, hey, I have app service authentication. So right in my code, it has isolated an app service that I was deploying to Azure. It's giving me some writing about, hey, use authentication. This is my severity, and here's how to resolve it. They give me the file name, but what I love is, you know, we've got links out to their vulnerability database. So we can see their impact, how I can fix it live in the portal, and how I can fix it in my Terraform. So we can have some of these basic things very quickly remediated right through the editor. Now, if I don't want to use the editor and I just want to run something like, hey, you know, run TFSec, run Trivy, you know, I can execute it, and it's going to give me a lot of the same type of warnings. I've enabled some custom checks, and so those custom checks live right here in that TFSec folder. You know, you can specify, I need a certain version of TFSec, I need overrides, I want certain, you know, enforcing of HTTPS, certain rules, which it'll tell me, like the name of the rules. To be critical, I want to ignore low ones. And then I mentioned that you can make your own custom rules. So in this case, I'm using YAML, and I made a naming pattern I wanted followed for my resource groups. So this has policy rules, security rules, like I want to detect if there's HTTPS or not. I can do regex matches on how my resources are named. And provide links. So this has a tremendous amount of flexibility for how you want to handle detecting resources if the rule doesn't already exist. Like I said, they have, you know, for Azure, they have all sorts of rules in place that it will automatically kind of try to detect. Sorry, I keep clicking on the wrong thing. But they give you some discussion around it, like don't give open permissions because it makes it easy if you have a compromised account. So this is nice. I mean, at least it gives you a integration with VS Code, makes it a little easier to see what's happening with, you know, your code, like your lows, your mediums, your highs, your services, you know, the specific things that are happening. That's kind of cool. What's not so, like TerraScan, or it's a great tool. I really like it as well. But TerraScan doesn't have a integration. Like it doesn't have a plugin really. So I can tell it to, let me just scroll up here. You do a TerraScan init when you first start up. This is going to pull down all of the Rego policies out of GitHub so that you can have a local one. You can also just run a scan directly, but init just kind of make sure you have the latest stuff, and you can just run a scan. Helps if you type it right. Yeah, so it's looking at my Docker files. It's looking at custom enablement I've done. So I had some examples for custom enablement, like ensure logging is enabled, has resource locks. And so they have some documentation here, and I can tell it to export a little bit more to give me line numbers and all that. So TerraScan, like it's cool, and it shows me the policies and the violated stuff. My favorite though, and this is what I'm gonna start showing you as we get into GitHub and start deploying, is checkoff. So checkoff just integrates right into the problems. So just like with bugs in your code that like show up, this pops up right here. Like I can click on it, it'll take me to the line. I can click on the check Azure. It asks if I want to open, takes me right to that Palo Alto site with resources on that specific issue. So their Prisma Cloud stuff. So affects ARM, Terraform, Bicep, Terraform plan, build time fixes, what's happening. So this happens right as I'm editing. I can, you know, see the errors. I can jump to the lines. This is just a better experience kind of across the board. Like I said, all of these have free and paid offerings. They're all out on GitHub. They're all being edited constantly. We also have the capability, just to show you, like TFSec, if I want to define I want to make sure soft delete is enabled for a key vault. We can use Rego and we can define out, hey, get the key vaults. If it's soft deletion, retention days is less than 14, let's have an issue. Now, one thing I want to point out, keep clicking the wrong thing, sorry. One thing I want to point out, the difference between these two, we've got, you know, Terrascan doing Rego policies. They use kind of a completely different input object. So how they process the Terraform into JSON for Rego policies, they have a different shape. So I'm doing the exact same policy, but I have to write it in a different way. So that can be a headache if you're trying to do custom policies. So if you don't have to pick multiple. If you want to just pick one and stick with it, do that. Like that's very cool. Let me switch to my pre-commit branch, and I will show you pre-commit real quick. So pre-commit, as I mentioned, and I'll just go out here. Now that we've talked about the tools, and we kind of know what they do, and they all have similar feature sets. So pre-commit is this awesome thing, like as I mentioned, that you install it in your repo pretty much, and then you have a config file that you can run. And so this is that type of config file where you can say, hey, every time I want to commit, look and see if I have extra white space, or validate that my YAML makes sense, or I'm not checking in large files, or hey, go ahead and run Terrascan before I check in my code every single time, automatically. Or let's run checkoff every single time. Or just do a Terraform format and validate to make sure that my Terraform parameters and infrastructure as code stuff all match up, or I can do a lint on it. So we have some capabilities here to, like, again, people can bypass it, but to enable our developers to get more information while they're editing things, while they're trying to commit things. And so a pre-commit, if you do pre-commit, so it's initializing all of the little hooks and stuff it needs for pre-commit. This is usually done once on your machine when you first set it up. Yeah, see, once installed, this environment will be reused. So it's pulling down all the little bits. Thought I had done this before our call, so apologize for the delay. Always fun when you're downloading stuff at a conference, right? You know you're going to get throttled in some way, shape, or form. So, so I might just move on and we'll come back if that is the case. All right, so who has used GitHub Actions? Okay. So the difference between like an Azure DevOps or, oh, there we go. It's starting to run. So this is running all of my pre-commit hooks. So it found I had some files. Let's just scroll up here and I'll show you what some of the things it found. So it's output out think it output out all of those. Yeah, see, so it was running the different validations. It found like in some of my files that I had, new lines at the end, so it cleaned up empty spaces at the end of my line. So it ran this validation in this format on all of my files just as I tried to check in. Now what's happening is it's not showing up in my interface. It's not giving me alerts in the editor. Like it was just happening on the command line. So that, you can use different tools to get you just the right level of information at the pre-commit side, but it's not gonna be super deep, as integrated as some of just the normal plugins. So let me go out to GitHub and we'll talk about, yeah, there we go. So in GitHub, if you would like to add an app or an action to your pipelines, they have the marketplace. And these are actions that people in the community have developed. And to be listed in the marketplace, it has to be a public repo, so you can see all the source code. It has to have issues. You can reference a specific version of an action. So if you've looked at the code and you validated commit hash 123, you can say, I only am going to use action with commit hash 123. You can lock it to a version. You can lock it to a specific version. So if I wanted to do something like a Trivy or a TFSec, here is an action by Aqua Security. They have a blue check mark that they did not pay $8 for, as far as I know. I can go to this link here, and this link takes me right to the repo for the action. So, this says you can use this action in your project. I can come in here and I can look at what's happening. I can look at their Docker file. I can look at their entry point. I can examine what is happening when this action runs. And then they give you a usage. Almost every single action will tell you, hey, you want to use our action? Here's a pipeline or a workflow that you can just add to your repo. And this is going to check out your code. It's going to build, your app Docker image, if that's what it is, and then it's going to run a scan against it for critical and high severity OS and library stuff. So Trivy usually is a container security tool. If I don't want to use Trivy, I want to stick with TFSec, like I said, or Terrascan. Well, there's the TFSec action. There is the workflow on how to do it. Just checks out your code, and it runs a scan. So they give you examples. And the way GitHub Actions is different than like in Azure DevOps. In Azure DevOps, when you create a pipeline, you have to register it with DevOps to say, hey, run this pipeline on these conditions. With GitHub Actions, when you create a workflow file in the .github/workflows folder, if it meets the whatever's in the on condition, it's just going to run. If the file exists, it's registered. If it meets the conditions. So on push in the main branch, this will run every single time. On pull request, this is going to run every single time. So just by having the file and having the right triggers there, it auto runs every time the condition is met, the trigger. And, so we've got TFSec, open source, free, easy to add, done. If I look, we see a couple of Terrascans. So Terrascan was tenable. Notice it's not checkmarked anymore. They got bought, and they're integrating in the Nessus, I think. So that's kind of like a thing where they're just trying to merge it back into their paid product, but it's still being updated regularly. So it's this weird, by tenable, but then when you look at it later, they talk about they're merging a lot of it into their Nessus and scanner and stuff. So again, my favorite one is probably Chekhov at this point. So going back to, there we go. And this is by Bridge Crew, there you go. And they have both master and main. So if you want to do any sort of tokens, like they can even output and integrate with GitHub Advanced Security. So all of these tools in their pipelines in GitHub support outputting to Seraph. So you can generate Seraph reports and Seraph files for every single scan. A lot of places might not pay for advanced security if that's the case. So, you know, if you can't do the CodeQL upload Seraph action, there are also other alternatives. That's one of the things I was playing around with for this talk. So, you know, for a lot of people who are trying to do security, maybe they don't have a huge budget on all of the tools available. Some things that you can do, so let's say I was doing TFSec. Let's take a look at the pipeline. So one of the things you can do is you could output it as a JUnit file, just like people do with a lot of their unit testing. And there's awesome actions out there that will integrate JUnit and unit test reports right into your PRs and right into the workflow runs. So they open a PR, the pipelines run, and then it adds back in as a comment all the results of the security scans. Without, you know, for people that are just playing around and don't have access to advanced security. So again, free tools that you can start using to up your game right out of the box. Let's look at one of those. So, you know, I have, like right here, I have some of my TFSec results, and I can see I have 19 tests and some suites. I have a number of passes, and I have some failures. Oh, I didn't need to see the X. I wanted to see more details about it. So I can now dig in here and start seeing like my exact results right off of my PR. So every time I open a PR, I have the scan, and now I have access to these. So definitely something to consider on those. So we've moved through our life cycle. We've worked on editing our code, on committing our code, on running pipelines in the cloud. Now what? Well, I think the next thing for a lot of people are how they authenticate and deploy stuff to the cloud. And this is where, you know, you'll see people, you know, have in their Terraform checked in names like maybe a subscription name or information about, hey, here's my backend that I want to deploy out to Azure or AWS or GCP. So there are actually quite a bit of docs and examples about, you know, how do I handle backend providers? So if you run Terraform locally and you just say Terraform plan apply, it's going to create a state file on your machine. That state file is going to have access to, it's going to have in there every key, your primary key, your secondary key. It's going to have passwords, plain text. Like, it is not going to be encrypted. It's not going to be obscured. Like, you open it up, your eyes explode. Now put this on a CI/CD platform. It also tracks state over time. So if it's a dynamically created CI/CD machine, and you run a pipeline, it's like, oh, I created some stuff, save it to my state file. Okay, you're done deploying, throw it away. You do another run. Hey, I'm gonna go create some infrastructure. Wait, it exists. Error, what happened? I had no state, now I'm making. So you have to have some persistent way to track your state as you deploy it to different clouds. And so that's where these backends come in. There are a number of different ones like remote, console, you know, HTTPS, there's Kubernetes, there's storage accounts, and AWS, and a lot of them all have the same type of format. You're giving it some sort of resource group or storage account, and you're saying, hey, when you make state, connect to this thing and put your state inside that box. You know, for the Azure one, you can authenticate in a lot of different ways, manage identities, you can do OpenID Connect, and I'll talk about the OpenID Connect way today, because I don't like having to pass around secrets and passwords. And I'm going to show you some features that GitHub and now Azure DevOps provide to really lock down, hey, this branch in this code base is authenticating to the cloud, and only that branch can authenticate to that identity. So that is OpenID Connect on GitHub. So this supports pretty much every provider out there. Where's the diagram? Whoops. I just had an MRI yesterday, so like it's annoying me, my wrist. It's annoying because like it feels like I'm clicking on things and I'm, there we go. So the way this works, and I'll show you, GitHub has made a trust with cloud providers out there, like Azure, AWS, GCP, all of those. If you go look at most of the samples from 3 months ago, 6 months ago, when you wanted to deploy to Azure, they're like, hey, go out to the CLI and say AD SP create for RBAC. Let's go create a service principal. And you'll get this JSON back with a chunk of credentials, with a JSON block that you just go and paste it in here. And that would have a client secret, that would have a client ID, and all that stuff. Who likes having their secret sitting in a thing in the cloud? Nobody? Oh, come on. Sharing is caring, right? Yeah, yeah. So with this, there is no secret. It is pretty much just, this is my ID of my object, and I'm going to authenticate, or I'm going to identify myself to this other tenant over here. And, yeah. Let's just show you what that looks like in an Azure space. So, you know, I'm gonna log into, it's not Azure AD anymore as the previous demo, it's now Entra. But so let's say I've got this, I'll just pick one of these, it doesn't really matter. So this is an enterprise registration. I've got an ID and, oh, let me go to the other place. Whoops, I meant to go to app registration. So going to app registration, I've got my object ID and my tenant ID. Let's say what happens when I add a secret. Well, I have no certificates and I have no secrets. There's really nothing to steal. So how does this identity get validated against GitHub? Well, it comes through that federated credential. And so with a federated credential, like when you say, you know, there's a managed key or Kubernetes, but I'm saying GitHub action is deploying to Azure. So I put in my organization, so this would be your company name and the repo, and then am I deploying from my main branch perhaps? Maybe I created an environment called prod. And so this one identity can only be identified and correlated with if a GitHub Actions runner in my repo, in my branch, is coming from the prod environment. That's the only way this identity gets kind of correlated. And so I can limit the permissions I assign to this one identity to just that one place. So I can lock down things to a branch level, an environment level, a tag level, and then this is what gets sent across. So when GitHub is authenticating over to Azure, it's going to send across this identifier, this federated credential saying, this is me. And if it doesn't match, it won't authenticate. You'll get a failure on the authentication part. So you do need to do this in your pipeline, which is say, hey, permissions, the pipeline run has permissions to write to the token because it's going to authenticate out to Azure and get a token back, and it needs to write that into the run of the pipeline for use. So let's see that real quick. Let me go back to, I think it's just this one. So we've got the permissions here where it can read my token and write when it logs in. And, you know, I am giving it a subscription ID, a client ID, and a tenant ID. I'm not giving it the credential block. I'm not giving it, and the credential block I'm talking about is, this is the traditional, like for Azure, it applies to other ones as well, I'm sure. You know, you have two ways to do it. You have OpenID Connect or the service principal. This is the old one. ADSP create for RBAC, this old guy. Hey, here's a blob, just paste this in. Anybody done this? You guys ever seen this one? This is how you used to authenticate to Azure. You would just, hey, here's my client's creds with my client secret. You would just dump it. Or you would dump in like the credentials. Boom, creds. Like that's how you used to do it. So now, I can say, hey, log in with just that stuff. And so this is actually going to send over to Azure, and I'll show you where that is in a run. This is for an example of, hey, someone made a PR. Let's automatically create a resource group and deploy the infrastructure so we can validate it, and then we'll throw it away when we're done. So this can, like, hey, I want to create a resource group and a storage account for states, and I'm going to do that Terraform init, and I'm going to pass the back-end stuff that I created. I'm going to override whatever's checked in. That way I don't have any storage accounts, any stuff checked into my code. I'm overriding it with environment variables from my GitHub workflow. So we can dynamically do this stuff so it's not in the code base, and we're managing it with secrets a little bit more effectively, like where our state is and how we deal with it. And then we don't have to reference it anywhere else. Like it's all been set up during the Terraform init. Now let me show you what that looks like. So when you see the login, here's my subject claim. So it's coming from my dev environment on my branch from my org. The runner's doing that. Pretty cool. So let me go back to show you guys the documentation on this login thing, because I want to just hammer home like all the things they want you to do and how annoying it is. And then I'm going to show you a trick to bypass all of it and make it easy. So to run this thing, like to do the workflow, like I said, it's not hard to set this up. It's not hard to do the login, but there is some wiring that you have to do to go create it. So stupid hand. So we have a whole guide on it. Would you stop? Where with hardening, we're doing all this stuff. Where is the, essentially, I'm tired of waiting. You have to create an app registration, and then you have to go through this process. So not everyone is familiar with the portal to create the registrations. You have to come in and you have to then create the right federation, and that can be confusing for some people, like as you're trying to figure out like what branch you're gonna do, if you're gonna do like pull requests, if you're gonna do environment. In this repo that I've shared with you guys that all the slides are coming from, and I'll make sure I reshare, I have an auth setup script. And this is just, I usually use this for testing when I'm setting up demos, because I just copy the script into my repo of my new thing and I run it. It'll automatically pick up the org and repo name based on settings in your Git directory. So we can figure out the org and the repo. I do an AZ login first, and then I can go and create an app registration based on my repo name, just for me. And then you can use the CLI to create your federated credentials based on, your repo, your environment, your main branch, PR. So all of this can be automated for good or for evil. You can assign your permissions to that identity if you want it to be a contributor. And then GitHub and the GitHub CLI now allows you to create secrets locally. So once I've created all my necessary secrets, I just go ahead and add them to my GitHub repo automatically for me. So this will help. This will show you all the steps to help wire things up automatically if you're trying to get started with OpenID Connect. So that is in the repo here with everything, along with the dev containers. So, any questions for anybody? Well, there's my repo. It's Secure Terraform in Azure. Yeah.
So, a lot of the demo was based around running the plan, the Terraform, like all of the actions.
Yeah.
Pipeline itself. To get access to that state file for like a local dev, but would you basically
So you can, to run a Terraform plan against the state file, what you would do is do a login in the pipeline and run your plan once you've initialized it, and then you can actually save the plan file in that runner right then, and then run your scan. So after you do the init for initializing the backend for remote state, and let me go back to it.
So GitHub actions allows you to define the file as a artifact that you can reference.
Yep, you sure can. And you can do multiple stages if you need to. So you can, if you have a stage that's just like, hey, I want to do a static analysis. I want to do a stage where I'm logging in and doing the plan, and then I'll leave that as an artifact. You can do that. Atlantis helps with that. That was one of the tools I talked about earlier, where you can automate. Yeah, this one. You can automate some of the PR locking and planning and apply. So I would check that one out. And there are some new stuff coming out. Other question? All right, well, with that, again, thank you, everybody. I appreciate you coming out today.
Appreciate you coming in and helping educate us.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I figured it was a different talk than you guys expected.
No, but honestly, personally, I definitely got some value out of it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Sharing that Terraform was actually something I was very interested in learning, getting into.
Yeah, it's kind of scary if you just go out to, and I just unhooked it, but if you just go out to Terraform and you get like a sample storage account or something, and you paste it into an editor, and then you run like a checkoff scan against it, it's like, hey, enable HTTPS, do a private endpoint, do this, disable this authenticate, like, right?
It's crazy what you can do with it. I was slowly, my friend was, she kind of talked, she was kind of like, she took me under her wing, and I was very fascinated with infrastructure as code, and she kind of like,
Andrew, I'm going to unmute the podium mic so you can test it real quick. Go ahead.
Do I sound good?
Better? Good. Excellent.
Good afternoon, everybody. See some familiar faces, and I see some new ones too. In any case, glad to have you here. So today's talk is all about code persistence on macOS. We're going to learn how to get it, where to find it, and why it's so important that we get it. So before we dig in, I want to get a pulse check. Show of hands, who here has had a face-off with a Mac in a red team environment? Anyone? Okay, well, at least one. There's always that one guy. All right. Well, even if you don't have experience hacking Macs, we're going to have a little crash course on the front end, and it's going to give you everything that you need to know. And anything else that comes up, we'll just cover as we go, so don't worry about that. All right, so who am I? The name's Andrew. By day, I'm a systems architect, and when I'm not getting blown up by pager duty, I'm a writer and a researcher. It's the kind of stuff that just might cure your insomnia, but who's counting, right? When I'm not making waves at the absolute bottom of the New York Times bestseller list, I volunteer at events like these to help educate and inspire. Fair warning to all you in the front row, sarcasm is just about my only marketable skill. So heckle at your own risk. All right, so just in case that was so exhilarating you forgot why you were here, this is the itinerary. First up, we're going to dive into our macOS crash course. I promise it's not going to be long, and if you've ever used a Mac, you're going to have a pretty good idea how this is going to go. We're going to run through the fundamentals, draw some parallels for all the Linux and Windows users, and then we'll get into the meat and potatoes of it, persistence. We'll be talking about the how, the where, and the why it's so crucial to red team operations. We're giving both red and blue teams a seat at the table for this one, so be prepared for some multi-perspective insights. And lastly, we've got our home-cooked malware using some of the techniques you'll be learning today. You should have received it in advance. If you didn't, there is a direct download and a link to a torrent file that'll be up for the next week where you can download it. I'll also put a link towards the end to the repo where you can download the malware. So if you just want to see how it works, not necessarily reverse engineer it, you can. Anyways, macOS. So what is macOS? Well, it is the most prevalent Unix-like you're going to find outside of Linux on some random server. Imagine if FreeBSD and the mock microkernel swiped right on each other. That's macOS for you. What that means for us is that if you've got experience with BSDs or Linux, you're in luck. Many of the same tricks that we'll be demonstrating today will also work on a Mac. Owing to this heritage, macOS is also really unique in some places, and it makes sense that their mascot is literally a platypus. Its name is Huxley, just as a fun fact. And from what I've seen, the real headache people have is trying to connect the dots when they land on a Mac. But in truth, you already know a lot of this stuff. macOS isn't reinventing the wheel, it's just, I don't know, a different tread pattern. Take a look at this chart. You're going to see a lot of familiar things on it. It's just named differently, really. Take, for example, mock executables. You can think of them as the Mac equivalent to Windows exes. P-lists are sort of like the Mac equivalent to the registry. It's just scattered around the file system Linux style, so you don't have a centralized place where you're going to find all of these. And speaking of the Linux folks, the transition for a lot of the operations we're going to do is pretty smooth, especially when it comes to writing code for macOS. Being a Unix, like a lot of Linux software, you can just take it, recompile it, and it'll run. So the differences you're going to find are kind of hard to compare with Linux because so many distros exist, but I would say try it and see if it doesn't work. Something that is very different with macOS compared to other operating systems is software management. So for those who've used Linux, these are kind of like flat packs. Apps in the Mac world bundle an executable and all of its dependencies together. It's like a one-stop shop. You download it and you can run it from anywhere, which is also pretty unique. Something you can abuse in macOS is called app translocation. So even if you run an app bundle from your desktop, it actually gets copied to another part of the file system to run. But those app bundles are not single files. They're actually directories. It's just an abstraction that Finder is hiding from you. The magic of resource forks is something that the demo is abusing, FYI. But what it allows us to do is present an icon to the user that it seems like a single file. You can copy it, move it, put it on a flash drive, all that. But if you right-click and show package contents, you can actually see inside where all the dependencies are stored, the libraries, all of that. So those things still exist on macOS. They're just in different places. So when we dive deeper into this, as we get into some of the more specific examples, I want you to keep in mind that a lot of the things on macOS are like Russian nesting dolls. There are abstractions, even as you go deeper into the system. So things may not be as they appear. All right, so you've got the quick and dirty on macOS, and honestly, with just that, you're going to do all right. Anything else we need, we'll cover as we go. But what about those among us who are new to InfoSec? What if you've not red teamed before? What is persistence? Why do we need it? Why do we want it? And well, it's because we don't want our access to be conditional. We want to maintain our presence even if the user isn't present. Persistence also lets us play the long game. You can spread out your activities, making it less likely that you're going to be noticed, especially if they've got like EDR or some kind of event monitoring in place. Well-hidden persistence is also a valuable way to resist remediation. If you can hide your foothold, you can usually get back in. Take a look at MGM right now, right? They got popped open like a tin can. And I guarantee you, in a year, it's going to happen again because they aren't going to remove all the back doors. Persistence is especially important on a Mac because the OS is really locked down. Really locked down. You have to work to get root. And even when you have root, you can't necessarily do anything useful just because you have it. So what are we up against? Speaking of lockdown, well, Apple's security is a lot like an onion. There's a lot of layers, and it's going to make you cry. They do. But cakes make me happy. But you do need to get around them if you want to have any hope of establishing persistence. So the first layer of the onion starts when the Mac powers up. Enter Secure Enclave. Sounds like something straight out of a Terminator movie. What this means in practice is you can't just sneak in and bootkit an ARM Mac. The Secure Enclave is like a vault inside the Mac. It's an independent processor with a very limited interface, performing all of the cryptographic operations in a protected environment. Unless you manage to extract the signing keys or pull some sort of Jedi mind trick and get it to accept yours, you can't bootkit an ARM Mac in its default configuration. If you shift your attack target from the boot chain to the OS, you're still out of luck. The base OS is stored on a cryptographically signed sealed system volume, as it is called.
If you somehow modify the operating system files at rest, the Mac will throw a tantrum and refuse to boot. Now, theoretically, a user can turn these off. A very real use case for this is kernel development. You have to load untrusted code into the kernel in real time. But let's be realistic here. How often are you targeting somebody that, one, won't notice you're there, and two, is capable of X and U kernel development? Your casual Mac user can barely send an email without any help. There's no, oops, I waltzed into recovery mode and turned off Fort Knox. It's not gonna happen. So what's left? Runtime persistence is our best bet. But even that has its own set of hurdles. Apple really went to town on the runtime protections, but let's break it down a bit. So first off, you have system integrity protection and rootless. They're cute names, but what they really mean is that they've put the super user into a straitjacket and thrown away the key. Even with root privileges, your hands are tied when it comes to modifying system files. You just can't do it. System integrity protection specifically watches over protected directories and doesn't let untrusted processes modify them. Rootless is even stricter in this regard. It reduces the Unix file access to just reading and executing. Just putting your code to execute, just getting your code to execute is another tightrope walk too. Because of code signing and gatekeeper, which is turned on out of the box, by the way, if your code isn't signed, it's not getting executed. And code signing isn't even optional anymore. As of 2 or 3 macOS versions ago, apps have to gain approval from Apple's notary service to execute when the protections are turned on. Now, the notary service checks for malicious code. It's not the brightest tool in the shed. It's about as smart as a coffee maker, but it raises the bar to malware development by $100. And if you keep failing the notary service and they know you're making malware, they'll just ban you. So what if you tried to hijack somebody else's app, somebody else's code? It's very difficult, but it's possible. We'll demo one scenario in which you can. Pointer authentication fends off memory modification attacks. Even if you somehow wrest control over a process, the app's sandbox will probably render your efforts pointless because you can assume the context of that app, but by default, apps have only the privileges that they need. And it's something I give Apple a lot of credit for. It's designed pretty well. It's fairly hard to escape. Compare it to, say, like Chrome has a sandbox, right? Not that hard to break out of. Not so much for macOS's sandbox. But macOS is still an Apple product, designed by humans and prone to human error. You don't need to be an active exploitation wizard to find your way around these defenses. Sometimes the functionality they give you is your most capable asset. There are nooks and crannies throughout macOS where we can find shelter, or even better yet, bend the system to our will. It's about knowing how to use the tools that they hand to us, just in a way that they might not have intended. And the options here are plenty. I've gone ahead and organized this smorgasbord into some more digestible categories. Apps are capable of reaching into parts of the system by design. We can leverage that. The BSD utilities offer a Unix-like means of persistence. The system services are things that are central to macOS themselves. They provide some functionality crucial to the system's operation. And app hijacking consists of taking over existing applications and injecting our own code. Difficult, but there are some scenarios in which it is pretty possible. Now, this is not meant to be an exhaustive list. I've just selected some of the more interesting, to me, options among them. But you know, there are plenty of other, even BSides this year in Budapest, they had a talk detailing some of the ones I didn't. So see what's out there. Let's start with the functionality that gets provided to apps. So I put these items here because they are given to apps and users as legitimate but abusable functionality. They can be useful in one way or another, but they're usually restricted by the app's sandbox. This tends to limit their practicality unless you can escape it. And UI automation is a notable exception to the sandbox on macOS because you're interacting directly with the UI, but more on that later. First up are Spotlight importers. Now these extend Spotlight with additional data sources. Most useful is their ability to parse file contents for indexing purposes. We could easily make a malicious importer. When they hit Command space and type something, it gets invoked. But it's the sandbox that limits us again. We can fetch content from the internet and read the files, but how do we get the stuff back out? Because by default, we're not allowed to send large quantities of data upstream. They're also subject to gatekeeper, so we can't just drop a Spotlight importer on the file system and then wait for the daemon to pick it up. If you happen to have a way to escape the sandbox, these are actually very useful. Blue team can find these by running md import with the L option in terminal. It'll list all the currently loaded importers by their path. And the path is something that I'm going to make a point of saying, you're on a Unix system. We have symlinks, hard links, soft links. So you don't necessarily have to put them here in order for it to get picked up by the daemon. So our shell demonstration later on today, in order for it to work, we have to abuse bad file permissions, but it's still fairly common. Next up is the UI automation. Now, it's my favorite by far. It's really powerful and really easy to leverage. Most parts of macOS's UI can be scripted because it's all written in one common base, and we're definitely going to be able to abuse it. An app I wrote a while back, AirWatch, actually uses this to bypass Apple's App Store restrictions, but don't tell them that. UI scripts can be written in a variety of languages that can be packaged into apps using Automator. It can be interpreted languages like Ruby, even JavaScript, which is kind of gross, but you can totally do it. A lot of anti-malware won't trigger on these, especially if you mix and match the source of your actions. You have Automator do some things, and then your scripts do something else. Because they're in separate processes, a lot of anti-malware don't correlate the two. My favorite thing to do with them is to create message boxes that mimic system dialogues. It's great for tricking users into giving up their passwords. Folder actions are a variation of these. They are essentially UI scripts that get executed when an event happens inside of a specified directory. How can we use that for persistence? Put it in the downloads folder, because I guarantee you they're going to trigger that at least once a day. They're not very stealthy, but they are a reasonable soft spot in macOS's defenses. Detecting these is mostly a game of finding scripts that you have write access to, or Automator apps hiding somewhere on the system where you don't expect them. Event monitoring and behavioral analysis are your best blanket approach, given what I said earlier, that a lot of solutions, it's just going to fly right by them. To give you an idea of how flexible Automator and UI scripts are, there have been several malware strains written entirely in them. In fact, the malware distributed for this talk is based on a strain of Automator malware from like 2018. Hint, hint. So I want to play a game. I'm going to show you two dialogues. Both are going to ask for your authorization, but only one of them is real. So which one is it? If you haven't guessed by now, it's too late because your users have already clicked on it. Karen in accounting doesn't care about your silly message boxes. She has random PDFs from the internet to open. All right, show of hands for box number 1. Show of hands for box number 2. Congratulations, number 2s. You won't be reinstalling macOS today. But it's convincing enough. And, you know, if you're in a hurry or you're not paying attention, because you've seen this happen 10 million times, you're just going to click the blue button. That's what everybody does. And that's what gets most people. So dynamic libraries. It's a form of code injection. We put malicious code in a library and have another process pick us up. Patrick Wardle wrote about these a while back, and as a result, Apple tightened up on how we can use them. Essentially, they're like DLLs for Windows. What's unique about macOS is that when a dependency is specified, it first looks adjacent to the executable, and if it can't find it, it just starts going up in the path until it finds it. So if you have write access to a particular place in the path, but not necessarily the app bundle, you could just put a dynamic library there and it'll pick it up. But just like everything else on macOS, now dynamic libraries are required to be code signed. And weak references, which is searching up in the path, are strongly discouraged. They don't officially support them. There are things on macOS that still use them, like Python, but it's not installed by default, unfortunately. That being said, if an app isn't distributed via the App Store, it might lack code signing, or it might lack verification of its library dependencies because the guardrails aren't in place to force the developer to adopt safe coding practices. For things like Electron apps, this can be a solid way to gain persistence, but it's limited, again, by Gatekeeper and the sandbox. There is a way around that, but we'll get into it. Detecting these kinds of attacks, well, the trick is to compare file modification timestamps for the DY libs against the other files in the app bundle. And this can go for pretty much anything, scripts too. If it's far more recent, the app bundle has probably been tampered with. On to the BSD utilities. So if you're a Linux nerd or one of the 12 remaining users of FreeBSD in this world, you already know about these. They're tried, true, they definitely work, and that's why Apple is slowly getting rid of them. With each successive macOS release, this list gets shorter and shorter. Like cron, if they keep cron around for 2 or 3 more versions, I'll be surprised. And when you consider that things like the event monitoring daemon are almost exclusively used by malware in my experience, it's no surprise that they're doing this. Shell hijacking. So shell hijacking consists of injecting commands into the configuration files that are executed when a user starts a shell session. We can spawn off processes or even alias commands to modify shell behavior. This is a great method of obtaining persistence, but it relies on 2 things. 1, they have to open shell sessions often enough for you to be kept alive. And 2, they have to own their own configuration files. If they switch to root before they modify, let's say like a bash config, you're not going to have access to it unless you already have those privileges. There have been bugs in tools like Brew in the past, where during the installation of certain apps, it would incorrectly modify permissions, which would allow you to sneak in through there. It's a relatively cheap thing to do to just check what the Unix permissions are, so even if you don't think it's going to work, I would still look. So when's the last time you checked your shell config? We can use a script like this to intercept sudo and steal your credentials, then present the real sudo after. Everybody puts their password in wrong sometimes, so it doesn't really raise suspicion, so long as they only see this once or twice. You can use those creds to privilege escalate and then clean up the aliases after, and there you go. Now, with your privilege, you can obtain persistence somewhere else in the system. You'd be surprised how often bad file permissions can give way in this. Now, because I'm a nuisance to my coworkers, I like to leave this in their shell config when they forget to lock their Mac. Anybody want to take a stab at what this does? What was that? That's close. It might be a little hard to read. It does air horn. So remember, yeah, remember that UI scripting I told you about? We can use UI scripting to turn the volume as high as it can possibly go. And there's this nifty thing called aplay on a Mac where you can just pipe audio out through the command line. So it's really fun walking down the hallways at work and then I just hear an air horn in the distance. For system services. Okay, so these are things, as I mentioned earlier, core functionality to the OS. Profiles are probably the most common among these. They are all limited by the fact that you need admin privileges in order to use them. They're not good for privilege escalation, but they can allow you to entrench yourself further in the system or just provide another foothold. Profiles are device configuration p-lists that are intended for management systems like Jamf or Intune. They can enforce device settings and restrictions like group policies do on Windows. They're surprisingly well integrated with Mac OS. If you download one of these in Safari, it is automatically added as an option in system preferences. Convincing somebody to approve it isn't an impossible task. I've administered Mac users. They'll click on anything you tell them. If you happen to have root, you can load them yourself without user interaction. Now, I've seen this used in the past in a really clever way as a pretext to gain persistence not via the profile, but via Safari. You can create a profile to enforce a certain homepage in Safari. They served up a malicious homepage that resembled Google, escaped Safari's sandbox, and used that to reinfect them every time they open Safari on their Mac. Like LaunchD items, they're not very stealthy. You can see in the pane, they're all listed right there, and any user can go in there and just take it out. On the topic of system preferences and lists, LaunchD has the same thing going on. LaunchD is kind of like systemd on Linux. It offers a standardized way for an app or any executable code to persist itself across reboots or on some kind of timer. It's mostly to facilitate services like auto updates or background tasks. And there are two kinds of these. You have launch agents, which are spawned by LaunchD on login of a user, and launch daemons that start up with the rest of the system. Stealthy? Not at all. Just like the other ones that I covered before, they're about as subtle as a truck driving through a dynamite factory. The user gets notified whenever one of these gets added or modified, and they can also be removed by users just with a click. A bunch of legitimate apps do use these, so it's not an immediate red flag if they see one. When it comes to persistence, though, these are probably best described as your front runners. If you're privileged enough to have root access, my recommendation is you can use these, just don't make your own. Hijack one that already exists. It's much less suspicious to anti-malware, and if the user is savvy enough to go poking around in there, they're probably not going to look in the ones that they knew already existed. Detecting this kind of attack, just like with the app bundles, look at file modification timestamps. No matter how you do it, though, the notification is going to appear, even if you don't invoke user interaction to do it. Kexts sound like a great idea until you consider the effort it requires to pull one of these off. You get practically unlimited power at runtime because you're running in the kernel context, assuming you can get a signing key from Apple. Since they can hook into nearly any part of the system, you can also make yourself impossible to remove. You could just remove the parts of the system preferences UI that would allow them to unload a kernel extension. They're not bad, but let's be honest, if you're deep enough into X and U kernel hooking to understand the meaning of what I just said, you don't need to be coming to my talks. You know this stuff already. Much like LaunchD items, loaded kernel modules make no secret of their presence. They're right there in system settings. For those on Blue Team, a simple kext stat command will spill the beans on all currently loaded kexts. There's a window. You can also filter it down to third-party kexts and unsigned kexts. In its default state, you cannot load unsigned kexts. And as an extension of that, you have to have them signed by Apple. And Apple does not distribute signing keys for kernel extensions freely. You have to make a case for why you need a kernel extension and why you aren't doing it in user space. They don't like your answer, they'll just tell you no. And Macs also have built-in anti-malware. Many people don't realize this. It's called XProtect. And it uses the same malware definition format for its database as ClamAV. Fun fact. So sooner or later, if you cause enough noise, you will get caught. And they will ban your signing key and $100 goes down the drain. App hijacking is probably the most diverse method of persistence in terms of stealth and difficulty. It often relies on active exploitation too, so you can't fake your way through this one. You either need decent coding chops or a solid grasp of offensive principles, preferably both. Apps can offer us persistence because of their interactions with other parts of the system. Some apps support plugins or extensions. It's not that different from the Windows world in that regard. Maybe they auto-parse files we can sneak into, and there's a vulnerability in that file parser. Third-party apps are a lot more practical and easy sometimes to exploit and hijack compared to macOS itself. But you do have to find the vulnerable apps and also hope that the target has them installed. Defending against these is also very difficult because it's unique for every app and combination of apps, because oftentimes you can chain these together. The possibilities are really only limited by the sandbox protection around the apps. We'll go over an example of how you can approach this idea, but Doomfist has a repo on GitHub full of examples, and most of them still work, but they're all very practical, so you can start leveraging these pretty much immediately. He explored the topic really well. Go check it out. I'll have a link at the very end. So for an example, we're going to hijack an app, and we're going to hijack Sublime Text 4. It's a popular choice among developers, especially in the government space. You'll see this a lot still. But here's where it gets interesting. Sublime Text App Bundle has a whole bunch of Python scripts. And these scripts are ripe for attack for two very compelling reasons. Because it is a user-installed app, the file permissions are inherited. They're all owned by the user. With only user-level privileges, we can modify them. And I've harped on about Gatekeeper a few times. Your code isn't signed, it's not going to let it run. This is a good way around that. Because for third-party apps, Gatekeeper doesn't check the app bundle after it's been executed at least once. And if they have Sublime Text installed, it's pretty reasonable to expect that they've probably opened it at least once. So we can inject into it. Inside the Sublime Text bundle, you'll discover a few Python versions. Specifically, we've got Python 3.5 and 3.8, and it's at the path listed in the subtitle. Charming. So for today's demonstration, we're going to be hijacking 3.8, specifically sublime.py. Now, why sublime.py? This file contains support code for the editor, and it gets executed every time they open Sublime. So if you actually open sublime.py in Sublime Text, you can add your persistent code and save it. And that's what they mean by metaprogramming, right? So for your hands-on, did anybody dig into the app that got sent out earlier? The direct download of the torrent? Okay. So it's basically a living example of some of the stuff that we've gone over. Many of the techniques are in use, and if you run it, don't, but if you run it on your Mac, it's going to stick around like the in-laws after the holidays. Good luck getting rid of it. All right, let's walk through some of the things that it does. So there was a piece of Automator-based malware from 4 or 5 years ago called Lamepire. And despite being made very poorly, it was somehow prolific enough to make the news, which is really sad. It says a lot about our society. I can only assume the name to be a pun on Empire, which was a popular post-exploitation framework from around the same time period. I guess it's like naming your kid Einstein and hoping that he's going to grow up to be a genius. Didn't quite happen, though. For all its thoughts, for all its faults, it makes for a teachable moment. Knowing what we know now, how could we do what they did, but better? So here's my shopping list. Keep in mind, this is still meant to be fairly easy to figure out what it's doing, given that its only goal is to teach you about persistence, not, rack your brain about it. So in macOS, macOS file systems support something called a resource fork. Those app bundles, the icon that you get, it actually lives inside the app bundle. So if we sign an app bundle, how do we change the icon afterwards? Abuse the resource fork. We also want to use subterfuge. The original Lamepire, despite being named discord.app, it didn't even open Discord. It would just run in the background, attacking Mac users, people. But we can do better. So let's at least pull Discord or encapsulate Discord and drop it on the system. We can also cascade our backdoor. Being a Unix system, you can only have one thing binded to a particular port at a time. So what if we have two things that try to bind to the same port? One will fail, and if all they're doing is looking at what ports are open, they're not going to see the other thing in the background just waiting to take it over. And we'll try to hide in some more obscure places so it's not as obvious that we're there. So to that end, this is what I came up with. See if it will go. There we go. Okay. So if you were to actually run this on your computer or on a virtual machine, this is what will happen. We throw up some bogus message. It doesn't really matter. We're using UI automation. And it doesn't really matter if they checked yes or no on that box before. It's just there to fatigue them. And once they put in their password, there's the notification I mentioned. So let's say we have a user that's paranoid enough to start looking around in there to see why that popped up. Well, if you're fast enough, you can dump the real Discord and launch it, and they'll probably stop paying attention at that point. There you go. So down the line, if any of you happen to get into that app bundle and try to reverse engineer it or figure it out, just let me know. You can find a lot of the stuff that I work at on my website at vandersecurity.com. Pretty much all of it is free. My latest book, The Art of InfoSec, is available as a PDF. You can download it from there. And this talk was made possible by the folks over at Hack CFL. So be sure to pay Efrain a visit, and if you see him at Aruga's, go buy him a beer. He might still be in the sponsor pit, we'll see. We're also holding a raffle for a Flipper Zero, so if you join the Discord and post, you can get entered for that. Do we have any questions? I knew it.
Yep, you know I want to do that. So you said that the Ruby code is going to get checked off, and how does that work for Metasploit modules? Because usually those get flagged instantly.
Funny thing about the Metasploit modules, so it's going to vary based on whether or not you're using a staged payload or not, but on the ARM Macs, they don't work anymore because nobody has bothered to update them. And on the Intel Macs, they'll compile, but as soon as you run them, they segfault because, I don't know. In terms of red teaming, people ignore Macs a lot because there are plenty of softer targets in the same environments. Like, even if there's an all Mac environment, there's a decent chance they might still be using an Active Directory of some kind. Just attack that.
You're saying just avoid it at all costs.
Yeah, they're a real pain.
What will be I guess, what part of the jump from macOS to iOS, tvOS? Because now they're trying to make it all into like one OS to rule them all.
Yeah. Closer every day. There are some differences, most notably between iOS and macOS. There, for example, on iOS, you have something called the kernel patch preventer, which isn't present on macOS, at least not yet. If you try to patch the kernel, there's a process running that just checks the integrity of it, and if you patch it and it doesn't expect it, it panics. It panics the kernel on purpose to force a reboot. There's also, and OpenBSD started doing this recently as well. In previous operating systems, you would have, write or execute. You can't have both on the same memory region. They are doing some kind of authentication in addition to the pointer authentication, that if you modify it, it'll segfault the code. From a security perspective, they're a little different, not enough for this level of exploitation to matter. Mhm.
So follow-on question. I know the system API for Windows is, I mean, it's out there, right? You can
Mhm.
you can go through it. You can see what you're doing. Is there something equal for Mac OS?
Yeah, and it's even better because it's open source.
Okay.
The XNU kernel is right there.
Okay.
You can download it off of, I think, GitHub. For things like the Cocoa APIs, those are closed source, but they're pretty well documented. And even then, every once in a while, Apple will accidentally put out binaries with the symbols. So we just scrape them and figure out everything they've been hiding. I think that last happened a few iOS versions ago. It wasn't encrypted, so.
Makes sense.
Got another one?
Yep. So does macOS do any checks on the FreeBSD binaries themselves?
So their solution to not having to maintain the security of the FreeBSD utilities was just to never update them. I believe it's FreeBSD 4 or 5 is the version of the core utilities, which has had some interesting side effects because we've had situations where the binaries are so old, modern exploits don't work against them. But then on the other hand, you have things like shell shock that didn't affect the more up-to-date Linux distros. So they don't because they never update them.
I see. But like, what's stopping from like putting a BusyBox binary onto a macOS target and running that?
Gatekeeper, because if it's not signed, it's not going to let it run.
Okay.
If you use something out of the box, Xprotect might snag you. And there's some places in the file system like set UID. You can't really abuse that on a Mac just because of the way they've set it up. So if you drop a binary somewhere random on the system and you set UID it, it might not work. Yeah. Scripts, in particular, you can never set UID them on a Mac. So we've got a few options. What was that tool that we discussed at the last Citrus Sec? I think it was Red Canary made it or something. Man. Yeah. There's a tool that I can't remember the name of it for the life of me, but it allows, you know how you have event monitoring on Windows, which is really useful when you're trying to detect if malware is doing something or just reverse engineering it. There was a tool recently made by this security company that serves a similar niche. For postmortems, I love that tool. To protect against the attacks that haven't happened yet, it's fairly similar to the Windows world. You can run some kind of endpoint security on it. Use things like Jamf to enforce certain policies. If you're in an enterprise environment, there is very little reason for your users to be able to install any app that they want. There's almost none. So if you can prevent new code from getting on the system, don't let them load their own apps. If they're not a developer, they do not need things like Python or Ruby installed. In fact, they don't come with it anymore out of the box for that reason. Any other tricks? I mean, that's more or less, treat it like you do Windows and you'll be way ahead of the crowd. Yeah, because the base is already more secure to begin with, so. Yeah. And, you know, at the same time, got a few minutes, and by the same measure, why don't we see a lot of Linux malware targeting the desktop? Because there are like 5 of you in this crowd. It's not worth the time or the money. As Macs become more popular, they're going to become more and more of a target. So this, and I think the last time Malwarebytes did a survey, 60% of Macs don't have endpoint protection on them. So the first thing you can do to help defend Macs, load anti-malware on them, because a lot of places don't. Mm-hmm. And it's free, so there's no excuse not to use it. Anything else? Going once? Done. Okay. And I got done early. I'm going to leave that up, I guess, just for the next few minutes. If you feel like scanning the QR code at a hacker convention, feel free. But if not, in very tiny text, you can see the Discord link. If later on, because I'm going to be sticking around the con for a few more hours, if you can't find the download link for that malware, just let me know and I'll DM it to you. Mm-hmm. We've already clapped. You can't do it twice. That's just excessive. All right.
No, how do you watch it later?
The stream might be recorded, but that would be through BSides, so I would check with them where that's uploaded. us going. All good. Handheld. It's all set. I give it to him, so he knows what it is. Last presentation was about malware and over there.
All right, audio check. Okay, sounds good. All right. So we'll go ahead and get ready to get started here. Who's ready for a nice, exciting chat about tabletop exercises? We're all in the right room? Okay, excellent. So just to get started, a little introduction about me. That's a neat sound. All right, we'll advance manually until we can figure that one out. So, a little about me. My name's Mike Ortlieb. I work for a company called Protivity. We're a consulting company. I'm a senior director there. I'm a UCF graduate from class of 2003, dating myself just a little bit. We used to use stone tablets to do our code and turn in. When I first got out of college, I went into software development and programming, and it turned out I wasn't very good. Turns out that I like to talk too much, and though I enjoyed coding, coding didn't really enjoy me. So I had to find something else, and what I realized was I could spin a good yarn. I enjoyed trying to do a lot of different things, and I wound up with a great opportunity to join a consulting company. And I have been with that consulting company for the last 19 years. Over the course of that time, I've had the great privilege to be able to do a lot of different things in cybersecurity. Learned my way through network security. I learned my way through penetration testing, some red team operations, blue team operations. Got to do a little bit with data security, data compliance. I'm also a QSA for those of you who enjoy payment card industry security, credit card security. And then most recently, in the last several years, I found myself back onto incident response, blue team and forensics, where I sit on our consulting incident response team. So that means my job and the job of my team is to assist our clients with the different elements of IR. Now that can be everything from plans, development of run books, to direct response, to forensics, to threat hunting, to CTI. And of course, what we're here to talk about today, tabletop exercises. I am one of Protivity's lead facilitators for performing tabletop exercises for our clients. And when I was thinking about going through and putting my name in the hat for presenting, I'm a frequent BSides attendee and enjoyer. I've been to several different BSides events. And I said, why not me? So I threw my hat in the ring and said, maybe they'll take a shot and I can be up here presenting. And lo and behold, here we are. So here we go. I am on socials a little bit here with my hashtag there, or my handle, and our blog for our company blog, where I occasionally contribute some articles. There is actually a blog series on tabletops there, more of a long form explanation of what we're doing here today. So, what are we doing here today? Tabletops. Why do them? And I wanted to get just a sense of the room here. How many of you are responsible for developing or executing, planning tabletops within your own organizations? Several hands here. Okay. How many of you attend tabletops as a participant? Okay. And how many of you are just interested in the subject? The rest of you. Okay, fantastic. Thanks, Igor. Appreciate that. All right. So, why do I like tabletops? Why do I find them to be a valuable exercise for organizations? Well, let's start with the basics, right? So, compliance and risk mitigation. A lot of times when I talk to my clients, they will ask, we would like to hire you guys, or we want to do a tabletop. And I say, that's great. Why? Sometimes the answer is as simple as, we need to check a box for a compliance requirement, right? Certain different requirements, even PCI DSS talks about this a little bit. There's a TSA directive if you're in the pipeline energy sector. There's requirements that you perform tabletops and focus on a couple different areas, there's specific directives for that. And there are some for other industries as well. So it can be as simple as, we need to do one. We need to have it done, and we're looking for just getting that out of the way. Okay, great. That is a fantastic starting point, because at least we're in the conversation about doing one. But then we can really dig in and say, if we're going to spend this time together, what can we really get out of it? More so than just, I'm going to check the box and I'm going to move on. So, what we try to do is transcend it more to value delivery, right? If you are a financial type within an organization and you have to pay all of your employees, all day for, their salaries, overtime, potentially, whatever the case may be, and you're going to take all of those folks, however many are attending your tabletop, and you're going to put them in a room together to focus on this exercise, you are paying money to have them all in that room for that period of time, right? You may be hiring an external facilitator, or you may have your own team develop it. That's time spent developing those materials. So you have invested in this time. You have invested in this exercise. What are you getting out of that, other than a bunch of people walking away saying, hooray, we did it. Okay, it's over. Let's wait for the next one next year, right? So we can transcend a little bit from that to the concept that when we're in that room together, are we really defining what it is that is going to make this time valuable for us? And one of the things I like to point out to my clients and have this conversation with them is, tabletops are often a unique opportunity for your organization to have diverse groups who normally do not spend time together collectively in the room, listening to each other, talking to each other, and for the best ones I see, asking each other questions, challenging each other's assumptions, and learning from each other. That is valuable time spent, because you get to learn how others think and do in different groups in your organization. You learn to understand their expectations. You learn to understand their thinking. You learn to understand what it is that they are trying to achieve in their role when responding to an incident. A lot of the time that I spend when I am facilitating is trying to get different groups to talk to each other and go through that decision-making process. Now, there's social dynamics that you have to pay attention to, and we're going to go into that later in the talk. But for the initial thought process here, we have an opportunity to get those diverse groups together. And I've had plenty of tabletop exercises where, after it's all over, one of the executives, generally it's one of the executives come over, CFO, CEO, CIO, somebody of that nature will come up and say, wow, I didn't know all of what my technical team had to do when they were resolving this. I had no idea. I had no concept of that. And they leave with a greater appreciation for the work that goes into prepping and responding and dealing with a complex incident. Some of the technical folks that I work with, you know, maybe your SOC lead or even SOC analysts who are doing this and in the defense of that organization all day, they leave and they'll come talk to me and say, wow, I didn't understand what kind of questions my leaders were going to ask of us. I wasn't ready for that, or I learned how they think or what is important to them. So when I am preparing my briefings, when I am preparing and discussing how I'm going to communicate, what decisions I need them to make, I have a better understanding of the information that they need to make the decisions that they do in their role on the IR team. So that's value delivery. And that leads to organizational improvements, right? We talk to each other, we communicate, we practice. I use this phrasing a lot when I am dealing with people in preparation for an exercise. We practice like we play, right? We're going to treat this as real. We're going to treat it as an actual incident, and we're going to practice like that. And when we do, we get a sense of how it would happen if we had to do this in the real world. We move away from the supposed incident to the actual incident. And this is very helpful, particularly for those groups that don't flex that IR muscle a lot or involve those higher level folks a lot. So all of this is why I think that tabletops make for a valuable exercise. So how do we go about doing them, right? So we start with our planning, and we're going to go through here and talk about some of the elements that when I am constructing and when I am helping organizations set up to do a tabletop, we don't just wake up one morning and go, let's do a tabletop. Now you can, but this is more towards the idea that we're going to prepare, we're going to plan in advance, and we're going to execute this as a scheduled event. So clients will call and they'll ask, hey, Mike, we would like to do a tabletop exercise. And I say, great, let's do one. What are your goals? What are you trying to get out of this? Blank stare, right? Haven't thought about that. They just said, well, we got to do one, right? Well, why? Why are we doing it? What are we doing with this tabletop? I've had some discussions last night at a dinner throughout the conference today and earlier this morning, talking to people who do tabletop exercises, and every one of them has a different perspective of what it means to do a tabletop within their organization. Some have a very focused view of, we're working with the SOC team. We're going to do a SOC team exercise, very technical. Others, we talk about it and say, no, our tabletop is more managerial focused. We are trying to get CEO, CFO, CIO, legal, marketing, HR in a room discussing some of the broader impacts. Both are valid, and so is everything in between. There's no one-size-fits-all definition for how to do a tabletop. So when we're trying to do one, we got to set up what our expectations and goals are. What are we trying to achieve with this? And we're gonna do a little exercise on this in a moment, but keep that in thought in mind. Second idea. Originally in my first draft of this deck, I actually had this first, scenario selection, because that tends to be the first thing that comes in mind when people say we're going to do a tabletop. What's it about? Ransomware. Okay, we're gonna talk about ransomware tabletops in depth, but what is the theme of the exercise, right? Is it ransomware? I have nothing against ransomware. I've done probably, I don't know, 20 ransomware tabletops this last couple of months with my clients. It's a fine exercise. But is it the only kind of exercise that's out there? Is it the only thing that people are worried about within your organization? Probably shouldn't be, right? Now, if you've never done one before and you are looking for a place to start, it's a great topic because it's eye-catching. It gets a lot of people's attention. And so it can be a good introduction. And it also serves as a good placeholder to test a lot of those things that you may need to in a tabletop exercise and as part of your IR plan, right? You can test the containment aspects of ransomware. You can test the recovery options of it. You can test how you would handle the reputational damage or the operational impacts, or what you do after the fact related to restoration of systems, what you do with downtime with your employees, right? What's everybody going to do if half the systems are locked up and down and are going to be down for a few weeks, right? We watched this in real time a few weeks ago with MGM, right? There was a lot of feeds and everything. We got to see and live what they were dealing with, the moments they were dealing with it. It's a fascinating look into it, right? So, scenario selection, but it doesn't have to begin or end with it, right? A lot of times when I'm working with my clients, we spend a lot of time here on quasi-threat modeling, quasi-exploring worst-case scenarios. I get to put on my bad actor hat and really go through what would really hurt for you guys. What is some of the worst nightmare fuel you have for your organization, right? We saw it earlier today, I think maybe last night, I forget the exact timing, but nightmare fuel happened on socials again very recently with 23andMe, right? I mean, think about an organization like that and what they're disclosing. Is having their systems locked up probably the worst case scenario for them? Maybe, maybe not. Losing that data? Yeah, that's probably pretty high up there, right? So think about your organization and think about some of the core trusts, dependencies that you may have. And you can game out scenarios based on that, right? And the great thing is, like, it's all technically right now, while we're in the tabletop world, it's all pretend, right? So we can go there, we can go live our worst day, and then come back to our reality where we're not there yet, right? So we can explore that space, and we can have that opportunity. So we spend a lot of times in this like the dark place of what it is that could go horribly wrong for you. What are you most afraid of? And then we pair that back to our goals, right? What are we trying to get out of this? And we tie that in with the other core factor. What if you threw a tabletop and you didn't bring the right people to the room? You didn't have the right participants, right? This works and cuts both ways. I try to make sure that when I am working with my clients on their tabletops, that we have the people who are going to attend it as actual participants in the room, that they are the right people to address what the scenario is and what the goals are, right? It makes no sense to have a scenario where we are talking about public disclosure of sensitive information, right? Let's say that's our scenario topic, and we don't invite PR and comms people or the legal department, right? They're not present, they didn't accept the invite, they can't make it, whatever the reason. It's not gonna go so great because we're not gonna be able to fit our objective. So this is kind of the triangle right here. And I go back and forth and we kind of modify and adjust and tweak a little bit. What if we change the scenario slightly to make sure that so-and-so has a role? You know, we've done that too. How many of you like sitting in really long meetings? There should be no hands up. One, okay, yeah. All right. How many of you would like to sit in a really long meeting where you have no role? Oof, right? You are just sitting there collecting dust. If you are taking time to attend the tabletop, they have invited you, you are brought into the room, and you are sitting there, and you are sitting there, and you are sitting there, and you don't have the opportunity to ask questions. You don't have the ability to speak into the scenario at any level. That's a really tough time to keep that focus. So sometimes, and we've done this before, is we've modified existing scenarios just to make sure that somebody who has a very niche role, but who is coming to the tabletop, has something to do, right? Has a part to play in the story of our tabletop. So that way they are contributing. Otherwise, they probably shouldn't be in the invite. So the other part of this too is role assignments, right? Generally, I kind of condense it down to three. You have your facilitation team, right? Those are the people who are basically, if you want to use the Dungeons and Dragons example, it's your dungeon master, right? They're the ones setting the stage, playing the NPCs, non-player characters, and putting information into the story and advancing the plot, right? Then you have your participants. Those are your players, right? Those are the ones who have the ability to speak into the scenario, make decisions, act on information, and would be the active roles within the IR team if this was real. And then you have observers, right? These are note takers. These are people who are in the room, but they are generally passive. They are there to collect, observe information, and analyze that for purposes of doing the readout later, right? People generally going to fit into one of those three categories. So making sure that you have alignment between all of these factors, your goals, your expectations, your scenario type, and who you have coming so that you have harmony among that will make for a good exercise. So a couple other minor details as well. Material preparation. Again, we are planning to do a tabletop. We are generally going to have to prepare injects. We're going to have to prepare scenario details, right? We're going to have to prepare things for people to look at or do or react to, right? Content. We have to prepare that in advance. Who is going to build that? How is that going to be built? How real do we make it, right? We can take it very high level, right? And that's okay to have more of that thought. We have done other exercises, more technical ones, where some of the scenario content injects are live data feeds or screenshots or different information that is, here is an example of the log alert that you see in your system. Tell me what you see in this that would cause you to follow your playbook. Show me what information you would do or what you would do with this information if you were going through this for real. So you have to decide how much, how little, what makes sense for the scenario and the participants. What do we need to prepare so that people walk away from this saying, wow, this was a good opportunity for me to showcase my skills and practice my plans, right? And then the last one here is, honestly, just to make sure we don't forget, venue and logistics, right? Are your participants going to be hybrid/remote? Are we doing this over virtual session? That will impact your preparation versus if we're going to have everybody in the room together, right? And on the subject of having the room, for no other reason than maybe this happened, maybe not, remember to book the room. Tabletops are wonderful activities. It's really hard to do in a hallway. So, little bit on logistics. Make sure that you have space. And if you're really nice, snacks for your facilitation team and for all your participants to make sure that the energy stays high. So let's go through an example of how we would set one up, right? So here, expectations, goals, example. So so here's a good example of some goals. Test our ability to respond to a security breach in our cloud environment. Okay, that's good. It's a start, right? Can we do better? We can do better, right? Evaluate the effectiveness of our runbooks in the event a threat actor compromises our AWS environment, right? Slightly more detail, slightly more focus, get a better sense of who we're going to need to have in the room, what their roles might be, and what we're actually hoping to get out of this. And then I said, even better, and I don't proclaim that this is I didn't say best because I am 100% sure that with enough time, you guys in this room could come up with better goals than I have here, right? But this is more specific, and it gives a tangible idea as to what the outcome needs to be, right? So thinking about that in line can help you make sure that all of the activities that follow as you prepare are aligned to that. Make sure you have the right people, the right injects, the right material, everything that follows. So you've prepared, you've gotten all your things ready, it's the day of, right? What are some of the behaviors that I as a facilitator am looking for when I am conducting one of these that is either good or not so good, and how to deal with that? So we'll start with the good, right? So here, these are enhancers, bringing and using your materials. Case in point, I had a client earlier this year. We were about 6 injects into our scenario, and nobody, and I mean nobody, had opened the incident response plan yet. We were probably in about the containment stage, hadn't opened the plan, right? So if we have these materials, bring them and use them. A lot of times that is the intention, right? Being specific, we like that. We say, hey, in this particular instance, I would do this thing next. I have this run book. I have these steps. I do that, right? Collaboration, people talking to each other. It's fantastic. Table crosstalk, same idea. Participants engaging with other participants without the facilitator having to prompt, right? People participating by performing active listening, right? Note-taking, another great behavioral sign. People are engaged, they're actually taking notes, saying, okay, here's some things I gotta think about for later, parking lot items, things like that. And the best part about all that is the more of that that's going on, the less I'm talking, which is fantastic. So, what about some of the behaviors we gotta watch for, right? The biggest one I've always had to deal with is scenario pushback. That couldn't happen here. That's impossible. We have X technology, X process, this software, that could never happen. I don't believe anymore, right? Sometimes we just have to lean and push the I believe button, or as one of my other lead facilitators said, today we're gonna break gravity, and that's just what happened, right? You can do that, but a lot of times there is indication then that we didn't spend enough time on the upfront thinking through what is the viable scenario to have happen, or have a reasonable explanation as to why X control didn't work in our hypothetical, right? You can approach it or you can sidestep it. Either way is fine, but I have found then as a facilitator, trying to directly challenge somebody who's pushing back like that doesn't always work. We try to say, well, let's just move past that, move around, and let's try to imagine this hypothetical as if that thing that, you know, couldn't happen did. There's a lot of examples of breaches that have happened where I am sure the team that is thinking about and looking at the fact pattern of their compromise is saying, well, that's impossible. Well, no, it wasn't, because it happened, right? And this is just, again, a hypothetical to try and move past. So, disengagement, non-participation. You see people starting to check out, right? Then you have to reinvigorate the room, get those people back pulled into your presentation and injects. Maybe if you are a facilitator, challenge them, ask them questions, or if you need to, take a break, right? Nothing wrong with taking 5, taking 10, giving everybody a minute to get refreshed, right? Groupthink, right? This can happen a lot of different ways, a lot of different meetings, where everything kind of funnels to one mind, one brain, one thought, right? We no longer have diverse or dissenting opinions. Everybody says or does the same thing. Is that just well-tuned process, or are we just kind of going with what one person says and that's it? Role changing. When somebody who is an observer jumps in and now is all of a sudden a participant, right? When somebody kind of jumps into there and say, well, what our team would do is this right now. And it's like, you're an observer. You aren't technically here right now, right? Making sure that people stay within their roles as they are defined for the exercise. Otherwise, sometimes you can end up with a lot of voices and people pushing into the exercise in a way that doesn't help, right? Position intimidation with deferring. So this is the idea that it's good to have executives in your tabletops. It's good to have that as long as they don't ruin the dynamic, right? If everybody is scared of the big boss and the big boss is sitting in the corner, arms folded, scowling, that will influence the rest of how people engage with the exercise. You have to know how to mitigate those things, and it requires you to know your attendees and how they're going to behave in a group setting, right? And then the last one here, very quickly, it depends, right? We will give a very clear, specific inject. This happened, you lost this data set on this day, it's this much, this threat actor, and has posted this message saying that they're going to release it. Okay, PR, what would you say? Well, it depends. We would craft a message. Depends on what? Here's the facts, right here. What would you say, right? And forcing people to get specific if they are not. If they're just saying, well, we would do this in general. It's like, well, here's the specific facts. What more would you need to know, right? And getting them to get into those details, very important. So, very high level on that. Let's talk a little bit about after the exercise, how we feel like we're doing. So, first things first, action plan assignment and remediation. Most people will be the most engaged, the most energized immediately after the exercise is over. That's when they have the most thoughts in their head, the most energy. Commit at that point to what the next steps are. What are the lessons learned? What did we do today? What do we need to do next? What problems do we need to solve? What sidebar conversations do we need to have? What technologies do we need to make sure don't break so we don't end up here? What pre-plans or run books that we didn't have that we should create? What edits to the IR plan, right? All this list. Get them down, written down on paper with action owners and due dates will get you more value, because the longer the time period goes between when the exercise happened and when people start thinking, oh yeah, we should get around to that, the energy fades and the enthusiasm fades. And then you're left with, well, oh yeah, we're showing up to the next tabletop. What was all that stuff we were supposed to do after the last one? Oh yeah, we didn't do any of that, right? So try to get that. Get those follow-ups done. Make sure people do those tasks. So that way your next tabletop can pick up where the last one left off. And then you can challenge further, refine further, and make more progress, so that every tabletop you do is an evolution on the prior one. You clean up on some of those lessons learned. You make newer or different challenges, and you twist or put spins on what was the prior injects, change some of the paths, and see if they can handle the deviations, right? And so those are some basic principles that I found both in the trial and a lot of error of conducting tabletops and how I've seen them performed at clients. So I know that was quick. I only had the 25 minutes, so I appreciate your time and attention. I don't know if I have time for questions today, but I'll hang around for a bit for anybody who wants to talk more. And that's it for us today.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. My name is Dan. I'm going to be talking about supply chain security in the context of machine learning. The name of the presentation is Guardians of Intelligence, with some mid-journey art associated with the theme here. A bit of the agenda: I'm going to provide an introduction to what is machine learning. We're also going to dig a little bit deeper into specific components of the machine learning pipeline and why those are important to protect, some specific examples about attack vectors, and then some mitigations that are available for folks to address that. Like I said, I'm Dan. I'm a product manager focusing on cybersecurity for the past 3 years or so. I'm a bit of a data nerd, and in my free time, I'm an instructional associate at Georgia Tech's Masters of Cybersecurity. And here's some of my socials I'll put again at the end. disclaimer, opinions are my own, as you would expect. There's a lot of resources in this presentation and a lot of links, so feel free to not have to take pictures. I'll share it right after in a GitHub repo. So let's get started. Introduction to machine learning applications. The first thing I wanted to focus on is that the terms machine learning, artificial intelligence, deep learning, data science can be used interchangeably, which is a bit problematic sometimes. For the purposes of this presentation, I'm going to be referring to machine learning as the algorithms that have the ability to learn without being explicitly programmed to do so. And just keep in mind, others will call everything AI, but here we're talking about machine learning applications. Let's walk through a couple of examples of what exactly are the kinds of things you can do with machine learning applications. So if you've ever used the website Zillow, which has information on real estate data, you may see that they have products like the ability to predict house price, and that takes into account square footage, number of rooms, the zip code associated with it. And a regression in this case would be a prediction of the future value of that house based on those inputs. In this type of model called supervised model, you know exactly what you're trying to look for or predict. You know the target variable, in this case, the price. A different example, maybe more in the context of a cybersecurity conference, is that of spam classification. So again, here you have two sets of data where you're explicitly telling these are the good types of emails, these are the bad types of emails, and then the model kind of predicts a label for any new email that comes in. But there's also unsupervised machine learning applications, and these are, instead of you knowing what the outcome needs to be or explicitly describing what that outcome should be, you're letting the unsupervised machine learning model find patterns in the data. So a few examples here. One around customer segmentation. So if you have a number of people that sign up for your service or product, you may apply an unsupervised clustering algorithm that would say all these customers are kind of related to each other, or they behave in the same way, so you can use marketing or sales to focus on them. Maybe a more familiar example also is that of Google News. So there what's happening is that if you start with a particular article or headline, the recommender system that uses unsupervised machine learning would kind of find you other articles that have the same content or similar content to what you started with. Now, hopefully you got a bit of a better idea of like what exactly is our machine learning applications, but the gist here is like, why should we secure these machine learning applications? Well, the first thing is that there's a number of what could be considered critical use cases for this technology. And contrarily to what the news say, we have been using machine learning applications for over 10 years in some cases. And it's important to secure not just large language models, but every application that relies on this technology. So there's applications in finance, public safety, cybersecurity, and we'll dig a little bit deeper into this now. So anybody familiar with the concept of the flash crash that happened back in 2010 by chance? So what happened there was that there was a trader or a group of traders that maliciously tried to influence the market by putting out their bogus trades that basically tricked an automated trading algorithm to oversell. And this led to the exponential decline of one of the largest indices, the S&P 500. So here it was basically, without calling it adversarial machine learning, a bad actor made something to make the model think something was happening in the market, and in fact it wasn't, and it led to losses in the millions of dollars for some customers and banks as well. A more recent example, and this happens was happening a lot, especially with the cryptocurrency type of activity, is that someone may take over an account in a social media website, and they may put information that, again, affects either individual behavior, or in the case of automated trading systems, can affect the portfolio of a very large financial institution, for example. So there was a parody account that went out and said that Eli Lilly, one of the largest sellers of insulin in the United States, was going to give away insulin for free. And that had an effect on that specific stock, where it was oversold over a period of time, and again caused tumult in the financial markets. But there's some threats in the physical world as well, and this is when it starts to get a little bit tricky. So most of you are probably familiar with components of cars that make them self-driving. Like if you've seen a Tesla, there's like a image classification system that recognizes objects as you're driving to things, so it knows what a stop sign is, what a pedestrian is, and makes decisions on where to steer the vehicle based on those. It turns out, and this is mostly addressed at this point, but at some point you could affect a stop sign by putting specific images or pixels that would prevent the algorithm from knowing that it was a stop sign. So then you could potentially end up with a car that is running the stop sign, causing a car accident, going over a pedestrian or something like that. So there's a lot of other applications in the physical world when you think about object recognition in a stadium that has classification for seeing if someone has a weapon inside the stadium. There's a lot of image classification that happens at airports every day. So there's a lot of very tangible issues that could be associated with adversarial machine learning in the physical world. And as you would expect, there's been a renewed effort on machine learning security from the government. So DARPA, for example, created an initiative to improve the security of some of these models. And more recently in the news, you may have heard this past week or the previous week that the NSA has implemented an AI security center, and a lot of obviously directives from the president and the White House on the need for securing these systems. But again, we're in a security conference. I wanted to highlight one particular example that really brings the point home of adversarial machine learning. And that was the team at Skylight Cyber that basically uncovered a issue with the Silence machine learning model that was identifying malware. And it turns out that at that point, and this again has been addressed mostly by the industry, but this was as close back as 2019, if you introduce specific strings as part of a file, if you modify the file headers, it would fool the machine learning model to think that it was no longer a malicious file. So again, a threat actor could potentially use knowledge of how a malware classification model works to bypass this security. So we have some examples. Now let's really talk about understanding the machine learning supply chain. If you remember in the keynote this morning, there were some mentions about the different components. Here, if I had to group them, there's really 3 of them. There's the modeling process, meaning if you're building a model from scratch, or if you're using an out-of-the-box model. There's obviously data, because machine learning runs on data and is powered by data. And once you develop that model and train it, you have to run it somewhere. So the runtime environment and the actual exposing of that machine learning model, that's another area of the supply chain. So in this diagram here, which is a great animation put together by a gentleman called Deepak on LinkedIn, what you see is the end-to-end flow of the machine learning pipeline. You start at the top left where you have data sources. Once you identify the types of data that you're interested in, you start aggregating, validating, cleaning, and standardizing the fields that you may need for your model. Once you have that, you start feature engineering. In the case of the Silo example, we're talking about the number of rooms is a feature, the square footage is a feature. In the case of the malware classification, it could be the file type, it could be the contents of the file. And once you have those features, you start iterating and developing those models. So you may try to use different algorithms. Again, we spoke about supervised. Maybe if you're doing classification, you may have unsupervised to look at just all telemetry data and find patterns in that. And eventually you, once evaluated and validated, will promote it to your production environment, wherever that is. It could be an endpoint, it could be the cloud, and then you expose it again via an API or an application directly. As you can see here, there's a lot of moving pieces, and each one of these components basically introduces potential risk to your organization when working with these technologies. So starting with the data. As I said, data fuels the machine learning pipeline. You can't really train models without data. So there's a concept of data poisoning, which in short really just means that a threat actor could either take over a data repository inside your organization, or they could make slight modifications to the data so that when you train your model, it now becomes vulnerable to specific types of attacks. As we know, data is hard to come by, and more machine learning models have become open source, but the value is in the data. Even though there's open source data out there, you have to be mindful that some of this data could be put there by a threat actor potentially, and there's just general validation that needs to happen as part of your development process. An example here is that of Hugging Face. So Hugging Face is a platform that allows you to download data sets from the internet, models from the internet, and in this particular animation here, what's happening is that you could just be looking, I need a classifier, I need a specific type of data associated with that. And they actually have implemented some security features where it tells you in this data set, there's this suspicious file that you should be aware of. But there's nothing going a level deeper on the actual rows and columns that tell you this sequence of data could potentially affect the training of your model in a negative way. Now moving on to the concept of modeling. So when creating a model, it's like if you were developing software in any other way. So there's a few different layers there. So you have the programming language. As some of you may know, Python programming language is kind of like the most widely used technology for data science and for developing machine learning models. But there's also a lot of components to that ecosystem. So you have libraries such as NumPy and SciPy, or Matplot, which is used for visualization. You can be using a framework, a machine learning framework based on Python, like TensorFlow, like Keras. Each of these components can potentially introduce now a vulnerability to your machine learning pipeline. One example of that is research and prototyping environments. So if maybe you have heard of the concept of a Python notebook, it's like an interactive environment that lets you run Python code. It lets you visualize the data as you're training your machine learning model. These environments themselves could be a source of a vulnerability. What ends up happening is that the data science teams have these research type environments, and the actual model gets implemented somewhere else. But again, if a threat actor is able to find a vulnerability in Python notebooks or any of the modules that are getting loaded when developing that model, that could be problematic as well. Now, let's assume that you're a small team, or maybe you're not a small team, but you don't have dedicated data scientists to develop the model. So, okay, you can say, I can forget about all the vulnerabilities associated with training the model because on the data side, and I can forget about the source code type vulnerabilities on the packages and the frameworks. Let's say you're downloading an out-of-the-box model, which again, either on Kaggle or on Hugging Face, you can download. You can have things from Google, Microsoft, any vendor really. Now there's, if you think a little bit about container images and the issues that came up with containers when that technology first came out, if you are to download an out-of-the-box model, how do you verify that there is no vulnerability in that model? How do you verify the contents of that model, how it was built, like verify it further? So again, you can go to Kaggle, like Hugging Face, search for models, look for text analysis, look for predictions, whatever the case may be. But how do you make sure that it is safe for you to use in your environment? Now we get to the point of runtime. So model is developed or you use an open source version. It turns out, and if you haven't worked with machine learning applications before, when you develop something in that Python notebook that you were showing earlier, a lot of times in large production environments like a trading algorithm we were talking about at the beginning of the conversation, it doesn't really get implemented in that programming language, Python in this case. It may have to be converted to a different runtime programming language. So things like Java or Scala in those large bank environments, Go in more modern environments, etc. Again, another layer where a vulnerability could be introduced to the process. Then in terms of the runtime, models can work on both servers, cloud, etc., or on-prem, but there's a lot of actual machine learning happening in your mobile device today. And as we move towards ensuring privacy, a lot more companies are trying to move the computation of the machine learning model to your device, because that way you don't have to share the data externally. But now that means that that device and any potential vulnerability with that device could also introduce a risk to your machine learning pipeline. Lastly, the model serving aspect, we kind of covered this, so I'll go through it pretty quickly. once you have the model in place, you need to expose it. You could expose it as an API where someone asks a question of your system. In this case, the Zillow API says, what is the price, predicted price for this house on this zip code with this address? And maybe you get a result that says the predicted price for that house is X amount of dollars, probably too much given how things are going lately. But you could also expose it with an application, meaning that instead of exposing the API directly, you build some interface and the user interacts with that interface. Now, application security comes into the picture because that new application that you're developing also needs to follow secure software development guidelines. That's a really long way to say that machine learning supply chain is complex. There's a lot of potential holes that can be found by an adversarial machine learning attacker. So let's learn a little bit more about more tangible and specific examples of how this plays out in the real world. So attack vectors. There's a great project that started by the MITRE team that is called the MITRE Atlas project. And what it does is that it brings the concept of the MITRE attack framework to machine learning security. It kind of like isolates the types of adversarial attacks that are possible by things like reconnaissance, initial access, persistence, actual execution, etc. And they have put together a very vast number of use cases, and I'll highlight here that some of the use cases that are highlighted in the MITRE Atlas framework have not been proven in the wild yet, meaning these are academic exercises, but they have been confirmed as possible enough that they could be happening. One of the challenge with putting together a data set like this is that no one's going to be raising their hand and saying, yeah, my machine learning model was affected, so it's kind of hard to confirm how much of this is actually happening in the wild. One example of something that came up, again, related to security, was that of VirusTotal data poisoning. So if you're familiar with VirusTotal, it allows you to upload files that you think could be malicious, and it tells you, runs them through a number of engines, and it tells you this engine thought that this was a malicious file. It is possible, or it was possible and discovered by the McAfee research team, that you could upload a large number of samples, even samples that didn't actually execute, and the models would end up classifying them as specific malware families. So if you think about a motivated attacker, what they could do is suddenly update a lot of variations for malware files that are misidentified with the wrong malware family, and you are basically poisoning the training data set for a company that builds these models. So again, risky there, and it just means if you're using open source data or data that is available to everybody, how do you verify that the quality of that data is where you want it to be? Another example, this is again familiar maybe to those of you with application security, is that of Python packages. So as I mentioned, Python is one of the most popular programming languages in data science, and there's something called the Python package index, or PyPy, and there have been a number of confirmed cases where a bad actor is uploading Python packages that contain potentially a remote code execution vulnerability, that they use the concept of typo squatting, where there's like a very popular package. They kind of like create a malicious one that looks just like it in case someone mistypes the name of that package. But there's also the concept of repo jacking, and that is if an organization changes a username and a bad actor takes over that username. If you think about using an expired domain maliciously, where maybe it was associated with a legitimate use case before, someone let it expire, they re-register, they're now using it. That is also happening with GitHub repositories that could contain machine learning frameworks, models, etc. Even with out-of-the-box models, there are confirmed cases where, in this case that I'm highlighting here, this comes from research that was done as part of the AI Village DEF CON 31 by one of the teams there, that basically applied a lot of tools that do source code analysis on frameworks and on models, and they expose the thousands of vulnerabilities that are of different levels of criticality that can be found in the wild today. In this particular example, there's the Microsoft ResNet, which is an image classification model that had a number of vulnerabilities, and this image comes from a site called AIRisk.io, that they basically perform some of that analysis and highlight in the model what particular vulnerabilities exist for that model type. The last example here, which is pretty interesting, was the hijacking of a facial recognition system. So the Chinese government implemented a way for users to authenticate that relied on facial recognition for you to file tax invoices. What they were able to do is using open source intelligence, pictures of legitimate people like us, if you're on social media or even LinkedIn, there's probably a picture of you out there somewhere, and details and information about you. They were able to create fake accounts on behalf of these users, impersonate them, and then make those tax refund claims for them. So again, the idea here is that it gets a little bit scarier, and I don't want to get into the doom and gloom too much, but now with generative AI, you could even come up with a three-dimensional picture of yourself that even in some cases where some of the mechanisms are using video for authentication instead of a photo, someone could potentially bypass that image classification process. Now, safeguarding AI, I've been talking about a lot about other problems. The next few slides, I'm going to focus on what are some things that you can use as a defender for addressing this. The first is that there's a ton of research. There's dozens of papers that come out, it feels like every week, that are trying to address some of these problems. I want to highlight two here. One of them is about adversarial data sets. So the idea is that if you apply some statistical methods to your training data before it gets to the model training process, you can start identifying, even in a non-malicious data poisoning type scenario, maybe your own data has adversarial vulnerabilities. So the idea here is to catch those as part of the data analysis process before you even feed them to the model. Similarly, there's the adversarial model training, and you can think of this as you're training your model, you're trying to poke holes into that model and try to identify if there are any particular issues before you go live with it. Now, there's a lot of tools. As I mentioned, MITRE Atlas has identified a lot of use cases. They also have identified mitigations that are associated with those use cases. They also released an open source Caldera plugin. Caldera is like an adversarial emulation framework where, given the TTPs that are outlined by the MITRE Atlas project, you can kind of like test your machine learning pipeline or your systems against that. And as you notice, I have skipped talking a lot about large language model security because there's a lot of attention in that, but the OWASP team and project has put together a great resource called the Top 10 Large Language Models Application Security Guidelines and Recommendations. So if you are focusing on large language models, that's another resource for you. We also have the ISO 5338, which is a new standard that is being developed for AI system lifecycles specifically. This is still being approved. It's not yet finalized, but you can expect in probably the next few weeks, this will become a standard that you can implement as part of your organization. Maybe you'll be required for certain types of organizations to comply by this standard. And lastly, this week, I had to make a very last minute update. There is the Protect AI, which exposed or made available 3 tools as open source. One of them is called Rebuff, that allows you to kind of like verify your large language model for prompt injection type of attacks. They also released something called Model Scan, and this goes back to the use case of either you develop it yourself or you get an open source model. It kind of like identifies potential vulnerabilities associated with those models. And lastly, NB Defense, which is a plugin for Jupyter notebooks that helps you find vulnerabilities within what you're using as part of that Jupyter notebook. So again, the libraries, the packages, and things of that nature. So I'm out of time. I wanted to like quickly close out with a few takeaways here. The first one is that if you think about it, if you think about it closely, this was also mentioned in the keynote earlier today, machine learning security is a lot like traditional software security. There's just some very nuanced components that now have to be, that we have to think about a little bit differently, particularly around data. Machine learning security is a lot more than LLM prompt injections, and is a lot more than just securing LLM applications. We have to have more conversations between machine learning practitioners and security folks, like everybody in this room, to try to drive the conversation and ensure that there's more security in these pipelines. Data can be a blind spot, and good data governance is the best way to solve this. So if you're building a model, you're relying on data. If you're not securing your data, that could be problematic. And lastly, explainability can be your best friend and your worst enemy. What I mean by that is that when you're building a machine learning application, you want your end user to understand what's going on. If they don't understand it, they're probably not going to use it. But if you expose too many details about how your model works, you're now giving an adversarial ML threat actor the keys to the kingdom, so to speak, on how they could potentially bypass your model. So explainability, good and bad. That's all I have for today. Here's some, again, my contact information if you want to reach out and have any questions. And at the bottom, there's the link that will contain the slides, and I'll try to upload it as soon as I'm done here. I think there's not really time for questions, but I'll be around if you have. Does anyone have any questions? All right, if not, feel free to reach out. Thank you all for listening.
How we sound? Everybody can hear me? Great. My name's Aaron Weiss. This is my first time speaking here, but I've been to BSides here a couple times. It's significantly better than the one in Jacksonville, no offense, but I'll consider myself on recon to bring back some good information. The talk today is talking about handling the I got hacked call, which if you're in this room, you've probably gotten that call. Not necessarily the one that you want who's calling from a customer or potential client where you're going to respond to their incident, everything's going to be great. We're talking about the random call that you're getting from neighbors, friends, whomever, because you are the de facto IT guy, security guy, programmer, for anybody your mom knows, your family knows, your kids know, and they're all calling you. And it happens to me, and it's happened for years. I own a company. I've done digital forensics and incident response since about 2010, and I went to UCF here when they started their digital forensics graduate certificate and master's program back in 2001. That's when I started doing forensics, but I've always been an IT guy, mostly a break fix computer guy. I worked right here at Best Buy 157, pre-Geek Squad, ran the tech bench during the E-machines, Windows Millennium, dial-up, sound card drivers days. So that was, Enclés, I think, was around. So everybody took their computers home. If they didn't have an actual firewall, they would get that shutdown message and their computers would shut down and they'd bring them back and be pissed at us. So receiving that heat from people, that panic, has been something that I've always done. And I did do IT support. I had a small company helping mostly individuals and small businesses. So not the enterprise level, but a lot of those calls still were like this. I testify in criminal and civil cases pretty regularly, so I'm always mindful about what I'm saying to anybody who contacts me, about getting sued, about there being some liability, about somebody taking my advice and getting hurt as a result of it, or sending some thug after me because my advice didn't work and someone got pissed off. So these things are always on my mind, but I also want to help everyone. I empathize with these callers that they're stuck. They're in a place where there's really not resources for them. I mean, they can call the local tech guy, but they might not really know what to do, or they may not have one. And sometimes contacting law enforcement is, you're going to get lost in the shuffle, at least for local law enforcement. They may not really know what to tell you to do. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to be harassed, and I don't want to be tied up in some never-ending chase down of an imaginary attacker or someone that's spying on an individual. I get that it is real and the paranoia might be real, and in some cases there is somebody spying on them, whether it's a spouse or a former employer. We know that happens, but I just don't want to go down the rabbit holes if I don't need to. I get about 3 or 4 of these calls a month, and if I turn on Google AdWords, I start getting them daily. So I just turn, Google AdWords maybe for a day, and then I turn it off. And one thing that me and a few of my colleagues talk about who receive these calls all the time is how to handle them. What do you do? Some of them just don't return the voicemails, return the calls. They just say, we're going to charge some insane retainer that scares them away. Sometimes, occasionally they do want to pay the retainer, and then now you've taken money from that person, and now you have to produce something, and that's almost worse than not taking the retainer. So since I do testify, I'm good on disclaimers. I'm not an attorney, so this is not legal advice. And sorry if it backfires on you, but this is just my tales and my experience and what has worked for me. Some of the things we're talking about, I already mentioned a little bit. We're talking about calls from individuals. And this might be the brother of your mom, the kid from soccer, his parents are calling you. A lot of social media account compromise, that's pretty common. I get calls from one or the other spouses that's involved in a divorce or a custody battle, and they think that the other is spying on them. I mean, I imagine any of our spouses would probably say, well, they know all the stuff. They're the tech. They were at a hacker conference. They can hack into all my stuff. And that is a regular call that I get. I don't really want to have anything to do with those cases, unless they're through attorneys and there's some filters and some protections for me. I get a lot of calls from parents whose teen sent out a nude photo. They sent it out, and now they're getting scammed and asked for money. The ones that are comfortable enough telling their parents, you know, they usually do okay. And I might give them some advice on that. But that's a pretty common call. They've let someone into their computer, kind of the regular scams that I don't have to tell everybody here about. I hear some crazy, there's a group of these guys spying on me and they're attacking me, and you know, it's not the Russians, it's not the ones that law enforcement knows about, it's these other group, and you know, what are they trying to do? I don't know what they're trying to do, but they're in all my stuff. And occasionally, and hopefully we get the small business user who actually has a legitimate ransomware or business email compromise. They're willing to go through an attorney. They're willing to work with us, and they have real problems. So the reason that I wanted to have this talk is that there's no training for this. There really isn't. If you're here, you're getting these calls, and if you're not, you will eventually. We do have a conscience. We want to help people. We don't want to steal their money. At least I hope not. And certain people I've talked to in having this talk and playing out some scenarios, they'll say, well, yeah, but you can just take some money, you know, make a few bucks and help them out, secure their devices. I'm like, that's not how it goes. And that's the reason for this talk, because we need a plan for handling these phone calls, being able to have either a smooth disconnect or set the boundaries for how we want to engage the caller going forward before it turns ugly. Particularly when it involves spouses. I've been hired by attorneys in several cases, in criminal cases where spouses accessed the recently divorced spouse's bank accounts or email accounts for all kinds of different reasons, intentionally and unintentionally. And I certainly don't want to take a phone that belongs to the spouse. Yeah, this is my phone, this is my old phone, and then you start examining it and realize this is not their phone. I do not want to log into someone's email account just because they say I can and they have the password. It doesn't give me the legal authority to do it. And whether I could fight my way out of court on that because I have permission, I just don't want to be there. And I don't want any of you to be there either. And there are dangerous people out there. A lot of these people are calling me and telling me about this scary person who's been harassing them. You know, I'm just too old for that. Maybe 20 years ago, I would have been down for that, but not these days. So this is a voicemail that I got, and this is kind of what actually, I wrote the outline for this talk the day I got this email, not too long ago, a few months ago. I'm sitting on the couch with my wife. It's like 8 o'clock on a Friday night, and I got my work phone out but silenced, and I saw I missed a call. Voicemail, I play it. Wife's like, what was that voicemail? So I played it for her. Hey, it's Jane Doe. Here's my phone number, my business, my personal accounts, computers, Apple TV, everything in my house is hacked. My personal phone and my son's cell phone, and all my information's hacked. I have all the information, please call me. So my wife's like, are you gonna call her? I'm like, I'm off work. It's Friday, 8 o'clock. We're Netflix and chilling. I'll just call her maybe tomorrow, And she's like, sounds urgent. Sounds like maybe her son sent, there's no kids in here, sent a dick pic out, right? Which happens, we get that call all the time. I'm like, this is not the case. This is not the case. I can tell you that right now. She's like, why don't you call her? I said, okay, pause the movie, I'll call her. And I called up and it was completely different. I'll get to the end. I have a couple voicemails, and then we'll revisit after going through some of this, and we'll see how the things played out. So you can maybe have in your mind, try to guess how it plays out. Another voicemail, hey, I'm not sure this is the right company. My husband and I purchased a business, and we think the previous owner is intentionally receiving some of our emails. Is there a way to see if this has been happening? I'm like, okay, that might be legit. Another one, whoops. My name's John. I have a serious problem not receiving calls, and I think I know who's doing this to me. It's way bigger than you could imagine. So call me and I'll fill you in. Text my number if the call doesn't go through. I'm like, that sounds like a doozy, but you just don't know how they're going to turn out. So the kind of the first part is answering the call. You get different camps. You get frantic and just a barrage of information where you might not say a word for 10 minutes. I try to really pay attention to the caller's mood and what they're saying, detect their level of technical knowledge. Some are really on point. They've done their research. They may misuse some terms, but they're not going too crazy. And some are really, calm and focused, and they've been thinking about this. Those I tend to lean towards, this might be something I want to get involved in. If I can't listen, or I'm at a conference, or I happen to pick it up and I shouldn't have, I'll ask to call back. Or if I just can't mentally handle that call right now, just, hey, I want to give you the time that you deserve. Can I call you back a different time? Or ask them to call you at a better time, and sometimes they just won't call back if they're not serious. Write down questions, because I promise you, in this barrage of this stream of consciousness that they're giving you, you're going to forget what questions you had by the time it gets to the end. So this thing is very sensitive. So you've answered the call, they've said their piece, you have a sense of what this looks like. You may have made up your mind, I don't want to be involved in this, or so how do I get out of this? What do I do? Or you may say, this person has a really difficult situation that I don't really want to help with. I empathize with them. I want to point them in the right direction, so maybe they can kind of do it on their own or feel safe, etc. So I definitely want to express empathy for them. Sometimes just telling them, hey, I know this is a really difficult situation. It sounds terrible. It sounds stressful. Let me tell you what I do in these cases. So now, right away, you've set that boundary. You've said, I get what you're saying. Here's what I can do right off the bat. And what I normally tell them is, it's our policy to only engage through attorneys or private investigators. We've had issues before to protect us legally. This is what we do. And now you've set the bar that this is the only way you're going to engage. But then you can say, I'm going to offer to ask some questions to you, and then I can make some recommendations that might help you or point you in the right direction. So you're going to potentially help them. Some of them are unhelpable. They're going to keep calling different places, and I feel bad for them. Paranoia and that type of situation is really, really difficult. So a few questions that I'll typically ask: what kind of devices, accounts are you using? It's usually a phone. It's usually an iPhone. What is doing that? Sometimes it's their email account. It's usually not something too serious because they're normally a home user or individual. When did the activity start? If it happened that day. Sometimes it's been going on for years and years, and it just keeps coming up. That's usually a red flag. Has any money been stolen? So now we're starting to ask some questions that can help us to decide whether this is something we might want to get involved in, or how to direct them, right? Money's been stolen, maybe law enforcement is the way to go. If they have, right, so have you already reported to law enforcement? Are you working with an attorney or an investigator? Do you have cyber insurance? That's a great question, because a lot of people, they might be a business owner, or they might have some other kind of protection, even with homeowners insurance, and they have cyber insurance. And if they do, now they have a whole team of lawyers, marketing, PR, responders that they can use to contact. And I've seen personal business owners be able to do that before, and they're really happy because they just forgot that they even had it. And I heard this in Mike's talk earlier, talking about goals. What do you want to happen? And they don't know. They're so frantic in contacting you, or they're upset, they're really mad. They haven't really thought about what they want. And especially when it comes to, a family member that potentially did this, they don't want to maybe hurt that person or put them in jail. They really just haven't thought it through. So when I ask that, it gives me a good sense of where they're at. If they just want it to stop, great. They just want to secure their devices. They're not trying to find out who did this to them. That might be something that can help me to give them the right advice, and they're probably going to be okay. They just need some reassurances. If they want to press charges and they want to, go after this person, money's no object and I don't care, great. Give my contact information to your attorney. That's what you need to get started. You can do a John Doe case if you don't know who it is to start subpoenaing information from the providers. You have IP addresses, etc. When they call me, I'll be happy to help. Then I start making some recommendations. I already mentioned, I always want to say it's our policy, which it is. I mean, it's my policy to work through attorneys. So you can pass my information along. The IC3 is how you can report to the FBI. If there's been money stolen or ransomware, you can report there. They do actually look at it. And it helps them to coordinate with some of the gangs, some of the attackers. And if there is money to be retrieved or reclaimed when they go after those gangs, then they may actually get the money back to the caller. Same thing with the FTC. For certain kinds of fraud, they can submit a claim to the FTC. I mean, they're constantly shutting down the scammers that are causing the pop-ups on computers, and they're letting people onto their computers. So it's worth telling them to report. A couple easies that I'm sure everybody in here knows, but these are very effective in helping people to check their devices and do it on their own, is just to tell them how to look for other devices that are on their accounts. So this is an iOS, iPhone, they can check these devices. Hey, if they see their husband or their wife's phone on there or something they don't recognize, they can remove it. You can tell them to document it, etc. But this is a way that if they only see their devices on there, they're probably going to feel pretty good, and maybe they'll kind of go on their way. Same thing with Google for Android, Gmail. You can point them to some of these, to the Google account managed devices, and or on the Gmail page to have them look at the IP addresses, but be cautious about that because that opens kind of a can of worms. But I try to stick with just checking the devices that are connected to their accounts and see how that goes. A few other really useful recommendations, which we all know these, but it's nice to have a list. Tell them to call their bank if money was stolen, cyber insurance hotline, change the passwords on social, email accounts, financial accounts. Make sure to update their recovery email and phone numbers. Make sure they have access to those devices or accounts. Update their devices, and also to enable MFA. Sometimes I'll have the user check what version of iOS or Android they're on and assure them, listen, you're on the latest version. Whatever you see on TV or shows where people are passing by, that's not the typical way that attackers, your spouse, is going to get on your device. They're probably going to have your password and log on elsewhere, right? And especially if you're on the latest versions, they're going to have physical access typically. I know I'm speaking to this crowd, but for most people, that's just going to be the case. And then we want to close the call, right? We've made the recommendation. Let's encourage the end of the call. You don't really have to decide to help the caller during that call. If you want to call them back and let them know or send them an email, you can do that. Maybe you want to send them resources or just tell them some of the websites like the FTC. There's also like stopstalkerware.org. There's a bunch of resources out there that you can point them to. Use the attorney firewall, or just decide to help them out. You want to meet them at Dunkin' Donuts and tell them to bring you $500 and you'll fix all their problems? Go for it. Not my recommendation. One note about the attorney before we revisit the voicemails. I'm not endorsing him as an attorney, but the attorney can protect you, right? I mentioned the divorce cases. They're terrible. I hate working on them, even with attorneys, but I don't work them without. Confidentiality, right? So if you don't have an attorney agreement, then it does go to court. You can be asked about all those conversations and whatever you did beforehand. So you want to let the caller know that. That's kind of a deterrent of engaging someone before they've actually hired an attorney. And just to filter the scope and manage emotions, I've sat in front of so many attorneys where I'm like, they're psychologists. Their job is just managing their clients' emotions, and I don't have to do it. I mean, I do it enough, we all do, but at least when you have that, there's a filter, there's a layer, there's someone that's, throttling what's going on. So in these last couple minutes, this is the voicemail again that I was sitting on the couch listening to with my wife, and I called, and it sounded like there was a hack of some sort, but what it actually turned out to be is the caller wanted, her husband had been doing some activity with OnlyFans and real people, not that they're not real, but real physical, all this stuff, and she said, I just want to prove it, and he's agreed to turn over his phone and let you look at it. And I'm thinking, this doesn't sound anything like what the voicemail sounded like. And my wife is just looking at me like, you were right. I'm like, I know I was right. But then she listened to me go through and how I handled the call and ended it. And she was just like, that was pretty amazing how you kind of closed it out. And that's why I, put the outline together. This other call, this actually was a legitimate case. The attorney contacted me, and it turned into an actual case, right, with litigation, the good stuff. And this one, this guy was insistent that that group of attackers were conspiring. He didn't know what they wanted from him, but he knew that if I helped him and we uncovered this, we were going to make millions. And I just remembered the plan. As much as I would love to make some millions with John, it just wasn't going to work out that way. So I'm out of time. I really appreciate everybody being here and listening. And there's my email. That's probably the best way. I try to stay mostly off social. And thanks for being here.
Thank you. I wanted to be clear that this is actually a co-produced talk with Dr. Daniel Plant, who's a professor at Stetson University in computer science. So he's up here at the front. We were a little confused if you could have a talk with two people, so we just decided I would give it the talk, but yeah, as you'll see, he's more than 50% of this entire project. So Stetson University, you might have heard of. It's a Florida university. It's about an hour north of here, and it's in DeLand. More people have heard of it from the law school. Apparently, we've heard today a question if Stetson has a computer science program. Yes, we have a computer science program. But it's clear that we could do better advertising on some of these things. So that's kind of the purpose of this talk. I debated whether to include Stetson in the title of the talk. Then I thought, you know, same sentence, Stetson hacking, Hacker University, are people hacking Stetson? I had all these worries about Google searches. So it's a intentionally vague title, even though I'm losing the advertising of putting the name of the school in the title. But nevertheless, this is about what we do at Stetson. So we have a course where we have students attempt to do red teaming against Stetson's network. And our goals for that course are clearly to teach red teaming to the students so they have actual real practice with it. It is to enhance security. The last thing we want is for some sort of ransomware news report to come out that Stetson is subjected to that, and you know, total egg on her face and all that. And then we want to maintain the relationship with IT. So suppose we didn't have that goal, and we said, hey, students, your task is to break in. They're going to say, okay, I do whatever it takes to break in. And that will not go well. We'll probably be able to do it once. So we definitely work with IT very closely, and we know what the limits are, and we know when they're going to get upset about something, and we communicate often. So one of our goals in the course is to maintain that relationship, and you'll see, even though my math is actually off, it's more than a decade, it has worked for quite a long time. So now here are the limitations of doing such a class. And the other purpose of this talk, besides talking about Stetson, is think about what you can do in a small company, or you have a bunch of interns or something like that. I think it applies there as well. So the first thing you got to remember is you have non-experts. And there's actually, I think, 5 students in the room. Some of them have done it, but until you've done the course, I would say you're non-experts, right? So they're not going to be able to just jump on it and say, I found, like the CTF that we're doing here. A lot of people are learning it for the first time, and so they're not going to be able to just solve all these problems or find exploits right away. They don't know how to use Metasploit yet, you know, things like that. So we're clearly going to have to teach, but that is a limitation because we're not going to get results in the first week or two. To be honest, there are variable efforts. Not every student is as excited about this course as the others. They think it sounds like fun, but it's also a required course for a cybersecurity major. We have a cybersecurity major as well as computer science and computer information systems. So if you're doing cybersecurity, it's actually required that you take this course. And so the course that's required, and maybe not everybody's gonna spend their whole, you know, all the weekends, stay up late, still trying to solve it. Some people do. Like if you're doing the CTF here and you get obsessed about it, you're probably gonna do well in this course as well, but not everybody obsesses like that. And then the environment changes every year. This is a real red team operation. They fix the things we tell them after each year, as they should. So every time we do something, it doesn't work next time. So as professors, it's like, now what are we gonna be faced with? You know, all the things that I was so excited about last time, so proud of myself, they don't work this year. So we're always starting from scratch. It's low budget, relatively speaking. We don't have Nessus, for example, like Pro Edition or whatever. We can't just run the scanners that you would want to use if you are doing, like you're a corporation that does this kind of thing. We don't have Burp Suite Pro necessarily. So we're going to use mostly open source tools to do this, and that's going to somewhat limit us. Not all students have hardware that's really capable of running something like Kali, and so we can offer like loaner laptops, but that's just kind of a reality. And for at least the time I've been involved in it, there has been a professional audit in the same semester. So we're actually kind of competing with them, kind of racing. So if there's some Windows, server exploit, they're going to notice pretty quickly, and then we don't get to notice it because they've already fixed it. So while again we want Stetson to be as secure as possible, it turns out that if they do it at the same semester for some reason, I don't know why they do it in fall when we do our course, but they do it in fall, and that can cause problems for us because even when we do find something, they might actually just fix it before we can really demonstrate it. Now, we have some constraints in how we go about this, as would any red team operation. First, we have to do an NDA. So all the students signed an NDA, meaning this talk would have been a lot more exciting, but I can't tell you all those things. So I'm going to tell you the things I'm allowed to tell you. You can't do social engineering. So one might imagine you can get pretty far if you act like you're from IT, or you just lie your way through things. Or one of us, the professors, is like, oh, I need this thing. I mean, they'll probably trust us, but that's not really highlighting the flaws in their network security, so we're not supposed to be doing that. It's kind of creepy. We shouldn't be phishing people either. Don't do denial of service. That's not very impressive. We all know denial of service could probably work, so don't make people lose access to their email and all that. That's not a good outcome. Don't target the innocent. So when we're doing things like installing a keylogger, don't put it on some rando machine. You got to choose a person specifically, and it should be a person who is in on the game, basically. And so I would say Dr. Plant is somebody who surely we could target. He's said that explicitly, and we have done so. He leaves his laptop with the LastPass password manager still active. Doesn't anymore, but he did. And of course, IT staff, you can do things to them because they're in on the game, right? And then if we do find something that's pretty bad, we have to tell them right away, of course. And I added this last point just recently. I think 0 days are pretty much not fair. Like you see an announcement, the 0 days just come out. The patch will be available like tomorrow. And so we like exploited that day. That's kind of lame. Of course, they're going to patch it. They always do. So it wouldn't look that impressive for us to just go online and download this exploit and run it and say, look, you guys messed up, because they really didn't. I mean, everybody's vulnerable. Okay, where this started. So this is why it's not really a decade. It's actually 15 years. Dr. Plant started this, so if you want to know how this was started explicitly, like specifically, you can ask him. I wasn't there, but I'm told in 2008, there weren't any other schools even thinking about this. And to our knowledge, I don't think any other school currently does this either. Yeah, so if you're aware of another university that does like red team operations against the university, please let us know, because we don't want to, not be correct about that. But we're pretty sure that's not happening, and certainly back then. And back then, security was not really a big deal. So, if you think like Mitnick's time, I mean, you just got on the machines pretty directly, right? And even in 2008, password use was not very strong. I mean, people had really short, like the RockU passwords, all super short passwords and common passwords to all the websites, not much HTTPS, all kinds of differences back then. So it was real easy, relatively speaking, to find exploits back then. Of course, the tools were more simple, so it wasn't necessarily as easy, but that's when this started. And back then, Stetson felt that professional audits were pretty expensive. Now, like I said, they do professional audits every year, and the professional audits always find stuff that we don't find and vice versa. But back then, they weren't really doing that. And they thought, well, let's just see what happens. I mean, Dr. Plant set up a good relationship with IT and said, let's just give this a try. Maybe they'll find nothing, these students, but maybe they will, and that would be useful to us. And, they thought, what could they possibly find? So they did find things. Again, Dr. Plant can tell you or not what they found, but, vaguely how effective it was for those years. And it's my impression that each year it got more secure, and so we found different things over time, and IT was very happy with those kind of results, right? The structure it's just one semester course. We've done some one-off like summer versions of it for specific students, but basically it's a fall course. And if you have the prereqs, which is just like C++, programming, Linux experience, that kind of thing, an intro cybersecurity course, you can join. So we're not like picking just the best or something like that. All of the students go through this course in this major. Again, they have to sign an NDA. We make a wiki on premise specifically that is where we keep our results and we share with the class. And we use Keybase for secure chat, so we recommend that. Keybase has secure Git repos too, like encrypted Git repos, so you can consider that as well. We let students use their own laptops. Like I said, they may be kind of weak, but we do need them to be encrypted for obvious reasons, because they will have to store files on their laptops, right, when they do scans or something. And IT wanted to be clear when I told them about this talk that they're giving us access to the network, like on-campus network, as if we were through the VPN. So we do scan externally. We try to find exploits that work externally. But I guess something I didn't actually put in here, but what's the most honest statement about this class is we'll find some things because we kind of have privileged access, like through the network. And then we work backwards to say, how could someone else come up with this? So we then think, okay, so I found this web app or something, but it's not actually accessible to anybody in the outside world. So I'm going to need to find another exploit somewhere else, and then I'll start linking them together. Whereas an actual hacker over in some other country is just coming in from the outside, and presumably it's much harder. So we can kind of like reverse engineer some exploits to make a story that then looks amazing, but we didn't actually come in that direction. And sometimes we even have source code. Sometimes they give us source code, so obviously then we'll see things that normally people wouldn't see. IT also wanted us to be clear that they see things happen while we're doing the course, and they let it go through because they know it's us. So we're using our actual accounts. We're not trying to fake the accounts. We're not trying to hide our methods. We usually don't use Nmap in the sense of like the stealth mode, right? We're just doing clear scans, clear SQL maps, all these kind of things. And when they see it and they're like, it's okay, it's just the class, they just let it through. Because they want us to find the things that, should be found. But they wanted to be clear that, if it were like an outside attacker, they would just turn it off. They just stop it. So the process of the course, you sign your NDAs. The CIO and CISO come in and talk to the students just to kind of scare them. These are the people that will get mad if you do something bad. We might be given source code. Then we do scan the networks, like Nmap and mass scan. We are already in the network, as I said. We check out the websites and the WordPress blogs and all that, whatever has a web form on it. We try those things out. We maybe create fake Wi-Fi access points, run the tools. I have a list of tools in a minute. And then, magic, and then we find exploits and we present it. So that magic bit is different every year. Like I said, I don't know, like I'm not teaching it this year. Dr. Plant is teaching it this year. I don't know what they're doing, and I just hope that it's not going to drive them insane trying to find an exploit, because you have no idea what's going to work this year. And every time we have done it, our presentation is different every year. It's like a completely different path. And they're getting more and more convoluted because they're getting more secure. And I think the coolest part for the students is they present to the president, provost, and the senior VPs and IT and so forth. So there's a room with like all the bigwigs, right? And the students stand up there and say, yeah, so I found your password, and this is why I found it, and this part was configured wrong. And IT is like in the room with their bosses, like just thank you for finding that. I appreciate it. I will go fix that tonight. So everybody understands that this is for the betterment of the university, and everybody has a good time ultimately, even though it can be a little bit awkward. So the tools are pretty typical if you've done kind of red team operations or CTFs. I don't really put this here to like teach you how to do it. You can see better talks about that, but these are some of the tools that have most worked out for us. So clearly you want to scan the network. I think a lot of places have WordPress blogs, but certainly Stetson has some WordPress sites. They're all patched, but we still like to check. SQL map to try to see if there's any exploits there in the web forms. Mimikatz. I personally am not very skilled on Windows hacking, so this, I don't use that very often because I don't get in that way very often, but it's still an interesting tool. Of course, they detect this the moment you put it on the machine. Like you bring a USB key and plug it into the machine, it's got Mimikatz on it, the whole machine like freaks out, right? So it's tricky to use correctly. Hashcat if you're going to crack passwords, if you somehow get passwords or hashes. Metasploit, at least in my experience, a lot of talk about it, not very effective really in practice, but it sounds nice, right? There's all these built-in exploits for all these different platforms, but it's only mildly effective in my experience. Maybe I don't know how to use it that well. And then Hack5 devices, those are the ones that pretend to be like a USB key or an HDMI cable or something else, but it actually like collects all your information. So we've only had very limited use of this for very targeted situations, and it's mildly effective as well, because even if you had a password, MFA is everywhere now, so it doesn't actually buy you anything. And I would say mostly the progress is made without the tools. It's just sitting there thinking about things. So I don't know what advice to give there. I guess that's a different talk, but you got to be clever and you got to just think about it for a long time. You mostly spend your time wasted on bad ideas, and then you find some clue, and then you start piecing together a story, right? So stories of things that happen that I can actually describe. What I was told was the worst situation. It was before my time, but one of the students was in the Vatican and submitted a print job to the Stetson campus. And what was on the print job?
It was something like nuclear war was going to begin.
Okay, a nuclear thing, yada yada. I guess the student thought that was funny, but he's very successful now, so. But almost got expelled. Okay. So the IT raid was fun. I was teaching the class, and then these two guys from IT walk in, and one guy really gives us a hard time, like routinely. And he walked in, and I said, "Hey, what's up? What are you doing?" He's like, "You know what you did." And I honestly did not. And so I was like, oh, okay. And then they go to the back of the room, and there's a whole line of laboratory computers, and they get like 4 of them in their arms and just walk out. And those computers never came back. What actually happened was we had one of those Hack5 devices, a Bash Bunny, where when you plug it in, modern Windows will recognize what it is. And so it was immediately flagged, and that machine was signaled to IT, like they got to get that machine out of here because now they can't trust what's on it. And they didn't give it back to us because I think they just didn't want to put their time into it, right? They could have just wiped it and given it back, but I guess they're punishing us. The Acti cameras, this is old software, so I wouldn't worry about it if you have any Acti cameras, but these are surveillance cameras. And so we found through the Acti website, and I can talk about this because it's not Stetson's fault, through the Acti like website for the camera itself, we found like a 0-day that was a path traversal kind of thing to get the config file for the camera, and then you can read out the password. And then we demoed this on, was it Shinobi? Shonen. Shinobi? It's one of those, yeah. Shonen.io, that these cameras are all around the world and they have the same flaw. And so we told Acti about this through their messaging system, and they're like, it's not true. You just need to do whatever. And then we let time pass, and we finally had to say, okay, you got 2 weeks or we're putting this publicly, like we're showing publicly. And then they immediately said, oh yeah, here's a patch. So that was kind of fun. Our little secret claim to, like our little drama was fun. Much more important though, TCP slow LoRs. So slow LoRs is for like HTTP, where the server says, I want to connect to you. And usually the website would say, okay, here's how we're going to connect, or handshake. The slow LoRs technique says, I want to connect to you, and then it just waits as long as possible without breaking the connection to respond to the next step of like the 3-way handshake or whatever it is. And because of that, the web server is like holding on to this connection in the queue. And if you do it enough times with like different IPs, you fill up the queue, and then the website can't allow anybody else on. So it's a denial of service, and it's real simple. It takes very little bandwidth. So some of our students found that works on TCP itself. All of the services, SSH, SMTP, everything, the same attack can work if you modify it. So they had a demo with a phone where they hit the button on the phone, and all of Stetson's website went down, as long as they had that button turned on. And then they released the button and the website's back. So it was a bad flaw, and it's still there in TCP as far as I understand. There's no fix for it, right? And I have a picture of the report that came out about that. I don't know of any other student violations, so that's good. And then there are some fun things that we can't talk about, of course. Some of our students got caught on surveillance. And I have a joke here that turns out the cameras work at night too, because this is like 2 a.m. The desk is the IT help desk, and I'm not going to say what they're coming in to do, but IT found this, and the guy that gives us a hard time in IT made this flyer and delivered it across campus. I like that he wore like Crocs and sweatpants, because he could have dressed a little nicer for it, but. Okay, outcomes. So these are things we think we cause IT to change. It's not really the exhaustive list. I don't want to get into some things we suspect we caused, but we think, or we're like 100% certain that our hacking caused them to get rid of all faculty personnel web pages and all department websites, which sucks, but it was probably a good idea. All the active cameras have been replaced. They're now using OneDrive instead of shared drives. Authenticator, interesting. After something we did, now you have to type the code. It says, go look at the page. Does it have a number on it? Okay, type the number into your phone. That way you can't accidentally approve someone else's authentication that you didn't actually initiate. VPN is required for every off-campus access, even for like remote desktop. Obviously, long passwords and regular changes. They patch constantly now. They're moving more stuff to the cloud instead of their, bespoke servers that they set up back in the day and had just been accumulating cruft. Those are mostly gone now. So very positive changes. And then outcomes, our students have been hired by big places. They make a ton of money. These are some of the outcomes, and then some have gone to PhD programs as well. And we have one paper directly out of this class, which was a password cracking technique that we developed during the class. Other outcomes, Stetson likes us. We're in like their various media and magazines and stuff. And then this is the TCP vulnerability from McCasey. They released a report about it, so you can go find that. Dr. Dan Plant is a very persuasive guy, apparently. And then the lessons, So students get bragging rights, and they have a secret, which is always nice, right? They know things people don't know. We get to relive our teenage dreams of being a hacker, and I don't know about Dr. Plant, but I definitely feel that every time I'm in that class. The novices, the students, they need a leader. They can't be expected to find these things. So we have to find the exploits first and then kind of guide them to find the same thing. It's not like a CTF where it's kind of designed specifically to be found. This is a real network. Things aren't designed to be found at all. And so we have to give a ton of effort to find the initial exploits. Now, it's too secure, frankly. The class is extraordinarily difficult to teach. I don't know how he's doing it this semester, or if it's even being done the same way, because I don't think it can be. So all the low-hanging fruits are gone. And by doing this, you will improve the security of your organization. They will fix the things you tell them about, which is actually what we're looking for. It turns out nobody knows about the fact we're doing this for 15 years until we advertise it, which is why I'm doing this talk. Lastly, I don't think we can continue along the same trajectory. We can't keep hacking the same place. It's more secure than our capabilities, most likely. So we want to expand into auditing small businesses. And think of it like an internship. These are novices. I mean, you have the leaders helping, but basically think of it as helping them learn how to do this, and it does help you at the same time, just like internships. We've worked with companies in the past, but it's been very challenging. They really drag their feet. You've got the legal issue. I wouldn't say the companies drag their feet, but the legal does. And if you're asking for source code or something like that to really get going, then that's going to be an issue, and you'd have to set up permissions for you. And we only have a semester, so we need to get this started more efficiently. So help us help you, I guess is the final statement. Let's have our students do this more out in the world. So for a question slide, I have a completely staged photo of our class. Presumably in-map or some hacky thing is being run on the laptop, and there's a Wi-Fi fake access point, so it's real. Does anyone have any questions? All right, and you can find us elsewhere at the conference. Thank you.
right, thank you. Yeah, so title of today's talk is Wired for Safety. What we're going to talk about is control systems. We're going to kind of dive into a couple of different incidents, and at the end, we're going to talk about a cool tool that I built. So a little bit about me before we start. My name is Jace Powell. I'm a security architect for Fortress. We work in the critical infrastructure vertical. My background, I've got certifications and CVs and stuff, but really what I think is more pertinent here is my experience in the oil and gas industry. So before I got into cybersecurity, I worked as a roughneck and roustabout. Did a lot of repairing and maintaining some oil production systems, right? And that includes some OT equipment, some physical equipment that accompanies it. I also spent some time as a safety manager where I investigated industrial accidents and injuries and near misses and things like that. And I really saw firsthand the impact that industrial accidents can have on people, right? We're losing time at work and money and really sometimes food off the table. So it's still something I'm passionate about today. So in 2005, one of the worst industrial accidents in modern history here in the U.S. happened. There's a refinery on the Gulf Coast of Texas, in a city called Texas City, that experienced an explosion. There were some trailers that housed contractors and employees. This explosion killed 15 people and injured 180 others. Left a lot of people with lifelong injuries too. So really a bad thing. Took, what does it say here? $1.5 billion to repair and rebuild the refinery. The company that ran the refinery was also hit with an initial $20 million fine. They actually didn't remediate all of these issues, and they got another $50 million fine slapped on later. So, but one of the core underlying themes you'll see here is really just a lack of safety culture. During the day of the incident, the facility, actually, I'll back up a little bit. The facility itself had been down and not operating at full capacity for at least a couple weeks. And employees were pulling 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week. Everybody's tired. During the actual incident that led to the explosion, they were doing a process restart, which is always kind of the most dangerous part. Is when things are spinning up and you're trying to get levels right, and once everything's stable, things tend to be a lot more safe. So here's a picture of the explosion. You can kind of see, looks like little Tonka trucks there, right? Those are full-size excavators and backhoes and things like that. That's where those trailers were at the time. So absolutely a devastating incident. Just for some bigger context here too, the explosion blew out windows 5 miles away. The explosion was heard 40 miles away, and it registered on the Richter scale. So it was a very large explosion, as you can see. Ironically, the explosion happened as employees were returning from a luncheon where they were celebrating 30 days without any safety incidents. So the Chemical Safety Board did a really good video on kind of the root cause of the explosion. This is a screen cap from, well, circled there in blue is the same site here that's kind of a debris field at this point. So you can kind of see where the trailers were at the time. I do want to lay some foundation and clarify first off, this was not a cybersecurity attack, okay? This was not conducted by an attacker or insider threat or anything like that. It was completely an accident, but we're going to use this as a case study to understand what a malicious attacker could do, right? Because they're going to try and have these same impacts using kind of some of the similar techniques. So down in the lower left corner, that's about a 170-foot tall tower. It's called a raffinate splitter. This is designed to refine some chemicals. Actually, the chemicals are very volatile. This is the stuff that they put into gasoline to make it more explosive. Or not, I'm sorry, to raise the octane. It is more explosive, right? So this is a hazardous chemical to work with at this point. circle here in red, there's a valve that on the left side, that's the base of the raffinate splitter. So the fluid's supposed to be coming out of there. Well, this valve was closed, and it was not made known to the process control operators. Here's a view of the base of the raffinate tower. So you've got this, they call it a sight glass, and the idea is you can see the fluid level with your eyes. Right next to that, there's a level gauge, and typically it should be around 6 feet. During this hazardous process restart, the unofficial SOP was to raise that level to 9 feet, which is the top of the sight glass and the top of the level monitor there. That level monitor would send a signal back to the control room to let them know what the level was. And again, this is a screenshot from the Chemical Safety Board's video, which is excellent video. There was also a high level alarm in here, and if you've ever taken the back off a toilet and you've seen the little ball float, that's kind of the same mechanism, right? In this case, it's actually a metal ball. Unfortunately, as the levels rose because that valve was closed, this ball valve was not inspected and it didn't work. No one got the alert that levels were high, right? So that's one failure of a digital sensor there. Fast forward a couple hours, and this tower, again, only designed to hold about 6 feet of fluid, rose up to above 100 feet. And at the time, not really pictured here, actually it kind of is at the base, that cubic structure there, that's a heater, right? And it's heating this fluid up very hot, and it's just building up. At the very top of this raffinate tower, there's a gas line that comes off, right? And this is designed to, separate the gases, and that's processed somewhere else. This fluid's rising, and again, no one's taking note. There's no high-level alarms, nothing like that, and the fluid overflows into that gas line. At that point, there's a couple safety bypass valves that are opened. Unfortunately, they weren't connected to the control room. They were just manually activated systems, so no one really took note that, hey, like something's wrong. And this fluid backs up into actually what's supposed to be a safety device. So this is called a blowdown drum. It's designed to vent gas into the atmosphere in the event that something goes wrong. It's not really designed to hold fluid, but as you can see, it's filling up with fluid, and eventually it turns into a fountain, basically. So this is shooting very hot, highly volatile chemicals all over. And the chemicals obviously are very, very hazardous, but there's also a vapor cloud that develops over the pad of the refinery. And it spreads out. Again, on the left side there, you can see the trailers. It might be kind of hard to see, but up in the middle, there's a little blue rectangle. And that was a pickup truck, a diesel pickup truck that was idling. There's a couple employees in there taking a break. And the vapors got sucked into the engine, into the intake, and caused essentially a runaway condition, right? So the RPMs are ticking up, and the employees notice something's wrong. So they get out and run away. RPMs continue to climb in the truck. It backfires, and that's what kicks off the explosion. And yeah, again, it was pretty devastating. So I mentioned the Chemical Safety Board. They were one of a few organizations that did a root cause analysis, and they kind of made this hit list of kind of the more high priority things that went wrong, basically. It was just one of those instances where the stars and the moon lined up just right, and it led to this incident. We're going to focus on the first one there, the failure of sensors. Really, there's 3 sensors that failed or did not operate correctly that led to the incident. The first one, it was next to the sight glass, right? It was that vertical gauge. What happened is it hit 9 foot, kind of as they expected, but as that fluid continued to rise, the gravity of the liquid in the tank changed, and that actually sent a false reading to the control system operators because it looked like the levels were actually going down. So at the time, they thought everything's fine. We're in good shape. We talked about the high-level alarm, second one that just completely failed to operate, and then the blowdown drum, the thing that vented or shot that fountain up. That also had a high-level alarm on it, and it also completely failed to operate. There were some other major contributing factors. The control room operators didn't really have the visibility into the system to tell, this is what's coming in, this is what's going out. They had the numbers, but they were on two different screens, and it just wasn't intuitive. Alert fatigue was another issue. If you work in the SOC, you can relate to that. They have these same issues in control rooms as well. So let's look at this from an attacker's point of view, right? Let's use this as a case study. Obviously, this is a worst case scenario, mass casualty event, destruction of the facility. If an attacker wants to cause an impact on an OT system, the way they're going to do that is to manipulate some of these Purdue level 0 and level 1 devices like sensors and actuators and valves and things like that. Stuxnet, right? If that's on your bingo card, you can check it off. You're welcome. But Stuxnet actually spoofed RPM sensors, right? Because they're spinning the centrifuges fast. But they spoofed the sensor values to the control room operators to make it look like everything was normal. The cybersecurity industry really doesn't monitor down at the process control level typically. We tend to focus on network security monitoring and say, okay, well, we can detect lateral movement and things like this. And as an industry, we tend to stay away from process telemetry. This is a great chart from Mandiant. Basically, the further down you move in on these Purdue levels, the greater the severity of consequence of an attack. And that leads us to control loop compromise, right? I originally read about this in a paper from Joe Slowick, who discussed the concept of an integrity attack, right? That's where an attacker compromises the integrity of a control loop, causes it to fail in a way that causes some physical harm. I kind of prefer the term control loop compromise because, in cybersecurity, we have these incredible tools that we built, right? We can detect, commands being run on any machine, lateral movement, any anomalies, right? But we haven't really applied those detection capabilities to something like a control environment. So that's kind of what I set out to solve is how can we use detection engineering principles and actually help apply it to other areas, right? Especially ones that overlap with cybersecurity. MITRE does a really good job of breaking down some of the different techniques that attackers use. Kind of, in my opinion, really the Mac Daddy of MITRE attack techniques is loss of safety, right? T0880. That's loss of safety. And attackers are going to use these example techniques under really ultimately to try and cause a loss of safety. And that's what we want to prevent. So the question is, how do we defend against this? Again, MITRE nails it with their mitigations here. Having redundant components, mechanical protection layers are in use to varying degrees. Safety instrumented systems are a thing. Unfortunately, a lot of the SIS implementations we see, they run the safety instrumented systems on the same network as the control system. That's kind of not the purpose of a safety system. It should be completely segmented, be able to operate on its own. But we're making progress. And we talked about the bottom two here. Network security monitoring really doesn't get into process telemetry and things like that. So we've always focused on trying to prevent access, but we don't really have any tools to keep things safe in the event that there is an intrusion. So that's where I came up with the concept of what I call OT Safe. So it's a Python-based framework. really what it allows you to do is build a Pythonic representation of your control system. So there's Python classes for sensors and controllers and actuators and HMIs and engineering workstations and even some non-cyber assets too. You know, pressure vessels and tanks and things like that. So pretty cool stuff there. So the idea is you build this representation of your control system, probably try and focus on, you know, one component at a time, one control loop at a time. And then from there, you can ingest PCAPs and really kind of bring your system to life and say, okay, you know, this sensor is recording these values. And you can even listen on a local port. And right now it only supports Modbus, but you know, the idea, again, is that you can feed in process telemetry into this system. From there, you can do things like build detections for unsafe conditions or integrity attacks, and really the use cases from there are pretty wide open. This also allows us to control for things like insider threats or sabotage, which, again, we don't really have a way of mitigating for this. So the Oldsmar water instance is a good example, right? Allegedly, an attacker raised the sodium hydroxide level to unsafe conditions. Well, why was the attacker allowed to do that? How come that didn't trigger you know, some kind of a bigger alarm or an automated response or something like that? So yeah, a little bit about OT-safe. You know, again, the core library is written in Python. There's a CI/CD pipeline, so if you want to build detections and test them, and you have PCAPs, you know, it's all kind of included there. There's some other components too. Detection can be built in YAML or just pure Python. I've actually got a Python example here that we'll touch on coming up soon. But before we do that, we're going to talk about another incident. So this one's a bit more recent. This was a few years ago. There's a marine port in the southeast Florida area, Miami area. There was a large container ship, you know, the big shipping boxes, the Connex boxes. It had docked in this port, and it was being unloaded by a ship-to-shore crane, right? So they pick up the Connex boxes and put it on a truck or on the ground or forklift or, you know, whatever they do with it. There was somebody from the parking lot, the employee parking lot, that hopped on the corporate Wi-Fi network. And unfortunately, they didn't have network segmentation, so their OT network was accessible from the IT network. And basically, what the attacker did was they just did a replay attack and sent a crafted Modbus packet that caused the crane, you know, this Modbus command caused the crane to release. And typically, you would only do that if you're setting it down. The attacker replayed that Modbus packet and released a crane, the clamps from a crane in midair, and caused the ship container to come crashing down. Luckily, nobody's hurt. It was definitely a close call, big investigation, and all that stuff. But it could have been a lot worse, right? Especially knowing that sometimes, you know, in those shipping containers there are hazardous chemicals and things like that. This picture, by the way, was not from the incident. This is just one I found on Google. So let's think about how we can use OT-safe in this scenario, right? There's obviously quite a bit more complication to a system, but when you boil it down to the fundamentals, you've got this ship-to-shore crane, and really you've got two components you care about, right? You've got the status of the clamps, and you've got the load pack or the load sensor on the crane. This tells you how much weight is being suspended by the crane, and every crane operator has them. They're, you know, required. But really, those are only the two components that we really care about. And think about what your detection logic would look like, right? The clamp should never go from closed to open when there's a load suspended. Pretty straightforward. So let's build a detection in OT-safe and see what that looks like. So line 6, this is my clamp. Line 14, I've got my load sensor. Line 24, this is the same script. It's just cut for readability. Line 24, I'm just listening on a local interface. Assume it's got like a tap or some kind of a packets being sent to it. And then we just loop through it and listen. Line 28, that's kind of the extent of the detection logic, right? If the clamp's open and the value of the load sensor is, in this case, greater than 100, just an arbitrary number there. That from there, OT-Safe also has alarms that you can raise. So, in this instance, line 32, we're going to raise an alarm and, follow-on actions from there, kind of more up to the owner-operator outside of the scope of OT-Safe. So that's kind of a quick overview. A lot more to it than that. I've been toying with the idea of a digital lockout tagout system, which if you're not familiar, anytime, say, an electrician has to work on some equipment, right? They'll shut the power off, but then they'll put a lock on that switch, and only they have the key, right? And the idea is nobody can energize a system while they're working on it. So lockout tagout's pretty common thing that you see in the industry. It's pretty interesting to think about how we can use something like PKI to do maybe a more digital lockout tagout, probably as a redundant system and not a replacement. A couple other notes. Again, it only supports Modbus right now. Keep moving on. A couple caveats too, okay? This is not designed to be like a life-saving, tool or anything. Really kind of more for research and understanding the control environments that you are responsible for securing. This is not a substitute for network security monitoring either. You're still going to have to do all the other stuff like segmenting your network and hardening systems and asset inventory. If you're not doing these things already, OT-Safe is not for you. If you're taking people on submarine trips to see the Titanic, OT-Safe is probably not for you. One of the biggest hurdles, I think, to implementing really safety engineering and detection is that you really need a fundamental understanding of what the system is. And there's always been a gap between, IT practitioners and control system engineers. And we tend to, leave them to their domain that they're responsible for. But we never really peer in and try to understand how things work. And it is complicated. But in order to build a system like this that you can use to detect and prevent unsafe conditions, you are going to have control system operators. Some good news here, there is a regulatory driver that should help compensate for these things. So OSHA has a process safety management standards, or PSM. The two in green are the most important. So you are required to document safe upper and lower limits for items such as flows and pressures and temperatures. And you're also responsible for doing an evaluation of the consequences of deviations. So what happens if something goes wrong, right? Now, typically these things are documented in a spreadsheet somewhere, right? With OT-Safe, you can actually operationalize these things and take these in as parameters and again, start building a system that is secure by design and safe by design. A couple more resources, kind of some overlap with some things we're talking about. Consequence-driven cyber-informed engineering, or CCE. This touches on really at their core, both of these, IEC 62443 also, they're really cyber safety frameworks that provide blueprints for securing systems against attackers and accidents, really with the intent of keeping things safe. They are different in their approaches and methodologies and things, but if you're interested in getting into the industry, these are two great resources that you should really consider getting familiar with. There's a big demand for people that are qualified and knowledgeable in these things. The top one was made by INL. The bottom one it's some kind of ISA is the organization, but they're an international organization. And not a lot of adoption yet in the United States, a lot more in Europe and other parts of the world. Cool, so yeah, that's the end. That's my AI-generated QR code. I hope it works. If you're brave enough to scan it, it'll take you to the GitHub repo. Otherwise, you can just type it in and go there. So, thanks for your time.